Futures back in positive territory once again this morning as we look to extend the rally from Monday's session. What a bounce we had to kick off the new week. It was 3+% for the NASDAQ when all was said and done. Its best single day since all the way back at the end of July. Back to the upside. So we were down, if you remember, off CPI in a big way. We bounced back on Friday as well. So an unbelievable rally over the past couple of days here, looking to extend this morning, up 2% already for the NASDAQ here in the pre-market. We'll talk a little bit about how it is tech. A little bit of a shift. Tech now leading, or seemingly leading back to the upside. Tesla making a big move here this morning. It was one of the most impressive back to the upside yesterday. We'll talk about Roblox as well. Can we get a second day coming off those September booking numbers that we got about this time yesterday that were better than expected? And oh yeah, more bank earnings. Goldman out this morning, up in the pre-market as well. Earnings were good, but more importantly, they're going to divide the business into 3 separate units. So we'll talk about Goldman Sachs coming up here as well. Should be an exciting day. It's Tuesday, October 18th. 2022, tradertv.live starts now. And there we go. Nice moves right across the board. 2+% for both. Now the S&P and the NASDAQ, as I mentioned, trying to lead once again. 2.33 here for the NASDAQ, 1.8 for the Dow, 2.13 there for the S&P. Positive though, top to bottom. Good to see 2 days in a row as we kick things off yesterday with a huge move back to the upside. We'll see if we can extend things a little bit further here. Sean off for the day, so Luca's going to be sitting in for Sean this morning. Always good to have Luca with us. Great insight, as always, coming from Luca this morning. Going to be an interesting one here, guys, as we look to, as I said, move even higher off of just a monster rally yesterday. It was interesting to see a little bit of a shift once again as we focus back on tech more than some of the other names that we've been dealing with over the past couple of days. Obviously, Goldman out this morning with a decent report. Just seeing Starboard taking a stake in CRM as well. So we'll have a look at Salesforce maybe.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Brendan's spoiling me because I actually had a line for this. Right? Like I was going to turn to Luca and say, "Hey, Sean, you're looking a little bit different this morning. I can't quite figure out what it is." Then we'd maybe do a little bit of back and forth and the whole banter thing, and then talk about the markets. And now that's all out the window. But stealing a line from this is what they say in sports, right? Sean, who you can't drag off the trading floor, could not make it in today. It is a non-COVID related illness, that's what they say in sports, right? Like if a guy doesn't have COVID, but it's like something else. So he's taking care of the fam. Actually, I think he's feeling okay. I think just little B-man needs to get better, and he's taking care of him like the good dad that he is. We'll take care of the markets here today, which are already to the upside. Randy's around here somewhere, so Ford finally broke 12. You got Netflix earnings aftermarket. I know you're excited for that, Luca. Oh, yeah. It's already breaking 250. Tesla, of course, making power moves. And Goldman Sachs, because you know how much I hate it when companies have conference calls in the morning. Theirs begins at exactly 9:30. Pretty much exactly when a day trader wants a conference call to begin is at 9:30. But strong moves for them. We'll be looking at the banks once again here today. Should be an exciting one, Luca.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited. Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying. I see people in the chat saying from Mallorca, Spain, and it's definitely nicer weather than it is over here because sweater season is in full effect. Definitely a little bit chilly. Yesterday was raining, but I wish I could be there with you. But unfortunately over here, but it is what it is. Yeah, definitely excited. And, earnings season kicks off, obviously, with the banks. And, I'm going to be honest, I really don't understand why, some of these banks can report bad earnings and still rally up. It's like you're looking short. I think never short the banks is kind of like my take there, right? So, we got Goldman this morning at 9:30. And Neil was actually telling me, saying, back in the day, you're dialed in listening to the conference call and then making decisions. Whereas, nowadays, I'm not going to listen to anything. And I'm just going to say, okay, where are the levels here? What can I do? Let's see if we get a trade going. But yeah, I think trade of the day, Netflix is going to offer some really, really good opportunities. Yeah. Should be exciting after the bell. Obviously a 12% implied move is huge for earnings, right? So definitely be exciting there. But yeah, we'll see what we can get going today for sure.
Yeah, we'll have a look at Goldman obviously coming up here. Here's the note on Salesforce, guys. Starboard coming out, I guess CNBC reporting this, but coming out with significant opportunity in Salesforce. What a move right now, 7% already to the upside for CRM.
Yeah, loving CRM. It's already made a bit of a breakout from its 150 level, as my chart wants to try to load up here. I'll get to Ford in a second because I don't think that'll be on our watch list. Well, on our rundown at least, because well, nothing really particular happening with, but CRM pretty much right at the 158 level, and this has been a pretty solid break. Clearly, it's all well and good. I would have liked the 150 break. Sometimes you don't get a chance to trade these things. But the entire software group has been getting absolutely pummeled. Microsoft, as a matter of fact, is coming out announcing they're having cuts as well, talking about the potential for slowing growth, and sort of everyone's been saying this same line. Meanwhile, here you get Starboard on board, taking a bullish look at something like a CRM. So that 158, pretty key level if it wants to break out. I want to be buying dips on this. I doubt we see anything close enough to the 150 to load up in front of that level. But there's still room to go on this. If it breaks that 158, you got room to the 50 period of 167 on the daily chart. So you don't want to write these things off like they can't continue to rally, right? If you saw what happened with Roblox, different name. If you saw what happened with Netflix as well, sometimes you can get a little bit more juice to these. And I like it above that 158. I'll take my first shot probably in front of that. And just quickly, for those, the only reason I'm in for it is I've been eyeballing that 12 break. And unlike 150 on CRM, you didn't get a chance at it. Well, Ford's breaking that 12, bottom of the channel. So many things are breaking out on this time frame that yes, we could be staring at a lot of traps across the board where you're breaking double, triple tops from last week. And then essentially you fail those at the open, and then we're heading back lower. So do respect the fact that a lot of these are breakout setups here, and this is a breakout one on 4 to 12. I think there's room to 1240, 1250 to the upside, maybe even like a 60 level. But CRM, fantastic news there from Brendan, because this has been a stock. I mean, I own it long term, and it's been a bit. I mean, everything's been a bit of a dog. But you've been waiting for this to get going, and it just hadn't been quite as euphoric as how the downward trajectory might have seemed. And part of this was yesterday. I mean, Microsoft was relatively weak, so it wasn't quite as good a day for CRM as it could have been when you looked at some of the other names in tech. But good look here. Like this 158, if we can hold that at the open, that gives you a secondary breakout. But man, if I can get 152. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers, and that's long gone.
Yeah, for sure. And just quick comments on this as well. My approach, breakouts just aren't working the way that I want to see breakouts working. And so I'm taking a page from everybody else's book telling me, buy the dip, right? Buy the dip. These things are strong, but they will have pullbacks. If you're thinking, oh, the breakout looks good on these things, but I don't know because breakouts aren't working right now, don't be afraid to kind of scale into that trade. Buy the dip, scale into the breakout. Just make sure that the risk makes sense. That's kind of my approach. Maybe last year I was taking breakouts to the high side with a lot of size, and then this time around it's like, okay, maybe I'll buy the dip and be a little bit size off, kind of scale into it. So that's just my take on something like this. Like I'm looking at this, I'm like, man, that looks good, but maybe get some dip buys going there.
All right, should be a big mover today. Anyways, guys, Sean's fine. Don't worry about Sean. He'll be back tomorrow, most likely. His son is under the weather, so it's all good. He'll be back tomorrow. Fubo here, big mover as well. Back to the upside this morning off a note. Aftermarket yesterday, 480 was the top there, which is coming into some of these levels from a month or two ago. 15% though for Fubo after they posted preliminary Q3 results that were better than expected and also raised their forecast. So a nice look. This one, one of those stocks that can get going if it wants to for Fubo.
Oh, we know it can, and this is it's nice to see Fubo moving when it's not. I mean, I'll just say it. When it's not Pat McAfee like once a day talking up Fubo, but there was one note from their earnings, and I know everyone. Look, the short float's 27%. I'm just looking up here, and a great resource by the way. Like anytime you're looking at a name, you think it's highly shorted, or you're not sure how big the float is because it's a low float name. Just have a quick look at flowchecker.com. It's a good one. Here we're not sponsored by them or anything. It's just I like the resource, and it was Luca that brought this one to our attention. So about 27% across the board. So it is heavily shorted. So when you get the earnings coming through and you get any kind of strength, You know it's a squeeze potential play. We saw this run on hype up to 525. I think from here it's another 10% to get there. I wouldn't write it off. I'm looking at 450 for sort of an obvious area to dip by. It's that $0.50. There was one note, and they said they are leaving the sports book business. So if you've been following along for Fubo, they were sort of engaging in we'll get the sports book connected with our live with the program, the TV app, and ultimately they're going to be walking away from that. There's two ways to look at it. My first gut reaction was, oh, that's not a good thing. I thought that was potential solid upside for them. But the betting landscape across the U.S., it's not quite across the board just yet. And the other aspect is, okay, well, we're in troubling times. Cost of capital is getting more expensive. You want to focus on your core business and be, just sort of focus on expanding that before you get into new things. So that actually makes some sense to me, even though I was sort of bullish on the notion of the sports book for them. That's always something they can do down the road. I'll be trying to buy the dips into 450 here. A $5 breakout's a little too far away. Like, we're at 465. So you're not really close enough to be considering a $5 break. Clearly, that's a psychological level. But Fubo on earnings for once. It's not just about the McAfee hype for once.
Yeah, nice to see these names moving. I remember trading this when it was actually going wild, back when it, I think, tested almost 10 there. But yeah, definitely interesting to see where this one goes. But like you mentioned, 5 kind of far away. I mean, maybe it makes a run to 5. But again, I wouldn't be one to say, like, trade the breakout, take the 5 break. Probably a lot of action at that 5 area. But yeah, maybe make a decision around there.
J&J, guys, another one that was out this morning with earnings. Not typically a day trading type of stock per se, but decent report for Johnson & Johnson here, moving around a little, I just noticed. More volume coming in. There's also Hasbro. So J&J and HAS worth a note here.
Hasbro was disappointing for me because when I looked at that one in the afternoon, I was like, oh my goodness, that daily chart looks, if it breaks 65 on the daily for Hasbro, that's going to be a ridiculous trade, and that would have been to the downside. But J&J, we don't usually day trade the stock, and I'm not really thinking this is a day trading type of vehicle. However, on any kind of a beat, like, the chart speaks for itself. I mean, maybe it's easier to just pull up the daily chart. Like, you can see what has been happening on the stock. Essentially 160 bottom, 168 top. You're now breaking out of that top. It might just be a situation where at the open, if there's a long to be had at 168 and you got to wait for the open, it's done 300,000 shares pre-market, which is absolutely nothing on a report. It's a good stable name. You're gonna have a little bit less volatility with this, but if it holds that bid, you could be entering a new channel. And when this stock makes a channel, it stays there for a month and gives you some solid opportunities off that. It's probably going to be a no-go for me. There's going to be more explosive upside other places. Netflix is back at like 251. We got Tesla approaching 230 to the upside. The chips, almost every single one of the chip names I look at, with the exception of AMAT, is sitting at like triple top breakouts. So getting J&J in is going to be difficult. And Hasbro, this would have been exciting. I always do like New York, and this one's like a NASDAQ. But this one was exciting for me if it broke the floor. It did not. It's flat. I mean, you're going to report and you're going to be flat in this market, then I'm not going to care. And I know you guys can't see that. I'll just pull it over. There you go. This is what I meant by if it broke that 65 floor on the daily. It was just absolutely a vacuum underneath it. But you're flat. Nothing burger for me on that one. J&J 168 looks okay at the open, but there's going to be better things to fry there. And I might need to start taking some forward out for the 10 cents because it looks like there's some stacked offers in those teens. Going to work that one out on the way to 40s, 50s.
Yeah, for sure. And, again, J&J, not a name to day trade per se. From a swing trading perspective, though, it's like, this thing gets going. Maybe you're playing the long. You like the earnings. You like that run into 180. But to think there's a potential that this is going to touch 180 today is, it's just not possible, right? Just basically looking at this, you got the 10-minute over here, kind of like faced a little bit of resistance around that 166. Neil having that perspective, that 168. For myself, like, maybe you could argue, if this kind of dips and then goes back for a retest, but that would be quite a big dip there. So not really 100% sure what to do with that one. But again, yeah, there is a lot of things moving today. So, eyes everywhere.
We were just discussing how it's still 26 degrees Celsius in the studio this morning, so it's a balmy one in here today. A few people mentioning these. I don't know, Neil, do you want to talk about these buyouts? There's a couple of buyouts worth noting today. Doing a ton of volume here in the pre-market. AKUS. Eli Lilly picking up AKUS. There's a couple of notable details about that deal worth noting. And then AVEO, LG's chemical division, taking out that one.
So you guys might see me, and by the way, I had to take my sweater off. I couldn't do it. I even wore, I purposefully wore short sleeves underneath because it was balls hot in the afternoon yesterday in here, and I was dying. I had to roll up the sleeves and everything, so I had a sweater just so I could cover my bases because it's either too hot or too cold. Sweater, I'm good. Take it off, and I got the short sleeves on. But this AKUS, the important thing if you're watching these things, this is a $12.50 cash deal, but it's going to be trading at $13 because there's a special dividend. Well, it's CVR. It's not really a special dividend, but it's a CVR, $3. So a lot of times those are based on essentially like outcomes that are not very predictable unless you're an expert in the industry, which I am not. But currently, like that extra $3 is being discounted. It's looking like 20%. So you got time value money that works for this. Then you have to worry about like what that $3, how to price that extra $3. That's a tricky one. But AVEO is the one that you will probably see me in and out of throughout the day. I've had a couple of longs on it already. $15 bio price. To me, it's not going to have a huge range, but that can sometimes they happen. Usually it's like a fade the 15 price or try to get longs. If the spread opens up too big, that'll be 40s and 50s. It's got solid volume on it. But if you're looking for those gap and go, you got to ignore these for those strategies because, yes, it's up 40%, but there's no go. Unless there is a higher bid, unless there is a ridiculous short interest that's getting squeezed or someone made some gigantic bets in the options market and is a cutoff base and they got to cover. Not that often that happens, and these aren't really going to break too far outside of the range unless you get some kind of a weird squeeze action or there's news. So, bit of a nothing burger for most traders unless you have direct market access. I mean, I say that, but then there was one yesterday that was giving you like 0.5 to 1% moves. That was at LFG. Like you made a couple of pretty solid moves. AVO could do that, but I think for most of you traders, you're going to want to stay away.
Yeah, stick to the things that are moving and make the most sense to you, right? Trade your own playbook. We talk about that all the time. And somebody asking AVCT, any thoughts here? And I just want to quickly cover this. Volume seems kind of light, $2 stock. If something like this really gets moving, not sure the float off the top of my head here, but if something like this really gets moving, then maybe I'll get involved, maybe I'll bring it up later. But guys, do what you do best. Let us know in the chat what you're trading, what small caps are moving, and we'll bring them up as we go.
A few other notable moves here this morning. I'll show you the treasuries back to the downside once again. This is Bitcoin, however, on an hourly chart, starting to turn back higher, guys. That has this one up big time. Coin, I just noticed some of the other crypto-related stocks also higher today, but this is a huge level, 73 up to about 75 on Coin coming into play, possibly today after a huge move, obviously, yesterday. With the overall market rally as well. Anyways, here's the 10-year on the left this morning, back below 4, holding back below 4 as well, and then the 2-year as well, 4.41. The US dollar back to the downside as well. So over the past couple of days, we've seen wild swings, obviously, in the USD, but downside good for stocks once again for all three of these.
It feels like yesterday, I'm not saying ignore treasuries, but yesterday we were getting a bit of a sustained rally, even though you were sort of seeing, TLT here was resting on the bottom, and for a lot of the day, and you were still making some strong moves up and holding tops. And it was the same thing with volatility. Like even when we got a bit of a press at the close, it was kind of we were relaxed to fall off there a little bit. Eventually we did. Right at the end of the day, right when we'd gotten out of all of our shorts, suddenly the market decided to fall. But for the most part, there just wasn't much of a pullback, despite seeing weakness in TLT, strength in UVXY. You mentioned crypto there, so I gotta, yes, Coinbase, monster level, no question about it. I've traded Coinbase pretty much every single day, and I'm not gonna forgive myself for Friday. It happens. But the best trades that I have had in Coinbase have been off of the 73 level. I know it's got that big 75, but it's 73 that I was able to get a few $2, $3 winners. Like almost pretty much every time I got there, the first time through, there was like good shorts, 73 into 70. The following day, 73 into 70 again. We came back to that level last week, early in the week, and it was 73 back into 70. So I just feel like That's the first level I'll be watching. But don't sleep on like Silvergate, the crypto bank. They actually reported. I was joking around because if you read any of the headlines on Silvergate, like every single publication that talked about their earnings had some ridiculous pun, like Silvergate misses, crypto winter biting, or blah, blah, blah. Like they had to throw a pun in there, and they all were terrible. But this stock down 10%. So if there's weakness in today's market, I know I just showed you I like that Coinbase at 73. And if it breaks out 75, 76, it's got room to run. But if there's weakness, this might be the place to be. The volume tends to suck on Silvergate, but down that 10 points, double bottom on the 15-minute. On your daily chart, you've got about another 20%, I want to say, back into those lows from the middle of the summer. So there's room for this to go. It's not a very good-looking chart. And all of a sudden, unlike everything else, you're breaking down here in Silvergate and potentially taking out that 61. Now, as Luca already said, and wisely so, a lot of times the breaks haven't been the way to go. And on an illiquid name, that is more so the case. Taking a break on a stock that's not liquid at 9:30 is a death sentence for a day trader. Because what happens is if you're wrong, you're just screwed. Like it's not like Apple, like you're working out of it, you can get in, you can get out, like no big deal. You get in and it's the bottom and you're wrong on Silvergate, you're not getting out if you have any actual real shares, and then the spread for where you're getting out makes your risk reward crap. So this is not something that I would trade until we get the opening range on it and liquidity comes in. And it might end up being like a fade into 65 or 66 at that time as opposed to a breakdown at 60. But this is down, Coinbase is up. Sometimes you just go with the weaker one if you have to.
Yeah, and just quick thoughts here on crypto in general, on Bitcoin. Every single time that I pull up Bitcoin, and this is just gonna, a simple chart here, year to date, it's like we had this extreme move to the downside, right? This is kind of in correlation with the CPI, with inflation coming out. Bitcoin obviously not doing well, inflation goes up, Bitcoin goes down. That's been the common theme. And then, it just kind of flatlines and does nothing for so long. And I'm telling myself, like, when's the last time that Bitcoin did something like this, where it just flatlined and did nothing? And you got to go way, way back to that run in 2018 that everybody obviously remembers. Then we flatline, and look how long this thing just flatlined for. It flatlined for a while, right? Then we actually dipped even lower. Then you had the next run up. So I'm not going to discredit this. It's been around for a long time. I'm not going to say, oh, crypto's dead, Bitcoin's dead. I don't actually believe that. But just kind of looking at it in general, I think there's a good potential that we go sideways, we dip lower, and then maybe you make that argument, the risk to return is in your favor for that next leg up. So that's something that I'm eyeing. That's very, very long term. But it's kind of interesting that it's been flat for so long, because again, when's the last time it did that? So something to look at.
All right, let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. A few notable names on this board, as per usual. On the upgrade side today, Juniper up here, been in the news over the past few months with security issues. Chevron here today, Walmart, and ZoomInfo, recent IPO, I guess going back to beginning of last year. ZI up nicely this morning. Nothing too exciting on the downgrade side.
No, but that's 2 days in a row. Nothing exciting or significant on the downgrade side. Take it for what it's worth. We had a big update in the market, to be sure. Walmart might be interesting. Target got an upgrade. That's probably a more interesting name if you're looking at retail today. Not really any good levels until you break 135 on Walmart, so that's pretty much a hard pass for me. And then Target, which did get up, this is going to be at the highs when this one loads up. Well, maybe not. It was a little bit closer to those highs, I guess. It has a bigger gap to the upside and is looking stronger, but I actually thought we were a little bit closer to some of those tops on Target. So, yeah, this one might end up being a bit of a nothing burger. It's stronger than Walmart if you had to pick or choose one. Maybe buy some dips, and I think Target, at least today, in terms of the setup, looks a little bit better on their upgrade. But you still have that 50 period looming there. Yeah, it could just end up being hands off. I did just say I need to get out of some forward, and it comes right back up. And this is the thing about pre-market trading. Go to the 3-minute here. It's right back up. I'm going to be on the offer here and then not again till 12.25 or in front of 12.25. I just want to play those quarters into the upside. Like I said, there's a lot of stocks that are setting up for breakouts, but this is one that I wanted yesterday at this time. You can see it got to $12, and that was pretty much the high. So respect the fact that it gave the entire range when it rejected that level. I think if Ford rejects the breakout again and the market turns red, Ford's going down probably to retest 1160s. So I'm going to pay myself out on the way up here. We break down the pre-market lows. It's an easy out for me. It's not the only one. I know there's a lot of other EV names that are showing some power moves like to the upside. This is only 3% to the upside. Rivian. I always hit enter too fast. That's what happens when you have too much coffee on your hands. But Rivian, which I was looking and had some decent shorts off 30, and then the last short off the top's no good. This is also breaking out, but it's diddling in the middle. Love me some this 33 level up at the top. You go back to those CPI highs. That's a spicy trade. But Rivian's diddling in the middle. That's why I'm staying away from it today. And then Ford, I mean, that's on the break. You got to pick and choose. But I don't like this diddling in the middle nonsense. When this happens, the market's volatile. Allow it to come to the key prices. Back down here in the low 30s or up into that 33 level. Otherwise, pass on like a Rivian and focus on something like Ford.
Yeah, I love that actually. Don't diddle in the middle. And when I started hearing that, my P&L just started slowly going up. So it's crazy how it works, right? Don't diddle in the middle from a day trade, from a swing trade, from whatever type of trade you're taking. Trade at the key levels. That is the best place to trade. That's where institutions are trading. So that's where you should be trading too. And I want to quickly comment. Somebody in the chat was asking me, Luca, did you make tomato sauce this year? Of course I made tomato sauce. Made the sugo. We got like 200 jars. I think we're good for the year. And yeah, it's always a fun time when family comes together, making the sauce, drinking homemade wine. Hopefully keep the tradition alive, going forward with the younger generation.
Share next time.
Oh yeah, I should bring it in. I should bring in some.
No word of a lie. There was a trader, you probably know him, Yush.
Yeah.
He once, and this is back when Sean and I owned our own floor, he cooked for the entire trading floor. Like he came in and we had a separate room, like we had just an entire table with like 6 or 7 different dishes. You'd be surprised. He is a very good cook, and it was pretty cool. Like it's just everyone on the floor comes from different backgrounds, so it was really cool. In this one particular case, it's like this is not the guy that you would have thought would be throwing down like a 5 or 6 course, and it was pretty amazing. And it was like tradition. It was like traditional Chinese, like real Chinese food, not like not what you get when you go to like a Chinese restaurant. But it was amazing. You did a great job. So I'd love to get some Italian flavor and cook for us there. I know Brendan is pretty solid when he's handling himself in the kitchen.
San Marzano's, right, Luca?
Sorry?
San Marzano.
Are you talking about the type of pasta?
No, the tomatoes.
Oh, tomatoes, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't make the decision of where they come from, but,
I thought I would try, but, all good. The Fed's Red Book just came out there. It didn't really move the market, but it was actually lower than expected, 8 versus 8.3. So, we're still back to highs, essentially, but just worth a note. The Red Book, not really a market mover typically. I mean, it's the opposite of the Beige Book, if that rings a bell. Anyways, here's what's happening over in Europe this morning. Following Asian markets higher, Europe markets nicely higher. Futures also, as we said, in North America here, looking pretty good to start. There's your social sentiment board to kick things off this morning. Notably, the SPY itself, gray at this point, which just indicates no real indication on directional movement as far as the comments being made on social media. The Qs here still green after a big rally for the NASDAQ yesterday. AVCT, as Luca was talking about there. RMED, Tesla, Netflix here ahead of earnings, obviously. Apple on the board today, green as well up there. Mullen here, AMC. But a nice green board right across the entire thing today.
Yeah, it's RMED. I just had to make a change on my quote board because RMED's on the Amex, or formerly the Amex, NYSE ARCA. And this one, look, it just made a bit of a right turn to the downside here, as it was looking like another potential small cap breakout candidate. If it holds this right here, right now, like at 760. Then I think you have a shot to maybe rally, grab some consolidation 8s into a top end break. But that was, I hate to say it, because right before the last 2 minutes, I would have been telling you that, okay, this looks pretty good. It's 9 o'clock. It looks like it wants to hold the support. Grab something when it takes out 8, and then you're going to go toward those highs, and you have the support down here, maybe like a 760, and that's essentially breaking right now. What's exciting about it, since reverse split, You're just looking for it to take out that top. I think it was like AVC, one of those ones that begins with A and is 4 digits. It's a small cap. It was yesterday. It'll come to me in a minute, but was breaking out a similar top. Reverse split, obviously bearish, but then trying to break out a high anyways on a low float. So that's what RMED is looking to do. If it does reject this high at the open, you know the old story. If it doesn't break the low, only one place to go. If it can't take out the high, usually you're looking for a bit of a gap retracement there. But it was looking like it was going to be a pretty solid bid. Unfortunately, it's taken out that support right now. So as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to go look for the price of locates on this one if it is going to roll over.
Yeah, quickly looking at this, and again, common theme among these small caps is, see that pre-market action, you kind of map the high, you map the low, you try to gauge, where is this, where's support, is it trending? But what I tend to see, and again, I don't really trade these off of the open unless there's a very clear setup, because it's kind of tough to say, like, are we going down, are we going up, who knows, what's the float of this thing, they did a reverse split, am I getting super accurate information? But what I tend to see is a dip, right, attract the shorts. And if it is low enough float, call it below 5 million, attract the shorts, and then, obviously algos do their thing, and then, make that run to 8, break high a day, and just clear out both sides, right? So, again, going back to don't diddle in the middle, I think that applies, that's extremely important for small caps, because, you don't want to kind of get involved in the middle, allow it to clear out a side, if that's your bias, if that's your approach, like towards like a mean reversion, and play the other side. So the long is not wrong, the short is not wrong. There's definitely opportunity on both sides. Just allow things to happen, and then make sure you're reacting to those things, assuming they line up with your bias.
All right, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. We'll have Arun in the building later on this afternoon. He'll be covering for Sean this afternoon. So shout out to Arun. Thanks for jumping in on short notice. What do we need to know here today? I mean, 2 days in a row back to the upside in a big way. We've got to run into something at some point.
You could hope so. I was just actually having a conversation with one of other traders, and it's hard to trade this market because the moves are happening overnight. And like if yesterday we were at 50, by the time we hit the open, or just after the open, we were already pretty much in the range that we spent the rest of the day. And then today, here we are again. We were closing at 36.95-ish, 3,700, call it yesterday. Here we are now 70 points higher. Market's not even open yet, and then are we going to get another slow day? And it's difficult to trade these because the moves are happening. They're just not happening when the market's open. So futures market's open, but I'm talking about the equity market. So all we can really do is mark the levels potentially. Can we catch a bounce? Can we catch a continuation of this uptrend after the market opens? Let's try this again. We tried this yesterday. Let's try it again today. 37.40 is going to be the bottom end. Let's see if this market can get into the 37.60 area, hold up. At that point, you have enough information to say, you know what, maybe this will do a secondary move to the upside. So let's see if we can catch something with a 20 to 25 point risk and see if we actually can get a move towards 3,800. That's all you can really do. I mean, the flip side is that we break down to the short and we start clearing levels through the bottom. That would be very helpful. I mean, I'm just saying that because it's a great market to trade when that happens, because it happens very quickly. But in terms of finding opportunities, I think at this point, the way the market's moving, the downside would be the better opportunity because it'll be creating vacuums to the downside. It'll be easier to trade. It'll be faster. But given the strength, you have to respect the strength. So for now, we're going to be looking for potential dip buy opportunities into the 60. I just need confirmation. We just took out that 65 high, right? So if we can just get back into that 65 and hold up well, maybe we try that long dip. If you get through 40, then you potentially look for a short with whatever the high is, and see if we can get back down to 3,700, and then we start clearing some levels below 36.65 through the bottom. But for now, we'll just kind of leave it and see if we can't actually pick up a bid on a dip there, Brendan.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Just watching this move back to the downside here. Crude oil notably weak right now as well, just breaking back through 85. So heads up if you're watching energy markets. Oil's been making strange moves in the pre-market. Big move down right now anyways. Let's get into everything else you need to know. Make sure you grab that every single day. That's the watch list, guys. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. Goes right to your inbox. All you need is an email address, and you can have that for free every day. Here comes Tesla once again, 4.5% to the upside right now. Speaking of taking out highs, Tesla trying to at the moment. A huge monster day back to the upside yesterday. Elon comes out aftermarket and says he will participate on their earnings call coming up later in the week. And then we also got that news out of China. BYD, Chinese EV maker, officially surpassing Tesla in China as the biggest EV maker and manufacturer. But a minor story overall, but worth a note anyways.
Yeah, like the thing about BYD is like they've been crushing it in China anyways. Like their numbers compared to like XPeng, Li Auto, any of those other ones, they've been definitely the leader. Maybe not, I guess not until now in manufacturing, but in terms of sales, they've been in that tops of those top 10 lists pretty much every single time I look at it. The gap's getting filled in here in Tesla, and when I was sort of going through my morning note, you're above this breakout, this 225 to 227. You're above this break, so you're on the break. The gap is into this 40 to 45, 240 to 245. There's a lot of runway to go into before those earnings happen. And if you want to play with the trend, then you're looking at a breakout and you're continuing to go. The one area of caution is if it fails 225 at the open. We've talked about breaks and what happens if you're caught at the top. There is a pretty significant, you're coming back to like 218 potentially if you don't hold 225. So you just got. When I'm taking a long on a break, or I think anytime you want to take a long, get involved here, like if it does give a dip back into 27s here, we're fortunate, or if you take a 30 break, you're not holding it down to 217, 218, because risk reward makes absolutely no sense. You're not averaging into that price. You're averaging all the way down. The risk reward is not going to be all that good. Like you stick your support in, maybe this pre-market low at 224 is going to be good enough. That looks pretty solid if you're in at like a 25 to 27. If you're in at 30, then if I'm taking a 30 break, then a portion of it has to go right away. Otherwise, I'm like out of 50 to 60%. That's true for almost all momentum breaks at the open, where you want to scalp some out initially because you don't want to get trapped at that top. You're already up 4.5% on Tesla. We still have earnings. The market's another 2.5%, especially given how far we ran today. The last thing you want to do is get caught in a little bit of a trap. That being said, I'm already in one EV name, which is breaking out. And there's a lot of other breakouts that are certainly setting up. But you got to have at least a little bit of caution. If we get back below 25, we acknowledge the possibility of the gap fill. You know what this looks like when it reverses. But as long as the trend wants to be to the upside, it's looking for ways to participate with it that I care about.
The thing about Tesla, just to quickly comment here, is, just the other day, we're actually below 205, right? We're below 205. And then yesterday, coming in, fresh week, I'm thinking, are we gapping down? Are we going to sell off? What's going on here? Just in the overall market in general, and obviously tech. We had the gap up, and I'm like, okay, we're still relatively close to these bottoms. Are we going to even test them? And no, we actually flew straight up to the moon. And I think Pratt had that 211 banger long, and he was like, oh man, I covered at 215. That was my best cover. And I was like, that's nothing to be upset about, because that's a great trade in my books. But yeah, very strong move to the upside. And I've seen this setup before, pre-split, I should say, where it finds that bottom. And even though everybody's thinking short, short, this is a sucker's rally, call it what you will. I've seen Tesla just run, have these multi-day, everyone has, right? Have these multi-day runs to the upside. So not to say that this thing can't, really, really get going. But again, be cautious on the breaks. A lot of the times the breaks to the upside, they fail, they dance around, which begs the question, do you take the break with a stop order as an example, or do you let it break, make that decision, and you still get the same price anyways, right? So just understand the approach that you're taking, right? You have the idea, but there's different execution methods. But yeah, this thing gapping up above that prior resistance level of around 225. Got to say that, that 225 bounce area potential for the long, but I'm not really sure. This will be a game time decision for sure.
Heads up on DWAC here, guys. Big volume coming in. Apparently, a few people circulating a note suggesting Kanye West will sign up to the platform in a partnership with Trump Media. That is from Business Insider. Again, Kanye to sign up with the platform in a partnership with Trump Media. So decent move and volume coming into DWAC on that. We'll keep an eye on that. Here comes Microsoft confirming. Microsoft about to take out the highs as well, I noted. Confirming 1,000 employees going to be laid off right across the entire company, Xbox right through to government tech. There was also a note from Barclays. They maintained an overweight rating on the stock, but did cut their price target.
So if things get really bullish on Microsoft, almost regardless of what we see, how strong the market is, or where it goes to, I'd be short at 250. on this. And this is just a 15-minute. I got this crazy wick down to 200. That never happened, but this is your 250 level. Beginning of the month, we basically sat there for 3 days, and then you made the bottom that we're on a run from. And as you can clearly see, like, we're a heck of a lot closer to resistance than we are to maybe the first level of support. There's no, because of the gap up, you're not really looking at any breakouts potentially unless you like a 45. That's actually not that bad, but there's stocks that have stronger momentum, and then you throw in the fact that you have the downside potential. I mean, when you acknowledge the cuts, yes, you're cost cutting, but also the forward outlook, you're kind of admitting that the forward outlook isn't going to be as strong demand-wise as well. So I would probably lean into the bucket that I'd be waiting for the opportunity to fade Microsoft as opposed to going into the long. I think if I'm looking for a long, it almost looks a little bit more attractive. Like a CRM might find some more, might have more juice to it today. So I think that one could be something you dig into some longs earlier on if you can get that dip buy. I don't know if we're going to get the dip buy in CRM. But if we get to 250, that's just simply, that's a short zone for Microsoft. That's the big level. Wait for it to come in. If we get a strong enough day, then that's one that's going to be for sure on the radar. But I'll have to wait it out till it gets there.
Yeah, for sure. I think that well said.
Here is the note right from the website here. This is Business Insider, guys. So it would appear, anyways, at this point that there's some substance behind this. So Kanye apparently going to sign up to Truth, I guess, or a deal, anyways, with Trump Media. I'm going to keep reading through this, but DWAC, moving on this note.
Think about DWAC, and it's been true for months now. Every single time there is a spike on news, this thing has been a gorgeous fade opportunity. It's just a matter of like where you're able to get it. You can sort of see the trajectory of the chart headed toward that SPAC price of magic SPAC price of $10. Last time I was sort of waiting around for it to fail above 20. It ended up failing at 21. This move feels like 18 to 19 might be the target area. I don't know if this has the juice to get to 20. I mean, you know what, forget it. It just turned off 18 and is already back at 17.40 as I look at it. So yeah, it might not even get to some of those higher levels where it's an obvious short, but it's 2.5 cents for us to get locate, so I can just pay for them only 3 pennies a share essentially. So that's well worth it if it wants to make a big spike up. But I've been saying fade this stock on every single pop. It gets to $10, I think you make an obvious play to go for the long side there, but until it does that, every single pop, I'm looking for opportunities to get in. And I don't mind shorting levels like 18 and getting a 50-cent stop so I can get in at 21, scalp some of that back, and then try to take a $2 or $3 move. Like that's what you're going for. When you're going for those types of moves, you got to be willing to take those paper cuts along the way. When you're shorting pops like that, you don't have to be right 50-50 if your risk reward is good. 1 out of 3, if you've done it right, should be plenty good enough because when it follows through in a big way.
And let me just quickly get your thoughts here on a potential, if Trump runs for president, do you think we run on this name from like a swing trade perspective? Because I was thinking about this. I was like, it's like a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing, type event, but getting ahead of it. And again, this is not a day trade by any means, but my approach is looking at this. I'm like, you know what? Is there going to be volume that actually comes through, that follow through? Or like, I mean, there's got to be some type of movement there, right? So I have no idea what to expect, and I'm sure it could potentially go crazy. But if I see this thing above 50 or in the 70s, I'm going to be biting my tongue because, I thought about it and I'm not really sure I want to pull the trigger. It just feels like I'm going to give my money away. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that gets going.
My understanding, look, we don't talk politics, and I'm not American. Yeah. But my understanding is he's going to run. It's a matter of whether he gets a nomination and goes forward. That's why, like, if it gets down to the SPAC price, remember it's not a done deal yet, right? So, like, it still might take another path other than the SPAC here. So if it does see $10, that becomes like an obvious risk to reward. Like we're close to that $10 SPAC level. That becomes obvious risk to reward, I think. But above that, it feels like it's trying to break $15 and get there. And every time I see it get down to that price, I'm just waiting for it to break that and maybe get down to the 10 where I think you can dig in. But you're right. Like there is a lot of potential for another secondary squeeze. The problem is that deal is not done yet.
Makes sense.
Futures back downside here a little bit. Just noting a couple of names following. This one, not really, however. Roblox up another 3.5%. Huge move about this time yesterday. That was on the back of September bookings numbers that were much better than expected. They also raised their forecast. This happened, again, about this time yesterday. We're coming back in, though, guys, to the top end of the range from yesterday.
Yeah, I thought this had room to 47 on the. I mean, it does have room to 47 on the daily, the 200 period moving average. Someone asked what indicators we use. I'm pretty clean on my daily chart, 50 and 20, 200, and those are simple moving averages, and then just VWAP on my shorter time frame charts and volume. Obviously, always got to have volume there. But that 47, that was going to be that line. I was kind of looking for that for any kind of reverse. It feels like it's gone a bit much, but then the whole market has, and if you pull back, Roblox would be a candidate. I would think that could have one of the bigger drops. Look, pressing into 45 gives you an even dollar, so options eligible, although we're only on Tuesday. And then 47, those are some obvious levels to get into. On any kind of a significant dip, first look 42, second look 40. The 40 level probably a heck of a lot better. Just from when you go into the higher time frame, when you pull that 15-minute back, you at least had resistance at that level. I know I was trading off of it back a couple of weeks ago, and then I think that's where you could have a really significant dip buy opportunity at that 40 even. So that's what I wait for the longs at least on the open, and then 45, 47. I much prefer 47 for the shorts on Roblox. It feels a bit too much. Too fast here for that move. Yesterday, I get it because the market was screaming and it was one of the big names, but it did 20%. Sometimes you do a 20% day to follow it up and just maybe maintain a 5 to 7% type of move. If it gets to 45 to 47, that seems a little bit much for me.
Yeah, just kind of gut feeling here. I feel like it will test that 46, 47. I'm just not really sure if it's going to run there or how it's going to get there. Very, very strong move from Roblox, everybody watching it yesterday. Are we going to continue and run, or is it more likely that we sort of maybe go a little bit sideways and then you get that next leg up, right? So just plan accordingly.
Comes Goldman Sachs out this morning, the last of the big banks to report for this quarter. It was actually a decent report right across the board. Numbers were down. Whether you look at the EPS or the revenue number, they were down, but still better than estimates. So there's that. They also came out and said they're going to divide the entire company into 3 separate units. So interesting look here. Nicely strong anyways for Goldman.
I will not short Goldman Sachs. Say that with me. If I short one of these, it'll be like yesterday. It'll be Morgan Stanley on any kind of strength that I would look for the shorts up. But even then, I was sort of talking about this. Okay, well, Morgan Stanley is a short pops until Goldman reports because they might just drag everything else even higher. So pretty much everything across the board from the banks, this has been strong earnings. Wells Fargo did well. Bank of America did well. It was Morgan on the trading side, investment banking that sucked, and Goldman Sachs with a beat here, and I think a lot of people were expecting that it could have gone bad, just given the way the makeup has gone for some of the deal making and whatnot for the trading aspect of the business. But if we get anywhere close to the 10 to 12 range, I think that's where you're looking for dips. It's a pretty clear and obvious break at 316. Hey, Austin, 316. But the call is in 12 minutes, or right at the open in 12 minutes, and the problem with that is I don't want to get trapped in the call. I would be long at 316 probably right now if it wasn't for that. But I think you're only looking for long opportunities. Sometimes you get this crazy whipsaw action on a conference call, and I'd rather be buying extreme dips. If we hold 316s, it's longs all the way to the 200, the 50 and 200 period up here. And if you don't think Goldman can go that big, then just pay attention to what this thing can do when it runs off of earnings. We have seen days like that. I mean, it did that in July. So we've seen days like this before, and it's on its way up 4%. Not going to be shorting this. If there's a short to be had anywhere in the banking space, I would still say, as Morgan Stanley loads up here, I would still say you lean towards a Morgan. Even that is breaking above the level I liked, 78 2 days in a row. Maybe it tests at 80. Would have to break again like it did on Thursday. Break 80. Fail 80, and then on the way back in, catch it. And even then, I waited till it was weak enough to be at 78. So I might have to just stay away from shorting banks altogether today, really. Just Goldman dip buys. I don't like breaks, but I'll try to buy every single dip that I can on Goldman today.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And I think, looking back at some of the other names from yesterday, take Bank of America as an example. Obviously, different names, going to trade different personality altogether. But, the way that it moved was, up on earnings, some whipsaw action, but holding that VWAP level, right? So not to say that, there's a huge VWAP buyer or whatever, just kind of like holding that VWAP, nobody really selling it through. no real retracement. So that same approach to Goldman, we're going to get that whipsaw action probably off the earnings call, and I think that's wise to say, unless you're listening to it, you don't want to kind of diddle around in these areas that don't make sense. But yeah, if we get a major move to the downside, it holds VWAP, you get that dip by action. I feel like we're testing the 20 area there, so 320. So yeah, I think let it do its thing, let it show you where the bottom is, and then good for a trade there.
Let's go on to Netflix, another one with a monster day yesterday. I wanted to actually show the daily chart here because we're right at this level right now on Netflix. So a bit of a wall essentially, or line in the sand if you want to call it that. Struggling a little bit here, top end of the range from the pre-market this morning, guys, as we await Netflix to come after market tonight.
100%. And the crazy thing about Netflix earnings is everyone's going to be focused on the okay, well, how are they doing when it comes to subs? What's the growth going to be in subs? Are they going to be able to retain the viewers that they have? But the advertising tier that they're going to be able to do, that's a huge revenue stream. Like the numbers that they put up in terms of watch hours, this is a big opportunity for them in that when people are looking for, when advertisers are looking to place product, this is an opportunity that they've never been able to see before. I can't think of anything that directly resembles this. This is going to be a huge boon for them, and suddenly could be the bigger story going forward. So if that's going to be the case, it's hard not to be bullish about it. You can look at what's happening since it had this gap. It's a huge gap to fill above 255. Now that could just be a lot of resistance. It couldn't really break the 250 yesterday. You're already in the midst of a kind of mini fail break here at 250 as we speak. That's the downside problem going into the earnings. I think earnings, if they beat and they break above, it'll be a much easier game to play tomorrow morning off of this price level. But until we actually see that 55, 56, right now you're just failing the top, or at least attempting to fail the top from yesterday. And it has a bit of a Roblox feel to it. The difference being you're going to get that report after market. I know I was shorting this stock at least a couple of times in the afternoon, trying to take shots at it. Late it was certainly good. There were a couple of good shorts early on, but overall it did maintain that trend. So yes, the shorts did work later on in the day. It was still an upward trending stock headed to that 55, 56. That breakout could be ridiculously crowded, but also potentially lucrative. I'm just sensing we might see an inside day here on Netflix. Given the fact the market's up another 2% here today after a big day, I could certainly see us not breaking 55, really not capitulating past maybe that 45 level. And if it's an inside day, you want to respect the resistance you see up there at 55.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I also think inside day, because who's really buying this above the highs going into earnings, because nobody really knows what to expect, right? And I think it's safe to say that, maybe I'm gonna sound ridiculous when I say this, but I feel like they're gonna miss subscriber growth because they have been, and just kind of the general theme. And if the general theme is, everybody thinks that they're going to miss, but where are they looking for revenue sources? Do they have new revenue sources? That's a good point that you made, Neil. And just looking at the chart from the daily perspective, trying to map out these levels, you got that 255, and I think if all goes well, subscriber growth comes in line, additional revenue sources, and the market likes that. I mean, look, we could easily, again, somebody in the chat was saying 12% implied move. That is correct. We could easily, run and potentially fade this gap if it's really good. But at the same time, because everything was so strong for the past 2-3 days, market bouncing off of the bottom, we could actually still drop and test these lows. So it's in an area that makes a lot of sense to me. This is why I say Netflix trade of the day. For sure, to any people trading earnings, it's look at that upside potential and look at that downside potential. And the fact that we rallied into earnings, so a bad earnings, everyone's offside, and a good earnings, you got that nice gap to fill there from the last time. So definitely really, really exciting. But I think, for today, it's probably, look at it like there's a high potential that it might be an inside day. Therefore, you either play the outside of the ranges there, and kind of fade it, or wait for tomorrow for some real levels to set up.
Before we go back to Brandon, just a quick thing here, because I'm kind of chatting with Sean. I want to show the imbalances in a quick second, but I'll go through these first, because at least some size out here. Neo, we'll check in on that one. 750,000 to buy. AT&T's been all over the place with these. They usually pair off. You'll see BAC 400K, Ford, which I'm already into. That's working out to the upside. That's at 350,000. They're all buy side. Fubo's on there that reported earnings. You're getting some of the banks all to the upside as well. But Ape, kind of weird. I haven't really seen that one out there in the news much. AMC, of course, even that's the APE share is just related to AMC. And then Carnival Cruise Line's up. They did get I feel like it was like a bond that they got sold. I forget the exact amount of the size. I'd have to double check it. But that's actually up today, looking relatively strong. And for any of you that are watching or just tuning in now, Sean is fine. As Brendan said, I was just chatting with him. He's taking care of the little ones. And Gia, his daughter, has a cross-country race today. She already crushed the last one. And he was saying, yeah, but it's going to be ridiculously cold. So he gets to go watch his daughter do a race. I told him that it's actually better to run when it's a little bit chilly. But yeah, you're going to want to bundle up. It was like 3 degrees when I left my house this morning. That's very, very cold. That's like, 36? 36 Fahrenheit. Whatever that works. I think that's about right. So 3 degrees here when I left. So it's cold for cross-country running. He is sending the good vibes as well. But watch out for CCL and that travel space today as up about, when this loads here, up almost, actually it's almost 6%. I was going to say 5%, but up almost a full 6% on Carnival Cruise Lines. And we talked about gap fills above 785. This would be on a gap fill, and that was certainly a good level last time. I tried having this long in yesterday, trying to work the breakout long. It couldn't take out the range. I was looking for the channel play. Like, at no point was I even offering the stock, because I was like, instead of participating in the break, I was kind of anticipating it and ended up with like a 730 long in the middle looking for this move. And then, of course, you end up now breaking it out. So I thought I was getting ahead of it and getting cute, but sometimes you wait for it to break. In this case, you don't really get that breakout. But 85 is the monster level. If you get above that, you saw the gap. It was like everyone remembers that morning when CCL and RCL were all going crazy to the downside. This is the recent high, 785 from that level.
A few minutes ago, a few small ones moving around this morning. We mentioned Armed there briefly if you joined us early on. Here's another look. This is the daily chart going back to the reverse split. That high, the initial, or day two, I guess, high after the split was 830. So 830, 825 is holding right now anyways in the pre-market as far as resistance is concerned. I'm going to give it from 8 all the way up to 825 at the top. We'll see if we can't get back into 7 or even below that where it struggled after market yesterday. But RMED looking interesting. There's also ATXI moving around doing a ton of volume as well. Everything else, though, either a buyout today in small cap land or very, very, very low priced, guys.
Absolutely. And there's a couple, we haven't talked any chips today. And yesterday I in the afternoon show, I was kind of like, hey, Sean, you didn't trade AMD today. And the reason, usually I am looking at Intel. I'll show you that one in a quick second. But usually I'm looking at Intel and NVIDIA and even AMAT for some weakness. But AMD 60, this is what caught my attention in yesterday's trade, was it's diddling in the middle. But man, the bottoms, 55 bottom, 60 top on AMD could be spicy. But that's the whole thing. It wasn't worth a trade because it was diddling in the middle of the range. You're now pretty much at that breakout price. Intel, very similar story. Triple top. 26.90. Okay, you wait for 27. I think this can be played in both ways. I'm kind of like one of those short Intel till I don't. That means I'm probably going to be in this thing short in the 85 to 90 range, risking 10 to 15 pennies off that 27, and then looking for a break. As Rob just walked past me with a fan, because that's how hot it is on our floor. It's cold outside. It's a little warm in here. You're right about that. I'm the only one that took off their sweater though, so I guess it can't be that warm.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I just want to say quickly, it's a good thing that I wore this sweater. And to anybody that doesn't have it, thinking of purchasing it, is it a good sweater? The one recommendation I'll make is buy a little bit bigger than you are. So if you're thinking, oh, maybe I need a medium, get a large. But it's a great sweater. I love it. I would wear it every day, but obviously got to wash it and stuff. So whatever. But speaking of chips, just very quickly, AMD, that 60 level. Definitely interesting. Last time I was on the show with Arun, we actually broke through 60, and that was this move right here, and that was an extreme move to the downside. The bounce off of around 60 was very lackluster, right? I actually tried the bounce. I was in there. I lost, and I was like, well, and Arun's like, why didn't you flip short? I was like, well, how much lower is it going? Well, he was actually correct in that assessment because we bottomed out at 58 over there and then kind of going sideways here. So I think, everything being strong, is AMD breaking out? Are we going to go past 60? Or is everything else very strong and AMD is just struggling around that 60? I'm sure we're going to break 60 and go to the upside. I'm just not really sure, how far we are actually going to go. So that 60 level, definitely interesting to watch. definitely an inflection point.
And only a couple minutes to go here. You are going to see the bounces. I'm just watching here. NEO has now gone up. It's now 1 million shares to buy on NIO. I got my orders on Intel locked and loaded and ready to go. I want to be trying to buy dips. Remember the conference call in Goldman Sachs. I do want to buy dips, but I'm going deeper into like that 310 to 311 area because the call is on. NEO is in the midst of a break right now on that buy-in balance through that 13. Just remember, you got a high from the other day, just a little bit on top of this. So it could maybe find some resistance, 313 to 1350. I like Ford. Ford's already working. So if we do go upside today, I've got Ford on board. And then, of course, reporting aftermarket, we're talking about Netflix at 250. Right now it's fading. And Tesla, initially looking to see if it can hold a 225 dip. That 30 break, I much prefer these breakouts on Tesla when you're at those highs a little bit later on in the session. Tony's going to be on the belt because it is Tuesdays. Sean is away. Luke is going to be doing a bang-up job for him, which we already know. And then this afternoon, I think we're going to get a little bit of Arun flavor. But for now, we're going to drop that countdown on for you guys. Here is Tony's going to ring the bell. Don't sleep on Softy. And, of course, CRM. CRM making some big power moves in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Tony.
And we're off to the races. Casino is open. All right, let's see what we got here. Just keep in mind, watch your positions. Let's see what happens. I'm quickly looking at Tesla, and I think I'm going to keep Tesla here on my screen. Looking for that 230. Looking like some stacked offers there, but I would anticipate that to break to the upside there. And Goldman Sachs, just quickly looking back, was actually at 321, 322. So much for that dip buy and then test. It obviously took the area over there already. I'm just scanning everything here, and I want to quickly glance at AMD to see how it's doing around that 60. So now we are above that 60 level there. Spread is actually pretty interesting, and a lot of the times I like to take a step back, watch the open and say, what are these levels, what's happening, and where do we go from here?
So a couple of things. First of all, AMD broke that 60. I already got some out in front of 630. Of course, it's going to mean that Intel trade, which I got shorts on Intel because I have to. It's like in my contract. When Sean's is to hit bangs, me is to short Intels on pops every single chance I get. But it's already trying to test that 27. I got 85s in here, and then Fubo TV as well. In a bit of a power move to the downside, just bounced off pre-market lows. They also reported earnings. It bounced off those lows. Instead, I wanted to dip by that 450 area. I got 54s, looking a little bit weak. I'm going to see if I can't scalp some of this out because that's going the other way and the other way fast. Ford is still on the run. Touched that 1225, so we'll knock that one. If we do get a dip, and this is a wick top, I'm not going to rush to jump back in at that 12 level. If it pulls back in, I'm looking to have that one settle down just a little bit here. But on that break, AMD looking pretty strong here. I'll probably take another leg out in front of that 60-50 and then let her ride to this upside, Rendo.
GME, guys, just popping up here in a big way. 6.5% already for GameStop. Carl Icahn apparently circulating, or anyways, some rumors about Carl Icahn circulating on GME.
Icahn investing in I can't believe. Really? That doesn't feel like something I want to believe. Look, I'm probably going to fade GME on that kind of a news. I just don't see any way around that. Netflix, oh my goodness. So while all this was happening, Netflix failed at 250. This is pretty much what I was afraid of. But Intel immediately popped in, Fubo popped in, AMD popped in. I'm not quick enough to be able to get that short in Netflix off that fail at 250. If it does pop back up and give us a chance, then we will try to gravitate over towards that. Netflix. Tesla did drop down into that 225 range. Not quite there. It ends up bouncing off 227. So might have missed that dip by a couple of dollars here. Still a chance it goes down and tests that low. But as I say, you want to stick to your key prices. Don't want to chase anything. Don't want to get too far out in front. And then Goldman Sachs, whose conference call is on, popped, now fading back in. I'm not looking for shorts on Goldman. I'm looking to buy dips. I'll look 15s. I'll look 310s. But the conference call is ongoing right now as we speak.
Yeah, for sure. And AMD actually struggling over that 60 area.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting. So I tried a long here, and I'm like, oh, this looks amazing. But I'm just gonna, be safe and have my stop below 60. And then I stop out. I go, go figure. Okay, maybe 60 resistance. I look back, 60-30 again. I go, okay, let's try the long one more time here. But actually might get stopped out on that, which is okay because, obviously off the open, you're scalping a lot. For myself, taking a little bit less size because things are touching a lot of prices. And I'm going for, I think maybe if we really break that 60-50, maybe we get towards the 61. But if we come back through 60, you know, I'm not going to hold on to this because it could be at 59 in a second. So not too worried about that one. And quickly glancing back at Tesla, yeah, as Neil mentioned, dropping down towards that 120, that 225 area. Let's see if it finds support there. I saw some stacked bids before, but obviously, you know, off the open, this could easily get down to 220 area. So let's keep an eye on that one as well.
Yeah, so like you said, that 60 break on AMD ends up going to 60.49. So was able to get some out there. I tried the reload right in front of 60 with a tight stop. But if we're going to start coming back in here, you know where I am, and it's short on Intel. And it's short on Intel until it's not, and at this point it's not. It still is, I should say. That hasn't happened yet. It got right up to 26.98, so that 27 level on Intel. We always talk about higher time frame resistance. I don't know what happened to my 15-minute chart, but that's what it looks like on the daily. You had a multi-day high, a triple top in front of that 27. So to me, I'm not saying it's an easy short, but it's easy to know where you're wrong, and that's a good start for a trade. If we break any lower, 26.50 is essentially where we close, just a little bit lower than that. So going to get some bids out in front of that range. For now, looking pretty solid there. Fubo, I was able to get just one out in front of 60s, and then it's already retesting some of those lows. So Fubo TV looking a little bit weak here. You might be getting that fade that we're looking for. Unfortunately, as you're starting to come right back in. And all I got is silly Intel to that downside. Ford's holding up pretty nicely, so I like this breakout to continue some of its strength. Looks like it's going to be relatively strong. NIO, by the way, fail break right to those 13 quarters and starting to reject that as well. Was that Brenda?
Quickly, guys, on that GME note, apparently Ryan Cohen tweeted a picture of himself with Carl Icahn, so that's kind of where that came from. Also this, INPX downside in a big way here, big mover yesterday, moving back downside again. If you missed it, though, GME downside already. Again, apparently Ryan Cohen tweeted a picture with Carl Icahn.
I mean, come on, like that's not enough to. I get it. It's gonna make it spike because of the squeeze play, but it's already starting to come back in here. So I don't want anyone getting necessarily trapped chasing something like that. It just feels like that's not a good way to go about looking for trades. Don't jump in too early. I talked about Netflix running into some resistance. This is Fubo, one of the biggest runners in super strong stock, doing the same thing. Couldn't get through the highs. I thought it would press to 45, 47. Clearly it has not. So if we're going to get the trend here, it might just be shorting some of the pops that we're seeing in front of us. Intel's working in the money, about 15 to 16 pennies. Fubo's starting to bounce back in here. They reported their earnings. I was looking dip buy to 450. That's pretty much exactly what it did, but struggling here at 465. If it can't get through the highs, I don't know if I'm going to like a reload on this. It's still trending back into that downside. Ford is going to be off to the races. And then don't forget the one dip buy that almost... See, forget you, Goldman Sachs. So Goldman comes right down into 17s. It's already back at 22. It's like, just go long at any price on this stock, apparently. Any price.
Yeah, and don't go short. Say it with us. Do not go short the banks because obviously very, very strong there. So trying an AMD short now, and I'm not 100% sure I absolutely love this, but I figure maybe we get that 59 test, and if we actually break 59, if the market wants to, you know, test that VWAP area and come back down, maybe we get that 58, 58.50 area test. So not, you know, I'm not 100% sure what to think, but, you know, looking at the chart here, let me just quickly look at this one here. You know, that looks kind of ugly, right? But very tight stop. And I should have flipped short sooner, but, you know, gauging everything, looking over, are we going to test that 50 period, right? So that would be around the 58.50. I think it's reasonable. If we rip back up for whatever reason, you know, get over that 60 again, which would be interesting, then I'll be out of this one as well and you know, chalk it up, another loss, go figure. But Tesla looks like it actually wants to hold that 225. Kind of interesting, and let me bring it up very, very quickly here. Tesla looking like it's bouncing around that 225. And holding. So, you know, are we going to hold that 225? We could easily retrace this whole move. And initially going into this, I actually said to myself, if we bounce off 225, we could easily get back to 230. So let me try long here, actually. There's quite a bit of selling that's coming in. Every time I glance at Tesla, there is a lot of selling. But I think if 225 holds, if that selling subsides, if we get a bounce, then we could easily break back up. But I think moving average, safe to be said, over 226.50. If we get through that, through VWAP, then it looks really good. But I want to see one more washout through 225 to the downside. Then I'll take that long there.
And just to just to let you guys know, if you guys hear like a weird noise, we got a fan going just because it got really hot in here. If that's bothering people, I don't know if you can actually pick up any of the reverberation from it, but if it is, we can turn it off. It's just really hot in here. What's not a hot stock is Silvergate, down 13%. It just bounced off that 60 level exactly. I said wait for the opening range to get made because it's not always that liquid, and then I want to short either pop into 65 or if there's liquidity through 60, look for a break. The market is heading southbound, so I'm going to get my order out in front of that 65. If it pops up, I do want to try to get caught on the way up because it's hard to get shares on the way down, and then maybe look for that 60 break into the downside there. I'm not saying like there's something wrong with the fan or anything. It's just if it was bothering people, I just wanted to make sure that it was not. I took another leg out of Intel, so as usual, I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth when you're getting a pop and fade type of play. Ooh, I don't need that bid because I already got that fill. But it's already starting to work. You got the pop and fade, but I haven't been able to add to this position at all. So AMD came back out when it reclaimed that 60 level, so looking a little bit weak in the chip space again. If this turns red, that's beneath 26.42. So I want to give it to that level before I make another decision. Roblox, I'm looking to short some pops if I even get them at this point. Okay, it's starting to stabilize a little bit here. The futures made a wick top, both the ES and the NASDAQ, but are heading back into the downside. I don't know what you got on there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
AMD fall. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, guys, AMD is absolutely getting crushed here. Looking good. I think I took some out. Yeah, I took some out at that 59. And the logic there is, like, I'm going to use these even dollars. I think that's where a lot of size gets traded, so that's where I want to trade as well. So, take some off over there and hold for that 58.50 target. I feel like the 58.50 is just my target based on, like, the 50 period. Maybe we get a bounce. Maybe we break. Thing is, though, I don't know. Like, we could probably get the 58, especially where's the market here if we're falling off. But man, I was actually going, man, that Tesla. Actually, we're still at 225 and it's holding. This is a very, very interesting level. We either go down from here or we rip back up, and I think it has a lot to do with what the market's doing.
It feels like we're going down.
Yeah, it does feel like we're going down. Some selling come in there. I tried the long bounce and then was in the money, and I was like, okay, let me just put my stop in at like a break even. Which, whatever, take the, like, I mean, where is it here? Yeah, not too bad, right? But yeah, maybe we do actually test that 222 area, but if 225 holds and for whatever reason we bounce back up, like this could go up. But yeah, it does kind of feel like it's a now or never type thing.
Brendo?
Goldman guys back down here. There was a volume spike there again. Just be careful with the comments that are happening right now. I haven't seen anything significant, but want to mention this as well. DocuSign spiked up there on volume through 49. It was an upgrade on DocuSign today. A nice day already, 6%.
Oh, yeah. Look, also remember CRM. That's starting to pull back here. I was talking about maybe we get a shot at getting those dips in front of 150. So the market's starting to come back in here. I'm actually going to peel back. And if we do get that chance, I do like this one to the long side. Microsoft's heading into the downside. But you mentioned Tesla. And Tesla, to me, that 225, you're getting all kinds of we had a battle yesterday at 219. 220 area, I think it was. And you're seeing a lot of the same thing happen at that 225 level. I think if the shorts win, at the risk to reward, if you fill in that gap, you still have 217, 218 to the downside. I think you give it only to 27. I don't know about anything further than that. So I'm jumping into Tesla to the sell side. All I've got is Intel short to the chips. The battle got one to the downside on the chips, at least the ones I was looking at. Still pretty, Fubo's holding 450, so that's still in the money. Ford's holding in the money as well. But overall, you do have these wick tops in the futures where you try to take out the high and you're pulling back in. If we reclaim is that overnight high to the downside, suddenly you've got a big gap that you might start filling in there. So getting a little bit of a battle, like I said, happening right here, right now on some of these big names. And don't sleep on Microsoft. It was overall bad news. Another stock that I thought there'd be a pop that was shortable. There was just no pop to be had in Microsoft. It just only went straight down. So I thought strong market, short pops. Again, if there's no pops, then you're sitting around waiting to get them now.
Yeah, for sure, waiting around. And, just glancing back quickly, it's like that battle at 225 I think is real, but it's going to dance around, have a wider stop than I have, because obviously, I'm going to stop the thing is I don't want to, look over and then look back and I'm like, oh, damn, I'm actually $2-3 out of the money on this one. So, I'm not going to beat myself up on that one. But yeah, AMD working very nicely there. Goldman Sachs, just quickly looking at this, holding that VWAP area. This one is probably like let it do its thing, and then again, if we do find that nice bottom, maybe 318 looks nice. If we can actually come through VWAP, and where are we here at the 50 period? 319.50. I'm not sure where we are on the conference call or what's going on there, but it kind of gives me the feel like if we dip through that VWAP and then reclaim again, then we're good for another push towards the high. So maybe get some type of action there, see what happens there. And Netflix, just to bring up, this thing right off the open falls. And I think, kind of very telling of that 250 level. This is resistance. Who's buying it above 250? I mean, I said that to myself, and then I didn't take the short, so I don't really know what I'm doing there. But it is what it is. Hopefully somebody had that, because that was a nice $5 flush to the $5, $6 right off the open. You definitely can't complain about that.
No, you can't. Look, I'll kick myself, but you had to pick and choose where you're going to be. And I was already instantly into 4 names, adding one to the list. And that's why, look, I'm not in CCL either. I'm not in NEO. We saw those imbalances on both of those. But it did shoot through that 285 level. Remember, like, that's a big level. It broke the 285. It's already at $8. So congrats. If you took that breakout, it was one too many names that I was watching at the open, and I'm already sort of in to try to jump over to that. But you're in the midst of a big jailbreak on CCL. At least we were able to point it out. But I want to see it's already above that 8, or it's challenging that $8 as we speak. So from here, you could always dip back down into that resistance or former resistance at 80s. And that's what I'm going to be patient for, as it's already at that key $8 area.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
There's another FAA note worth mentioning here, guys, on Boeing, the 737 MAX. Apparently, submissions on the changes they made are incomplete. So a bit of a move down here on that note this morning for Boeing.
Oh, not a good look for them. So NEO was the other one. I'm going to get to that in a quick second. I know you had. I don't know if you wanted to talk about CRM. I don't know if you got into that
yeah,
one.
just very quickly. So kind of what I mentioned before. It's like, let it show me what the bottom is, and holding this area right here, that 155, pop. Then had a little bit of a run, drop, hold again, pop again. So I was like, okay, it did it once, it did it twice, 3rd time's a charm, let's go. So I'm long on this, and I think it's good for a 156 test. I mean, that's VWAP. I'm not going to get too greedy. Maybe for the rest of the day trade, maybe it, trends up. But again, I'm not going to, try to hold this for a 160 test. If we get towards 156, I'll take my $1 winner. I think it's not too much to ask. And for anybody who loves holding, that 157, 158 test kind of feels like it could come into play. So, yeah, something there. So far working for me, so feels good.
Yeah, and feels good. Good song. Tony, that's who was on the bell. I don't know if we'll see him again today. It is Tuesday. We'll see if we can work that out. I'm sitting right here. I mean, like, you can't give me a fill on Goldman. Goldman's right at that 319. Remember, the conference call is on, so you want to at least be a little bit cautious with it. But I just caught the dip. Like I talked about that 15 to 16 area. You look at that 17 where it was starting its breakout, the 17 to 19 channel. But whoa, now this is a problem with the bloody conference call. I was just saying like 17. Well, I just got the 19, and it's like immediately taking the stop out at that 17. And this is the issue with these bloody conference calls, is that anything can get said, so you're taking a trade here. It's like, okay, I like that. I'll give it a couple of bucks because the upside is 4, so 2 to 1. I like the risk to reward on the trade. It never even has a chance to settle down. So screw you, Goldman Sachs. I'll throw that one out the window and just get thrown around here. I got burned bad a couple of years ago. I think it was on a Wells Fargo. But Tesla just was able to scalp a buck out of this. I'm going to rinse and repeat this one, as I can't really find too many other shorts that I like outside of hanging on to Intel and working the Tesla short off of these levels. Fubo, just to go back over to Fubo TV, man, I'm kicking myself. I'm like, don't trade during the call. Don't trade during the call. Neil trades during the call, and then that's going to be the losing trade. So Fubo TV making another run at the high of the day, tags 470, and coming right back into those 450s. I don't know at what point this is going to finally make a break to the top, but it's starting to struggle and looks weaker and weaker on each one of these pops. Brendo?
In the wires, I guess, right now. Everyone's been talking about the issues with Credit Suisse going back the past few months or so on the credit side. Deutsche Bank, apparently, their headquarters were raided by prosecutors today. So that just popped up on a volume spike to the downside.
On CS? Wow. Oh, sorry, DB. I was like, I thought I heard Credit Suisse, but no, DB. Okay, Deutsche Bank. Not a good look there. Ford might have been that wick top. I've not added in front of that 12 because it's all about practicing patience or preaching patience, and I want to see it consolidate off that 12 level as this market looks like it's coming back in. Some support is starting to come out of the market. I was trying to just add to Tesla, unable to do it, but the other stock that's making a bit of a pop here is Netflix. Netflix getting back to the upside as the market looks like it's rolling over. A retest to 250, if the market trends back into the downside, that could be a place to get into this. But it is the second time through. You won't be catching this the first time, unfortunately. And Roblox, I see a lot of people going crazy. Roblox here in the chat, it's starting to come back up and retest some of those highs. So if I think the market's weak, I want to take at least one shot shorting these pops into the high of the day. That's about 50 pennies worth of risk. This stock went 20% yesterday.
Guys, CRM, absolute banger. It touched 157, and guess where I was out? Exactly where I said I was going to be out, at 156. And I'm like, this is going to go. But here's the thing, right? Capture 20, 30% of what you think the move could be. And then you're out of the trade, right? And then you look for the next one. I don't know if this is going to 158, 159. I'm a scalper. I can't hold that. But hopefully some of you guys did, because that was a sick trade. And my risk here was like 50 cents. So, call it a 2-to-1, 4-to-1. Worked out there. And yeah, Tesla's still at that 225 going crazy.
Right back.
And somebody asked in the chat, where was the taser animation on that Goldman Sachs trade? Guys, I think I'm in charge of the animations right now. And do you have them? Because I don't know anything.
Oh,
like, I don't want to press
know
like any wrong buttons here.
I know what the problem is. It's on your Windows ID, because you logged in as yourself. They're set for like mine and Sean's ID, so you might not have any. And I have a limited amount because we recently got less of them. But yeah, the taser, like that's what happens when you got stop orders. Like it was in and out. Like you didn't even see me do anything. But you might have just seen I got Roblox in there. Yep, it just showed up on the board. It just popped back into 44. I'm trying to show you guys what happened yesterday to give an idea why I kind of like the opportunity for a short rollover trade in Roblox. But that's another stock. If it breaks the high, you just get the you-know-what out of Dodge. But like I caution against trading during conference calls, and then of course you see me do it. So you break your rules. You got to be accountable to it. We'll show you winners. We'll show you losers. Fed. I was about to say Fed, but Ford. It's really starting to test that level, that 12 level, and we'll see. It's gonna push comes to shove. I don't know how much I like that reload. I'm holding out Intel. I didn't get any more on the way back up. I thought there'd be another challenge in the 2680s. It continues to work to the downside, so that's working. Roblox, which I just got into Roblox here a second ago, and it's already trying to retest that 44. You dip down into 43.70. You're right back up to 44. Market looks like it's going to be relatively weak, at least at this open. But we're only about 20 minutes in. I keep trying to get a little bit more on a pop on Tesla to play this trend, and it doesn't want to seem to cooperate with me here. I don't want to be chasing this too far south of 225. So I got on the ones that I like here. The only thing I didn't grab that's 100% on the radar is bloody CCL. Like, apparently there's just no stopping this stock. I was like, yeah, okay, well, maybe at that $8 range, you'll dip back down in and we'll get that 780. Nope, it's at 810. So it was the breakout and just the breakout for you on CCL. Good luck, guys. If you got this one, it's off to the races. I don't know how much I want to chase it. NEO, which is the other one that had the big imbalance, that is rejecting and only going southbound. I mean, I got Tesla, but I'm still long Ford, as some of these EVs are just capitulating here.
Yeah, and just to quickly cover RMED, we spoke about this in the pre-market. Small cap, let it do its thing. Kind of feels like the volume really, really did fall off. And here's the thing with these small caps that everybody knows. If volume dies on these things, you really don't want to be involved. You want to react to certain moves. If for whatever reason this thing dips and then holds the level and then runs back, breaks 8 and goes for the high, then it really, really gets interesting. So we'll see what happens there. And, it's kind of funny because I thought Tesla would actually be lower than where it is right now when I said the now or never. But,
it's still not. We're going.
I mean, we're getting some wows in the back. And, somebody in the chat was like, Luca, you had to hit the money sign from that one. Yeah, guys, I have no idea
These guys got to be able to hit it for us.
Yeah,
if you can find it, guys. So basically, these guys are talking about some stuff in the back. It's moving to the downside here. Tesla's now $1 in the money. Intel 30 pennies. Roblox only about 15 cents. What the hell is that? What was that noise? Oh, sorry. There's like drilling going on. Okay. That's my bad, but there's like a drill going on above us that kind of freaked me out for a split second. But the short's starting to pay off here. I might just have to get out of Ford if we take out that 12. Only the shorts are working. They're all in the money. And I missed Netflix. It got to 49, but not 50. Brendo?
Another one of these reverse split or recent reverse split stocks just popping up. Here's KPRX today, guys. Here's where the reverse split was, obviously. But halted already once at 8, trying to go again through to 9 there, up huge for KPRX.
That was unnecessary in our chat there, Prad. But VWAP, we just got some VWAP on Roblox, so that short also continuing to work to the downside. Tesla, which is now at 223.30, continues the trend. Like, I'm sitting right here on north side of 225 when it was going sideways and couldn't catch a fill. I had another offer up a little closer to 226. Neither one of those filled. The shorts are coming in, guys. We thought there would be that opportunity for it to happen. Some of the EV, I see people talking about Rivian. Wow, relative strength in Rivian here. That's holding those highs. At some point, this is diddling in the middle, I know, but at some point, it's going to be pretty enticing to get into this. I said wait till 33 or wait till 30, so I'm going to back off. The bad stock for me is going to be Goldman Sachs. Why? Because I didn't wait for the conference call to be over, and then I essentially got chopped up. And you know what? Maybe it holds support, and I can jump into a long at like 10 o'clock or 10:30 when this thing is done, and then I can hopefully play the trend. But don't get involved. I'm not getting involved in what the conference call is on. Even if I like the long in the stock, I got to wait it out here. The shorts are working.
I actually spoke. I said to myself on Goldman Sachs, I was like, let it dip, let it rip back, and then I'm going to take the long. But the thing is like, look at this candle, right? It's like, look at this one. This is the dip and rip, and then we bounce. That was really nice. This is the dip and close down here. So, it's tough to say because, you're seeing it in real time. Is this going to be the bounce? I don't know. But the fact that it didn't show me what I wanted to see, I'm going to stay away from that one. AMD is working. This thing is just going to the downside. I think next target is very simple, 58. I didn't actually take off any at 58.50 because as I saw it coming down, I'm like, you know what? If this is going to actually go down and now we rejected that 60, like there's so much room to go. And especially if the market wants to run and test. I think Arun said 37.40 was the area, so it's very simple. Watch 37.40 on the ES. Watch some of these levels on whatever you're watching in equities. If 37.40 lines up with 58 on AMD, and that's going to be a potential, maybe we bounce there, then, it's maybe a good area to take some off or take majority off and then obviously hold some for the dream. So, obviously don't get out at 58 even because maybe you don't get the fill there. Take the fill where you think you can get it. So for myself, that's just in front of that. So let me just quickly send my orders here. And I see some size on the bid, which for sure is going to get hit. But, if these big orders are taking some off here, so will I. That's a great trade. Hit the money sign for that one if anyone's listening. That was absolutely solid. Short above, just over here. Yeah. Hit something. There we go. Let's go.
He doesn't have any Sean Sinks, Brad.
That was sick. So premature cover, but again, using 59 just in front of 58 here. Now if we get the bounce, I don't care. I'm holding a little bit. Maybe we go through 58. Maybe this will be an all-day trade. I'm quickly looking at the daily. Maybe we could get to 57, maybe, but I don't think right now 57. So whatever. We'll hold a little bit of a smaller size there. Not too worried. Tesla with the flush down. Good call on that one, Neil. Because I was thinking maybe the long one more time, but you're like, no, man, this is going down. And look at it, it's just going down. So I was like, remove the order.
Do you know what it was? Honestly, it's like it gave a wick top. It gave a wick top setup and then broke down. So I'm just thinking when that happens, I'm thinking shorts first. So when it consolidates, I like shorting a consolidation on it. And I talked about one illiquid stock that reported earnings and was mentioning crap. Well, everyone that was writing about it was saying crypto winter. There's the 60 has broken on Silvergate, but it's on 1 million shares only. And if it does break this channel, you got to give this stock room. There's always a big spread. It's actually only 20 cents on the spread, but this is a pretty big breakdown, down 15%, getting absolutely shellacked on the day. If you look, you've got on the daily chart 56, and then beneath that $51. If we end up going green to red, we're still up 2% on the market. If we do, this was always going to be the crypto play that I wanted to the short side. It just took out that low. I didn't get 65s on a pop because I wasn't sitting there at the open. But if it holds this channel downside, I think we go to 56. I'm giving it $2 to try to make 4. And Tesla, it just bounced off 222. You might also remember that it used to be 666, which sometimes is a bit of a level on the stock. But we'll see. If it holds this level and bounces back up, I'll slap a trail on it just so we can bank the $2. Otherwise, I'm waiting for 220 into that downside. Roblox was cruising, and I was at 2/3 of this bloody thing, and now it's right back up toward those highs. So watch out. Roblox showing signs of relative strength here as the market comes back in. I'll give it one chance to hit the high and look for the curl again. If it can't make that break back to the downside, then I don't add more shares into it. I'm not getting more on the way up. I'm only getting some on the way down if I add back into Roblox.
Yeah, and I want to quickly talk about something a little bit abstract here. Based on oil plays, XOM. So XOM broke through that 100 earlier in October, and we're sort of channeling here, right? And if you absolutely love the oil trade, for any swing trade, Oh,
Where?
we got size on Roblox?
Where? I don't see it.
No, I don't see any size on Roblox there. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh, somebody, spoofing it. Okay. Yeah, that's some action there. But yeah, going back to this XOM idea here, I like that $100 level. I like the oil trade to the long side. Maybe it has to be a swing trade, but we're getting what you call a bull flag or triangle or whatever it is on the daily. And again, when I look at these patterns, I'm not looking at them on the 1 minute. I'm looking at the daily. That's where they actually have some substance to it. And this is sort of channeling, right? So are we channeling? Is that 99.98 good for a dip buy? As the moving average gets closer, then we make the next leg up. Oil goes up, I don't know, we'll see, and you have a very clear out. If we break and go lower, then you're out of that one. So, it's unfortunate that we're at 101, 102 right now on it because I don't think there's a day trade to be had, but if we actually dip below there, that could be a super banger to the upside. Something that I would hold on to in my personal account, but yeah, if we get there, the odds have to be, of course, the odds have to make sense on the bet that you're taking. And somebody actually mentioned before, we didn't actually speak about Apple today.
Right.
Make sure to trade things that are doing volume, that are in play. Obviously, Apple, you could use that as a proxy for an overall market bet if you're more into equities as opposed to trading futures. But look at this, right? And somebody was like short Microsoft, short Apple. And maybe you're not going to be wrong on that call. Let's see how 3740 on the ES reacts there. Maybe we could just whiplash back to the upside, and we have the 50 period right here. It did bounce, now it broke. Let's see how it reacts. Is it going to quickly reclaim and then bounce? What's the market going to do there? Maybe there's a good opportunity to short this. I actually told myself, I looked at it, that 147 area, just arbitrary area for myself. I said if we get there and we do this but closer to 147, then gets interesting for the short.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot when it comes to UVXY. It is, if it gets above 12.6, this is what I'm watching here. Just if we get above 12.6, that's the resistance. I think if we break that, we're going to get some floodgates. So I'm looking for places to take profit on some of these shorts. I'm in front at 220 on Tesla. It just got to 221, and that's just about, look, it's a 25 short. It's a 230 rejection, so 220 is always going to be that target when I look for that entry. Silvergate now about 50 cents in the money. I want a buck before I'm taking anything out. That stock could die a slow death here. Roblox, it just gave me a reason to get in here, which is going to suck because it wicked top 44 on a higher low here, a series of higher lows. Maybe it just trapped me into adding at 44 instead of adding at 44.20, but nothing's going to change. Breaks the high of the day, I'm out of Roblox. I mean, I'm sitting in Intel, which is working. Tesla's working. Silvergate looks like it could be falling like an absolute rock. If Roblox doesn't want to go, I can respect that. That's just the way it's going to be. Microsoft, we talked about Softy. I was looking for a pop fade. It just broke 240 to the downside. So, I mean, everything to the south side has certainly worked. Just about everything is working to the south side. This is still above yesterday's tops. So 239 on Microsoft, a decent chance that when you see yesterday's high, resistance can turn into some support here. So if the market's going to bounce, it's things like Microsoft or an Apple that can give you some cover. I think maybe you just talked about Apple. Apologies if you did. But Apple still showing some signs of strength. So you're looking at this as like your bastion of hope. I haven't really been looking for some longs, but now that I see volatility not moving and the future's trying to bounce off support levels, yeah, this could be one, man. Maybe it's just Apple in front of 145 here, because I need something I like to the long side other than just holding Ford, which is basically at $12. I can always add to some Ford, actually. As we just hit 10 o'clock, is it already time for Happening Now with Brennan?
Brought to you by Chart Prime, guys. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support resistance zone, points of reversal, and so much more. Check them out today at checkout, guys. Use TLive, the code TLive. Get yourself 20% off. Nice green board to show you once again today. 2 days in a row here, back to the upside. Russell 2000 right now, notably strong, 2.25%. NASDAQ 1.8. For the 100, the composite 1.6, 1.8 for both the S&P and the Dow. If you joined us in the pre-market, here's what we were discussing, or a few things. Tesla was on watch. Yeah, BYD now bigger officially in China than Tesla. GS, yeah, they beat, but question marks apparently. Roblox, possible day 2 rally after what happened yesterday, up 20%. Trying so far, here it is, 3.5, guys, back to pre-market highs for Roblox.
Really trying. Like that's the one that'll probably concern me the most, because it was so ridiculously strong yesterday, Roblox, that if it does make a jump, you gotta have an out. Like if it takes a high of the day, I'm out of it. But you're getting a little bit of a bounce here. I was thinking 145 on Apple. But look, it's bouncing off 145.50, so I might just jump in. Well, I did just get into it. So I just jumped into it now at 145.50, and it might just be start a little bit earlier and then try to hold it into that 145. That's a little bit, when you're scalping Apple, sometimes you really want that perfect price. Apple, I know. Thanks, Prad. Prad's like mocking me because I just did like word diarrhea with Apple. When you're scalping it, sometimes you want a better price, but it's showing me that it wants to hold 145.50. That's my 15-minute chart here. But it's the same thing when you go to the 3-minute. Like you're holding the support. We get back above VWAP. I start taking it out in front of 146 because thank you very much, Apple. And there's Tesla trailing me out. So look, it was real close to that 220 level, but once it tested down there, broke 21s, I'm going to slap a trail when it gets within earshot of my target. If it wants to continue downside, I'm shorting pops back into 225, and then I'm going to see if I can't work that short on any kind of weakness back into those pops. Roblox, you might have heard, I heard Trader Prad say it, maybe he's in it too, but it has been a bit of a struggle with Roblox. I got one good short, I missed the open, and now we're back into it, and you're seeing kind of the same thing here. It's actually trending back into the upside. So I got to be far more hesitant to add to this position, and maybe not so much with Ford. Like Ford $12 break, I was sitting in this all pre-market, it goes to 25, it dips to 12.05, never even tests 12 even. This is probably just gold off that 12 level till it breaks. Brendo?
Be aware of this drug stock popping back up. Yesterday, we got comments from U.S. Senator Cory Booker on cannabis and the possible legalization happening in the next term in Washington. Apparently, he's talking about psychedelics now as well. So drug and mind med catching a bid.
Oh, goodness.
I'm quickly looking here at Netflix, and this thing popped up, that 250 level. I want to try it at least one time, so I took a short here. I think, we just broke above the 50 period, so it's definitely an interesting take on the short because you think, oh, to the upside, now we're actually going to go, but then you have the 250 level, and I want to respect that, and I don't actually want to short it at 250 because I think if we get there, then we're definitely going to, go to 251 potential. So I'm trying it here, a little bit of, it has to be smaller size just because it's not that close to 250 for a move back to 245 if we actually flush down. If we don't, if we get above 249, if we break that high, then I'm just going to have to be out of it and kind of respect the level is what it is. No big deal. And there we go. I'm actually stopped out of it right now. So, if abort the short, maybe the long can't be wrong. But again, I'm not going to try to overtrade this one. Prad's laughing in the corner over there because he said that to me to remind me to say it. Whatever is what it is. And I want to just quickly comment, AMD still in the money working for me. I think safe to say this thing is not going to rip through VWAP and rip my face off. But, just to be safe, I guess stop over 59.50 because I don't think 60 will be tested again. If we actually pop again, maybe good for another short. But again, we are now at 10.05. And this was a great move to the downside. And I'm actually looking at the wrong chart. I should be looking over here. This was a great move to the downside. And now I'm just holding. But my fear is that as we kind of slow down, if we dip back here, we'll dip below, break 58, pop back up, do a bunch of dancing, and then this is the meat of the move, right? So I captured the meat of the move. I'm holding. If we dip back, maybe get that 57.80 based on like the levels from yesterday, kind of where we were channeling, like we had this channel, right? So maybe we get there and then find some support in that 57.80. So I'm not going to be too greedy, not going to go for 57. If we break 58 and then reclaim, I'll be out of that one.
Trying to figure out how I'm already done my water. Like that's insane, but I'm already done. I'm gonna have to refill that bad boy. Usually I'll make it till like 11 o'clock. With that, don't worry about it, Pratt, in a second. But Roblox just hit VWAP, so the one thing that was kind of like, oh, thanks, brother, I appreciate it. The one thing that was, I feel like it was a struggling short because it was trending to the upside. Now it's looking like it's got a little bit more juice to it. As a matter of fact, let me pull this back into the quarters. This next bid out here. I don't want to get too overly aggressive with that one. Look, I see what's going on in NIO. Neo's getting flushed. I mean, somehow Ford's holding that 12. Tesla was a good short, but look at NIO. Fails a 13 break. And I always talk about watch out for overhead resistance when you're taking a break trade. And this is what I mean. Like, as it's breaking 13 even, all I see is failed break and drop $1.30. The day, like 2 days ago, tries to break 13 at the open on Thursday and then drops $1, tries to break it on Wednesday of last week and drops 60 pennies. So, I mean, do you like that long break at 13 even, or do you want it to actually hold above that price and maybe break 13.50? I know what I would prefer when I'm looking at a stock like that. So, fail breakout on Neo as far as I'm concerned, and I don't try to chase those. The other one I have to the short side, and you're going to give it some room. Like I wasn't, until we got $1 in the money, I wasn't taking anything out of Silvergate because it's a bottom channeling stock. If it takes out 62, I'm out. I'm risking $2 on the trade. My first outs are going to be at 1 and 2 and then hold for 56. That's the risk reward I'm looking for. This is not a scalp trade. It's down 14%. It either flushes and I see 15 to 20 or I'm getting stopped out and waiting for 65 on this. I jumped into Apple and I feel like I wasn't aggressive enough maybe trying to scalp this trade. It's getting to VWAP. This is, this looks eerily similar to yesterday's trade where you're looking for the bounce plays because Apple's showing relative strength, but then once it took out support, it could get pretty ugly. Of course, if it holds it, it could be great as well. But up 2% as the market is just barely, I want to say just barely beneath that. Apple's holding up for now. But that doesn't look too good either. When I'm sitting here all shorts except for Ford and Apple, even Apple doesn't look that great. I might tighten the stop up here.
I want to quickly talk. This is a good example here. So look at this Netflix short. I'm actually not too thrilled about this one here. Short, wick me out.
Oh, good price.
And then back down.
Good price, though.
And I'm like, alrighty then. Okay, so hopefully nobody followed that one. That was terrible there. And just another good example here that I want to quickly talk about, which was on the CRM trade. It's like, look, as a day trader, you don't have to capture the whole move. You rarely will. So this is why I said, let me just get out of VWAP. It ended up going to 59. So we had a $4 move to the upside. That's 25% of the move. I'm never going to say to myself, oh, I should have, and then I'm going to get back in and FOMO back in. Like, no, that's never going to happen. Just be responsible. Trade at the levels that make sense to you. Capture your money. Look for the next trade, right? So great example there, how this worked. Even though it kept going, I could have scaled out a little bit better, but, it is what it is. It was the morning. I just wanted to take my profits as I get them. But yeah, definitely a good example there. Somebody's saying, can you look at RCL? So CCL, RCL. I'm not sure if Neil just spoke about this, but let's quickly glance over here. I haven't looked at RCL in a while, actually. But this thing, oh, wow, up 8%. That's actually a nice move here. And I'm going to quickly look at the daily just to kind of gauge levels here. Maybe we actually probably will test that 50 at some point. I'm just not sure if it was today. And a good rule of thumb for myself when I quickly pull things up is, what do the previous really strong days look like? It's like, okay, this was like very strong, but it followed like a very negative move. So like retracing the move, a lot of sideways action. Now we had a run. How many times does this name have multi-day runs, and do they replicate that move? So it's like very strong. This one was very strong, and then a little bit weaker, and then faded back down. So maybe 50 gets tested at some point. Not really sure today. But at this point, I'm going to stay away from RCL. I'm going to try to. I'm actually looking. I'm interested that Tesla.
It's coming back.
Coming back. And I was actually asking myself, that just like thinking in my head here, it's like, look at the high from yesterday. And sometimes this happens, right? Tesla is still up on the day. Everything is still strong. Market's up 2%. This faded, lots of selling on the gap up, but holding that 221, 220 area, which was the high from yesterday, the area from yesterday. And now as we break back to the upside, I probably should have had that long, but whatever, my mistake. But yeah, maybe we actually get that 225 VWAP test there. And I think we're going to go to Brendan.
If you guys mentioned this already, but there is this on Carnival today. Just a heads up on CCL, 1.25 billion note offering out this morning.
I think I might have much too quickly said that. So thank you, Brendan, for making sure we got that out there. It's just a battle on this Apple, and maybe for any of these longs off the bottoms. There's a few of them, like Tesla jailbroke off the bottom here, but I'm going to try to ring some of the register here at VWAP. Apple's holding this channel. It's 145.40 into 146. It's like a 50-cent range. So scalpable range. My price is, I got like a 68 entry. So I try to get closer to the bottom end of that range if I can get into it again. The CCL, I think, is worth, it bears mentioning. It continues to run to the upside. 785 was a big jailbreak here. And it's almost, well, you know what? I'm almost wrong about that. It pretty much has filled the gap back in above 8, but then 815 on those July lows is starting to come in. I find it hard to believe you'll get past $9 today. I could be wrong about that. If it gets that high, then I definitely want to respect it. For some of these shorts, I think we could just be in the chips all day long. Because Intel, this is not bouncing with the market at all. I almost feel like I've gotten too much of it out already, and we're not going to get any further. If we don't get any more pops, then I need to be holding this at least to 26 even. Brendo?
Vinco Ventures just popping up here, guys. Apparently, one of their platforms, Lomotive, has added Google Ad integration. So BBIG, big move here, up about 8% with Google Ad integration on one of their platforms.
Oh, that's dirty AVCT. Oh, that's nasty. So AVCT just halted to the downside here. Oh, that's nasty. Nasty. So I don't know if something dropped here or if it was just sometimes what ends up happening is you just get a low floor. It's up 6 million. I don't think there's any news on this one today, but this is another one of these stories. Reverse split. Gaps up, gaps to the, well, I mean, it did also try to make a move to the upside after the reverse split, but then comes all the way back in, tries to run again here today, now flushing. Is there anything on this, Brendo?
That is a patented intraday offering there, guys. 10 million registered offering just out on AVCT.
That is, I mean, I didn't want to, see, that's the thing, I kind of know it's an, because what else is going to do this? It's going to be an offering, but I don't like saying that without knowing for sure that's what it is, but yeah, that's nasty, man. That's look. If anyone got caught in that, one of the reasons why when you're trading these to the long side to kind of always have stops or trailing stops. I know sometimes it sucks because you get wicked out on some of these moves, but it's so that you avoid things like this. Because there's nothing fun about it. You could have been long from this morning. Maybe you're still in the money here. I mean, maybe it holds $2. I don't know. That will support yesterday's trade. And you have a chance to open up and maybe hold a $2 level. But I'm going to be shorting pops in this. I don't know if I paid for shorts on this. I'll be shorting pops if I can get them. Unfortunate for anybody that got caught in that one. I know that sucks to be sure. But coming back in, I just want to come back over to Ford. Since the dip that I missed, it's still holding above VWAP here, and I'm trying to be very, very patient and not buy above VWAP as it rejected. You still have a wick top and a bit of a rejection. This market is now screaming back into the upside, and Apple, which was strong, doesn't seem to want to be going here. Microsoft, which I said could bounce off 239, did bounce off 239. I'll be on this bid. If we get any dips down into Microsoft, then it's confirmed to me that that's going to be a decent bottom to respect that 239 level. So once it gets below 240, it's not going to be loading up, but I'm going to start getting my bids out there on Microsoft, so I'm locked and loaded and ready to go for this one. Like I said, the chip's relatively weak. Tesla just made a bit of bounce back up to that 225 level. Check that 224 right here at VWAP. I'm going to look to rinse and repeat this. Although I guess I was short closer to 25. If it rejects VWAP, that's also these pre-market lows here. To me, the trend is what it is. If we break above and hold above 225, there's a 227 break that could happen. I want to be going back over to the well to try the shorts in Tesla, but the market is trying to get its legs under it. I got Apple long, I got Ford long. I'm looking for Microsoft on any dip. They should check back on CRM. That could be a better long opportunity, actually.
Yeah, and just quickly here, I'm looking at Tesla. It's at an interesting area. On the 50 period, on the 1 minute, it's just in front of VWAP. I'm like, are we going to break out? Market's ripping back to the upside. I missed that long. I don't really want to chase it. Maybe I'll take a short. And somebody offered 10,000 shares, stacked offers, and instantly taken, which, from a scalping perspective, I sort of look at size and try to gauge, is the market going up or down? What's kind of the feel for that? Why did it fill so quickly? I mean, and not to say that the short's not going to be good. It probably is going to be good. But the fact that it filled that size so quickly, I was like, oh, maybe we are going to break 225, and then that's probably where a lot of stops would be anyways, just above VWAP. But yeah, just rejected that, and that was actually an insane wick off top. It did a lot of volume up there. Now back below here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to try the short here, and if we get above VWAP, I'll be wrong on that one. Not 100% convinced, but yeah, let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, look, you're talking Tesla, obviously. I was just offering 224.50 and didn't get it. This is what happened last time, and then I ended up with like a 67 short and I was trying to get 50s. I feel like I'll be trying to get a 224 short on Tesla and end up with like 50 cents worse than what I want. So I'll work into it maybe a little bit smaller initially. But CRM just failed again at 159. So maybe I'll go to CRM because that could be a better long. And then it just rejected this top. Like the third time it's rejected this price area, I can cancel 152s. I don't need that off. I don't need that bid just sitting out there in the ether. If it's going to dip, it might just be this 55 support level, which I think might have been where you had. I know you had a good trade on CRM there. Maybe that's where it is. I'll be buying the dips on CRM instead, but Tesla almost has to be shorted. I just got some more Apple. So as the market comes back in, Roblox, Intel working. Look, Apple, I got the reload. I'm like, if this breaks 40s, like I'm just going to be out taking a 20-cent hit. But it's been giving you this into VWAP a couple of times here, and I don't know that I was aggressive enough in getting in and out and rinsing and repeating. So I'll give it another chance here. I have Apple, but I'm not going to be holding on to this past too much that support that we are seeing. And yeah, I might be in the first bit of shares a bit early on Tesla just to get a piece of this on the way back up for some of these shorts. If you're still looking at AVCT, that did open back up. I said it might hold $2. I wasn't looking for any longs. As a matter of fact, I forgot to pay for shorts. I was looking at Tesla and CRM while I should have been doing that. It is not, well, sorry, it's back above $2. So it's battling this $2 level. If it holds below, this could get really ugly to the downside. So I got to go get my locates.
Yeah, you know, that's, I mean, hopefully nobody's holding that because that is just nasty. Now that's a SAR. It opened, it's down. I don't know where it goes. But this is the classic move, right? You know, anytime, and here's the thing. With these names, take a quick look at the balance sheet. Say to yourself, well, they don't have any cash, so they're probably going to raise. When are they going to raise? When the stock is up, right? So that's something that you have to look at. Now this thing's getting absolutely decimated there. It's going to be a no trade for myself just because it's SSR. I don't want it to get away from me. But I mean, the selling is coming in. Like, who knows where the bottom is on this thing? It looks like it's just going to keep going. Yeah, hopefully nobody's long there. And hopefully I get my Tesla fill in front of VWAP here because I feel like this could be a potential banger if the market wants to turn back down. Looks like the market actually bounced off of that 37, just in front of 3740 area. And now we're back up and kind of dancing around. So we're not really making a decision. Kind of tough. Is it an inside day? Are we really going to move? Are investors, are traders thinking, let me wait for these big names to report, then we pick a direction, so we chop around for a few days? These are things that I ask myself in real time. AMD still holding this position, looking like it touched 59 actually, and then right back down. So, you know, if this is actually going to break VWAP and then go back up, I'll probably get stopped out on the last portion. But again, my feel is that, you know, we come back down. It's like I covered over here. I probably should have covered everything because even if we come back down, I'm probably going to be covering in the same spot there. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens there. And there was actually something that I didn't speak about today that I wanted to look at, which was AT&T. Kind of interesting. It was on the imbalance locator as a buy. This name has been strong for the past couple days, I guess, with the rest of the market. The thing I was looking at this was, you know, it's obviously a dividend play. You know, they have a lot of debt. Can they pay off their debt? Is it getting more expensive? Are dividend funds selling them? So they actually were down towards the lows, which was like 14, 50, 15 area. And I want to say their yield's like 7% if I had to guess off the top of my head. So it's not too bad, but obviously the market thinks, you know, oh, they're not going to be able to pay their dividend. I didn't think that because I was like, let me try to get long, but we didn't actually get a dip off of the morning here. Now breaking through the 50 period. It's not really in play per se. Like the range is going to be tight. For myself, it was like a if we dip and then rip back up, could be good. Something I take a little bit more size on because, you know, slower, definitely more liquid there. But yeah, didn't get that going. So maybe we get wick off bottoms around this 1556, play off the 1550 area for a move back to VWAP or potentially up here. But again, very, very tight range, so manage your expectations.
Yeah, so while I'm working and holding on to basically all shorts, except for, I mean, Ford's not doing anything at this 12 level, so I'm pretty much in and out of this. We're going to ring some registers, and it won't be, you know, it won't be anything too crazy like touchdowns or anything, but it is just a bounce in on Apple. We're getting this scalp trade. I'm actually going to try to take out some more. Tesla also making a bit of a curl. This is the thing. Like, it's about the shorts at this point. Tesla making a bit of a curl off 224. I think it could retest that 221 to the downside. Intel, Roblox all falling in. It looks like this market is weak. But let's see what's going on in small cap land with Brendan at the desk.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's get into a few things that we're moving around in small cap land. The first one, RMED, we mentioned just right before the open, in fact. This works out pretty well, to say the least. 820 to 830, I mentioned, as far as resistance. Really never even put in an attempt to bounce back up to that area, but I ran out of bullets to fire, as I typically do, down here around 7. So that's $1. From here to here, that's $1 to the downside. We're almost $2 downside now. For RMED at 16% still, so a really great fade if you took that one. I was watching this FUBO as well. I missed the initial pop up to that high. I had offers up here around 480, a little bit higher, but I was just thinking, sitting here, you could take this now versus that 430, 450 area and see what happens, see if you can't get down into this area from yesterday. So the fade on FUBO continuing as well, guys.
That had the initial bounce off 450, and I was like, yo, don't reload. But I was just having, like, Trader Prad was just sort of talking, like, look at some of these other opportunities out there. We had the bad oil move to the downside. So when you see like it's Halliburton that he's looking at, just failing at $31. 15 minutes probably a little bit better of a look for, right? So attempted breakout at yesterday's high, weak overall sector, and then sort of pulling back in. It's a great setup, certainly like it, but have enough positions on, and that's really what it comes down to. I see DV making moves, but it doesn't done a lot of volume there. It's sort of looking at every time when I've been ignoring or haven't seen some of the small cap moves, and then Brendan does small cap recap, I look up my trade idea scanner and see that DV in there. But I always want volume to be happening on some of those plays. FUBO, will go down in the books for me as a positive trade, but I guess I shouldn't be in love with it. And the reason why, like, it's not that you don't want to celebrate a win, because I did at least get 80% of it out on the push to the upside and then stop the rest out for a loser. But let's be real. Yes, that trade worked, but what is the actual trade on the gap up, right? It couldn't break the highs, put in a lower high at the open. That is a pop and fade. It then gives you one more push to the lower high and fades off. That's a short setup. So even though there's like a small long win because I took most of it out for the win, that's a short setup that I want to be working into, and the better play would have been shorting it. So I can sit there and wax poetic about having a winner on the stock, but realistically, as far as I'm concerned, yes, winning trade, B, lose for me in that I like that setup to the short side and I don't have it in a stock that was on my radar. Tesla continuing its rollover, market coming back in here. If we break 223, I'll give it a chance to test that 21 again, but if it double bottoms after 1030, then I'm respecting that level and getting the you-know-what out of Dodge. Intel, at this point, feels like 26 or bust. And I'm going to have to figure out what bust is on the trailing stop, because I don't literally mean 26 or bust, but this just feels like we're coming all the way back in and refilling that gap. Intel, I never broke out that high, so it was easy to be short. AMD, on the other hand, it did break out that high, so I had the long on AMD. And then it just comes right back in, reclaims that level, and I'm out of the trade. I didn't reverse into the short because, quite frankly, I was shorting just about everything else. And, of course, I already had the short in Intel, but that was just as good. I'm glad Luca was all over that one for you guys.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And looking here at Apple, I just actually flipped it. So I had my support level mapped, and I got to make sure I'm watching out for this one. Just quickly looking at it. So it was holding this level, tried the long, failed, tried the long again, and I was like, if we break, then I got to get out of this one. And I flipped short, but I don't actually hate the short because now that I'm looking at it, and again, market that 37.40, we're still maybe 7 points away from that. I'm going to have a tight stop on this one just to be safe because I don't want it ripping my face off, ripping against me. But maybe we get a 145 test, to which point maybe we get a long bounce there based on just, 145 level. That's kind of where it is. Again, it still is up 2%. So it's like I don't love the short the way that I love the AMD short. But maybe there's some room to go to the downside there. So yeah, keep your eyes on that one as well. And I'm still, I didn't get my Tesla fill. And I don't want to,
You didn't get it?
No, I didn't get it because I was just there. And actually, you know what? Let me get out of this. It doesn't feel good at all.
This is actually, and what we're just going to, instead of waiting till we go to Brendan and I talk under my breath, I do it with Sean sometimes, and I'll do it here with Luca. What I found this morning on Tesla in terms of getting fills, by the way, I'm into CRM on this dip. I'm giving it to that recent low that you can see right here. It's like a 154, about 75. But what I've been finding on Tesla this morning, it was the same thing when I was trying to get short in this channel up at 225, is I was offering 225.25. I was offering closer to the 26 area, trying to get some of that. But when you were throwing offers out there, regardless of size, it was just kind of running away from it, and I had to take the short south of the 225 level. And the same thing kind of happened here at that 224. Like I was trying to get it better to VWAP, closer to 25, but I had to short it beneath 224, which wasn't my ideal price. Sometimes that's the way it goes, and what you say in that situation is, well, maybe just take half of it or take a quarter, or a third or something like that, because you're getting the first portion a little bit away from your price and you might want to get more if it goes higher. So that's all I've done. I don't actually have max size, or not max size, but I don't have what I had earlier, and I didn't have max size in the first position either, but you want to get a piece of the pie, and sometimes it's harder to get the fill if you're with the trend. At least that's what I found with Tesla. Brendo?
970,000 share float on KPRX. Under 1 million. Just took out that high. What is it? 1030, I guess. Just took out that high. You can see monster volume coming into KPRX.
I know you. I heard you say it, but like under 1 million. Like, what? How are there stocks that are under 1 million float? Like, it's so easy for them to. Sean and I sort of wax poetic about this every single time. As Tesla just got down to that 221 level. Come on, I didn't get touched. Gimme always gets. I don't know my manners yet. Get me on that bid. I want my $2. I want it right now. Gimme. But these floats are ridiculous. It's so easy for someone to soak it all up and then manipulate the stock that I don't understand why this is happening from time to time. You might see us avoid these like the plague, but when you're able to get home runs on Tesla and it's giving you these like back into VWAP, back into support, there's another $2. There's no need to fall for any That's me with my Admiral Akbar. It's a trap, and fall for some of these traps in some of these small caps. And look, doesn't mean it can't continue to run, but I'm going to walk away from that one. I just got trailed out of Apple. Actually, it's not really a trail. It just broke support. So I was able to scalp it a few times successfully into VWAP. No follow through. It was relatively strong. It is relatively strong no more. Bye-bye Apple. And guess what just hit on the bid? Microsoft in front of that 239 bottom. It's actually a 239.5. It's the current low. So I'll give it to that low, risking about 30 cents on this dip buy in Microsoft. Brendo?
Overall market downside here, guys. Piton to the downside as well. It did actually gap up this morning, but there was a note there. The top HR person, apparently, the top HR executive leaving Peloton, but a bit of a flush there anyway. Still up on the day, though.
Really? Yeah. So CRM, which I just got into, like that could be like very quick. It's coming right down to that support. It's 154 and 3/4. That's, what am I even saying 3/4? Like it's 75s. You know you're old when you sometimes still say for 75s, like quarters, 3/4. Like that's, trust me when I tell you, you have to have been doing this for a very long time to say some absolute nonsense like that. But either way, it's been decimal. When I started trading, it was decimals, but it wasn't too far removed. And I remember hearing all the stories about it, so I'm kind of used to still saying that because when I was a kid, that's what I used to hear when people talked about the markets. I don't want to ignore Roblox, but Roblox, it hasn't even hit the pre-market lows yet. Like, give me a break. So I'm holding on to my Intel, holding on to my SI, which is back in the money, but I'm not doing a darn thing with that until it's at least $1 in the money. Roblox about to break its low of the day, down 43. So as usual, everything going to the gates of hell this morning. Hopefully CRM doesn't, but if you fill in this gap, there's your double top, and I should have just gone to the 15 minutes so I can show you guys. I want to be out in front of 41.5 or 42. So it breaks this 43, then I want to hold it for about $1 to $1.50 more. If it fails this break, then I'm willing to get out of it right down here and respect that level. And ooh, look at you, Ford. I'm canceling this bid on Ford. See, here's the thing. I like the $12 on Ford, but if this is the way that it's going to come into me, like as the market is trying to give it back up here and the shorts are printing, I don't need to rush into this long. I can let it get down to 12. I don't need to buy 6s and 7s. I already have still a piece like that. I have the last 20% of this, my 8s that are sitting in there. I can just wait for it to bounce. If it bounces off 12, I can go long at 1s, 2s, or 3s, but I'm not standing in front of a moving freight train that is this market into the downside. Speaking of moving freight trains, thank you very much, Microsoft. If you get back above 240, I will take the first leg out here, looking for some dip buys into VWAP. But like Apple, this just might be a play. If it can bounce to VWAP, fantastic. If it doesn't, this could be the shortest offensive of all time.
I just want to quickly talk about small caps and how people soak floats here and the moves. I don't know if anybody was watching INPX from yesterday, but this was a name that kind of fell off. There wasn't really a lot of volume. This is a 2 million float, right? 2 million share float. So obviously, you know, there's games involved there. And this move from, and what was this? This was at 2:30. So random time, 2:30 from 8:25 all the way to 9:37. This was a tape teleportation. So it didn't actually, there wasn't buying that like sent this higher. It was just like, it was here and then it was like, just like teleport, like, okay, now it's up here, and then it just kind of stays there, right? So understand the personality of the names that you're trading. This is what I say all the time. It's like, obviously this thing's not in play today, but just a good example. It's like, these things will teleport against you, and that tends to happen when there's just no shares available, right? So if it's 2 million float, if the company's worth 30 million, understand that a fund can easily soak that in and out for the day if the volume is there. So be aware of the risk of that. Your risk is not your size. Your risk is not your stop. It is your size on names like that, right? So I thought it was a good example. I was actually in this taking shots to the short side, but I was in and out. It was like, if it's not going to work right away, then I'm not going to hold this because, I mean, I don't want to get squeezed, and then maybe it goes into an up halt, and then it's all types of problems there. So yeah, good example there. Yeah, still nursing AMD short, but now back down towards 58. We're actually at that 37.40 area on the ES. So let's see how we react around here. Maybe get some sideways action. Are we going to flush right through? Are we going to bounce back up? Some key levels coming to play for sure. Tesla 220, and I want to say Apple's at 140. Yeah, just in front of 145 there as well.
Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, a quick update for currency or cryptocurrency markets, I should say. Not only a move down for equities right now, but a move down worth noting here for the cryptocurrency markets. Interesting note I was just reading through here as far as what has happened over the past couple of weeks and couple of months with more and more entrants coming back into not only Bitcoin, but crypto in general. This is talking about a number of new funds and new ETPs that are popping up over the past couple of weeks. So people betting on the current depressed prices right across the board. Speaking of depressed prices, move down. This is an hourly chart of Bitcoin. So 19,650 was that resistance there the past couple of days. We are breaking 19,500 to the downside currently. Here's the big board from Binance back into the red after being positive to start the day. Trying is Ethereum right now to hold on to 1,300, once again down 1.8. But red numbers top to bottom today, guys, just like stocks.
That being said, I don't know. I'm debating whether we should. We're still up 1%, so I'm like, I know we're trending to the downside. It's basically mostly shorts in here with a spattering of longs, one of which just came out for a hit. But if you're going to go long off the low and it doesn't bounce off the low, when you darn well should be out, not averaging in, not trying to fight it, just get out of Dodge. So I'm out of that bounce on, well, what I thought could be a bounce on Microsoft. And you know what? I had a chance. This is the dark pool wick up to 50s. It never really ran like $1 in the money, but it did go like 30 or 40. And I kind of scoffed at that. And maybe you got to scalp these a little bit more because you're the wrong side of the trade. CRM went for the dip buy as well on this one. That just, you know what's interesting? It did stop me out. So I got a partial fill, then got the rest of it. That's why you'll see two exit points. By the way, just because you see two triangles, it doesn't necessarily mean it's two separate orders. If they're at the exact same price, you could have gotten hit, and then it could have given you a partial fill, and then like 30 seconds later, it comes back to your price and hits you again for the rest. I have it showing every single execution for you guys. So I got some, then I got the rest on the way back. But it's actually holding up for now. So if I come back and the market's making fresh lows and CRM is holding this level, I might like it to the long side. But one thing that I'm holding on to, and it's 60 cents in the money, and it's like I'm not getting anything out until I see that 59, the first of that 59 bid, and that's Silvergate. It's down 16%. I didn't get 65 short. Well, this is a daily chart, but this is it breaking that level on the daily. I didn't get 65 because, quite frankly, it never popped there at the open. It took out that 60 level I got in. I was giving it to 62. I just got my first fill into the downside. So a third of it I'm taking for $1. The next third I want out somewhere in the 57.5 to 58 range, and then I'm looking for a 56 on a complete rug pull. If the market wants to turn red on the day, and if we're going to get a red day in crypto, well, this is... And it's done this before. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Silvergate has had big, you-know-what types of moves. It did this to the upside off these same levels when it broke out 65, got all the way to like 80 or 90 in a couple of days. Now you're breaking down from those levels. I'm looking for a retest of some of those June lows on SI. As I said, it can be illiquid, so this was a no-fly zone before the market opened up. You want to wait for the market to be open on Silvergate if you're going to make any trades. And here comes the last of the I almost said like last of the Mohicans is a joke, but the last of the longs. Here's $12 on Ford. I was in this in pre-market when we logged in. When you guys came on, I was already in this at about 7:30, just taking a consolidation. Had liquidity, had everything you wanted. Now I'm waiting for 12s, and here comes 12 on the bid. There's no size in there. So it actually has to bounce off 12 first, and then I will look to get into it. I'm not going to be sitting here forcing any trades to the long side. It has to give me my price the way I want it, or I don't want it at all if you're going to grab a long on anything at this point. Netflix, that was probably an easy fade off 250. Yeah, it is what it is. I kind of thought it would pop at the open like a few of the other shorts that we're looking for. It never gave you much of a pop. It's about to break low today. I was about to say if it bounces off here, I would take a little bit of a scalp to the long side. But instead, it's just holding on to your shorts and hold on to your butts. We're going downside. Tesla, 220 on the bid.
Yep, and somebody's saying, why is Luca long CRM? So I'm actually out of that one, and that was just a recycle of the same area. It's like I did the long at 155. I was willing to do it again. Very tight risk, right? So it's like make $1 on the win and then lose whatever 20 cents. I just said, even if it dances around now, like it's not really what I wanted to see. Obviously market kind of at the lows, breaking through that 37.40 area. So yeah, holding on to the shorts feels like the right idea. Tesla at that 220, a little bit of size at the level, but very lackluster price action. Like it's not really selling into that level. We just broke right now, so now it'll be interesting to see, are we going to actually reclaim that level, or are we going to bounce from here and go back up? I mean, market is moving down 37.36 as we speak, and I actually closed AMD there, so that's pretty solid. Very happy with this trade, actually. I don't know why I didn't reload. Maybe I should have around that VWAP area, but that was a very nice trade. I'll cover that, and I mean, if this now goes to 57, then I'll just be like, oh man, like I could have made 70 more cents, but whatever, it is what it is, no big deal. Look for the next trade, and Apple breaking through that 145 as well. And while I'm on the topic, somebody in the chat was mentioning drug. I think there was news, somebody mentioning, somebody saying something about psychedelics.
Psychedelics and I think Brendan brought that news. It was the psychedelics. MindMed also moving as well.
Beautiful, yeah, and maybe this one kind of feels like, it looks like it's holding trend, right? It's like very nice, very clean to the upside. Not particularly something that I would buy the high in, but I mean, look at that daily, right? Like this thing has room to move if the volume, picks up and it really wants to go, right? So it's done it in the past, then it just kind of faded back down. Where do you have levels on this thing? I mean, I would just say every 50-cent level. So you got 150, you got 2, and then maybe 220, some type of resistance there. Is it going to be a multi-day runner? That'll be very interesting to see. Maybe if we get a dip back into that $1.28 area, maybe good for a long there. I'll definitely keep my eye on that one.
Yeah, and Roblox is back down to the low of the day. It's retesting it another time, so it's been trying to flush. And I've already scalped a bunch of this. You wonder why would I not just be bidding the low of the day? I've already scalped a bunch of this trade when we got into it. I did like it and got in a couple of them. I have my 15-minute trade up here, so those entries weren't really overlapping. I got into it, I got some scalps out, and then I got back into it again, and then took these outs here. But I'm just looking for us to take that next leg down and test 42 to 41.5. When the gap is this big, you want to give yourself a chance to capture it. So yes, for our style of trading as day traders, you are taking some of those small gains to pay yourself off and then hold the rest for the bigger move. Sometimes the way I like to think about it is imagine you're in 2 trades, right? One of those trades is a scalp trade, basically taking it short off those lows and looking for 1-to-1 and then 2-to-1 on the trade as your scalp. And then the other trade is I'm short 44s and I'm holding it, essentially with that same risk to reward, but I'm holding it for that ultimate target of breaking 42s and slap a trail on it, which is essentially what I'm doing in Silvergate, but it's one trade in Silvergate. As we go to Brendan, how is it 10:40 already? Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you once again this morning. Big move back to the upside 2 days in a row here. Here's the S&P 500 to have a look at. It is tech once again, 2 days in a row as well, leading the way. Today, though, a little bit different. We were seeing mostly semiconductors putting in the big gains yesterday. Today, it is software names, CRM, top of the list there. 4.9 already for Salesforce. On that note this morning, SEDG on the semiconductor side of things. And Enphase, which are clean energy related names, back to the upside. Intel notably weak in the red today. Hardware names also positive for the most part. Industrials right across the entire group here, including the airlines, all higher on the day. Lockheed Martin among the biggest gainers there. LMT up almost 4%. There's the cruise line, CCL, RCL, and NCLH there as well. All the hotels and casinos in positive territory. Notable name there, Hasbro. We mentioned in the pre-market if you joined us. Downside off earnings. Moderna downside today, 2%. There was a negative note on Moderna, COVID-related negative note on Moderna there, just on the demand side of things, nothing to do with them specifically. Financials as well, still strong, 2 days in a row for the banks, back to the upside with Goldman obviously wrapping up the big banks, guys, but nice looking board to kick things off. Back over to you.
Well, if we do that segment, we don't do it anymore, that segment in the afternoon, like the frustrating stocks. Any guesses what it'll be for me? The guy who waxed poetic about not trading during the conference calls, all banking season, they have conference calls in the morning, and they bleed into the open. So don't get into the trades early. Just either get in, get out before it, or get in after it's done. I traded during the Goldman call and got burned. The thing about Hasbro is, I was only looking, this is crazy, because I was looking for shorts in Hasbro one way, and that was off of a breakdown at 65, because I said, wow, if it breaks that floor, the stock is screwed. But the other trade would have been, look at the channel it's in, and you could just short the pop. I look back, that's hindsight's going to be 2020, but the shorts are in here. Ford has done what I was looking for, which was bounce initially off of, I only wanted it to bounce off that level. So what happened here is it broke 12, right? So then you have a wick bottom, because that's my stop. I didn't add to the position in front of 12. Puts in a wick bottom, essentially prints 90, 99, 98 half. It looks like it prints some 98 halves. Puts in a bit of a wick bottom and then reclaims the level. So for me, when I like shorting wick tops, I like longing wick bottoms. So I'm looking for some bottom picks. A couple of things here. The overall market that might support this move is you have the NASDAQ breaking overnight support and then trying to get back above it here. So a bit of a wick bottom on the NASDAQ. The ES, on the other hand, I'm just throwing these over instead of sliding over for you. The ES above overnight support levels and still above that Friday little peak. So like that Friday peak, we're actually holding and bouncing off that level. So it does lead me to want to try to grab something to the long side. I can get into Ford. I know my out is now going to be beneath that pre-market low or just below that 98 level. So I'm really risking like 5 pennies on Ford, thinking it had been relatively strong, but just not willing to give it all back, or I don't want to give up my other shorts either. Like I'm holding on to some of these shorts. I hold on to my Silvergate, but I was looking for some long entries. Ford set up. It was one I already liked. Give it about 5 cents worth of risk. Netflix, I'm not so sure about. And Roblox, if the market bounces where I was just sort of indicating on the ES and the NASDAQ, then I got to respect the fact that for now the 4th time here, Roblox has broken 43 and is now trying to reclaim 43. If this one is if it does it again, I'm just going to trail this out at 43.25 and respect the fact that we're not breaking lows. It's still up on the day. If it doesn't want to go, I can hold on to Silvergate and I can hold on to Intel, which are showing me no signs of relative strength here. So long in Ford, giving it 5 pennies, well 4 pennies in slippage, which will be 1 cent, trust me. And then we'll see what happens with that. But Roblox showing signs it doesn't want to break the low. Might just want to go $1 and no more.
Yeah, and looking at my Netflix idea, the short was not wrong, but man, was I wrong on that fill. Look at that. And sometimes you just got to laugh, right? Like I'm not perfect, far from it. And maybe I should have had the 250 stop. My thesis was if we break 249, we're going to touch 250 and stop me out anyways. So why not just stop myself out over here? But I guess my real stop should have been 250, 150 over there. Or I could have gotten back in, but I didn't want to overtrade it. But that was actually a really, really nice move to the downside. And then breaking the low, so now maybe, we kind of reclaim that level, go sideways a bit. It is 10:45, and I'm having a great time. Hopefully you guys are too, and we do appreciate you hitting the like button. I'm seeing 1.5 thousand likes, 7,500 people watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. If you're not trading and just enjoying the show, hopefully you guys are enjoying the entertainment. I'm actually looking at 145 Apple. We actually dipped below, reclaimed, and now we're dancing around. And it's funny, too, because that 37.40, which was Arun's level for the dip, maybe we dance around there and then rip back up and then test the highs. Maybe it'll be that kind of day. Again, remember, we are still up 1.4%. So these names could easily jump back to the upside and go back for a VWAP test. So, Netflix, even just something like Apple as a proxy bet to the market. Like it tapped 145, it broke, it quickly reclaimed, and now we're back above. So is this now the support area? Are we going to, tap that 50 period, maybe potentially VWAP? So for myself, it's try to buy the dip if I can get the fill. I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. And, looking back to like AMD, not too much lower from where I covered, so pretty happy with that one as well. And, Tesla over 220 again. So, kind of same overall pattern on all these large caps. And let me quickly bring up drug too, because where is this one trading?
It's starting to pull back.
Starting to pull back there. So yeah, if we actually get back towards VWAP, I mean, I doubt this is positive news, and it's like after seeing AVCT and the nuke, I'm just like, okay, wait a second though. Like, is this gonna happen? But no, I think, I mean, never say never, but if we actually get back towards that VWAP and get a little bounce area, maybe good. But again, if we break, easily could flush down. I think I'm going to have a little bit of a wider stop on this one, but let me see if I get the fill on this as well.
So I'm locked and loaded, and now out of this, we'll ring the register. I talked about the trailing stop. It's so many times that we tested 43 on Roblox. So I just take the profit and run. It's still up 1% on the day. It's going to be, I'm not saying it's an easy trade, but because it was not. Initially, it looked pretty solid, but if you're going to hold those lows, I got to be able to get out of it. I'm also seeing a bit of a stacked bid on SI. So I'm sitting in the 58.25 range, but I'm just going to step it up about 20 cents to get the second half out for $1.50 on that stock because I'm holding the last of it for another $2. So I might as well just do that. And then Ford, if the market's trying to make a temp bottom, Ford's what I liked, right? So look, I got stopped out in the last 20% of this because if it broke 12 and just continued to flush, I'm not going to sit there saying, oh, it has to dip. I'm going to be stubborn about it. No, just get out. If it gives you the wick bottom, then just get back in, and then you can get back in for what you were trading earlier on in the session. If it gets back into VWAP, I will have my offers all the way up to VWAP on $4 to $12 stock. Ask yourself this question: if you were trading if you were long on $120 on a stock, would you take some out at 120.50, at 120.75, at 121? Yeah, I would. So then when it's a $12 stock, I do the same thing. So risk to reward is basically the same kind of concept, and you have to adjust on the fly when you do that. And just to add, I know you already asked for the likes, and thank you guys for doing that. If you're tuning in, and you're tuning in a little bit late, and you're wondering why Sean has a Bass Pro Shops hat on, which is cool, is all hell. But Sean had to take care of the little ones today. But it's not all doom and gloom. I know he always wants to be here for the markets. He's getting a chance to watch his daughter do her cross-country race. And I'm just going to make this one up, but it's probably true. If we get to 3,000 likes, I think she's going to get a medal, which she got top 10 last time. I think it was like 100 and something runners, and she came top 10. G is a bit of an athlete. I'm kind of hoping my daughter follows in those footsteps. But anyways, that's where Sean is. I know he's having an absolute blast because watching your kids do their thing is amazing. Brendan, what do you got, bud?
Another low float name, 1.7 million on the next candidate. ERNA, which is Eterna Therapeutics, already halted once, guys, to the upside. Big push here, though, for ERNA.
So there's a good question in here. And yeah, David Kyle, that's a shameless attempt. You're goddamn right it is. But there was a good question, and someone said it, and I'm missing the name, but I want to make sure I answer this question. It's Frank here. What does he mean when he says get back to VWAP? So if you look at my charts, yeah, I have the right chart. When you look at the charts, the only indicators on my 3-minute and my 15-minute chart are volume, because I think I want to know what the relative volume is. And I used to dabble with my lower time frame charts having moving averages on them. Sometimes I'll have 2 charts up, and I'll have a medium range chart that has some moving averages on it, but I leave those for my daily charts a lot of times. But I like the volume weighted average price because it always gives me like any kind of a regression to the mean type move, like shorting a top. I always want to get some out at VWAP because if it's an active stock, you do have a lot of hedge funds and a lot of just trade desk market makers in general that essentially their performance is great. If they're tasked with buying up forward, let's just say, then their performance versus a volume weighted average price is going to be key. So there's a lot of algos that operate sort of gravitating toward that price, and I like it for resistance and support when you're making a retracement. So I'm bouncing off the low of the day and looking for a play back against the trend. And because I'm against the trend, I want to make sure I'm paying myself out to VWAP. It's an obvious place where you can get a curl. A better example of that might be to Tesla here, where I was looking shorts on Tesla at that 225, but when it bounced, I'm looking to get back in as it fails off VWAP. And then, of course, I don't hold it through the low of the day. Could have gotten 218s there. I got out the second time through the bottom, but I just like that as an indicator for potential trend reversals that you can get out in front of. If you're long, it can reverse back into the short there. And if you're looking for shorts, it can be a good entry point there. So I hope that answers your question. VWAP is a great indicator. I think we have a video. One of the first videos we actually did education-wise, I don't even know what year it was, a couple of years ago, was what is VWAP? You should check that one out. Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, look at currency segments, or currency markets, I should say, at this point this morning. Here comes the pound. What a chart. This is the daily chart. Still, we got down to all-time lows going back to the end of September, if you remember. Nice bounce, though, all the way back to 114. We're holding on to some key levels right now, 113, 114, back to the upside. But fears over bigger, larger rate hikes from the Bank of England starting to fade. So that's helping out the pound a little bit today. It is still down versus the dollar up here, higher again. 0.2 for the dollar, 0.3 to the downside. That's off the lows, however. You can see nice wick coming in here on the daily chart. Only 0.3. It was down better part of a full percent at one point early on this morning. Canadian dollar downside once again, 0.3, 72.67 right now for the CAD. Swiss franc, Japanese yen also going opposite directions today. They typically trade one and the same. Australia and New Zealand both higher. You can see Bitcoin still struggling a little bit, but only 0.5% right now to the downside. But what a move back to the upside here for the pound.
So I'm just telling Luca this, and Fahad, you're gonna love this one. A certain somebody who gets asked a lot of stocks every single evening, I'm pretty sure got asked about Veru. And so I see Brendan say MyMed's making moves and Veru's making moves. It's like, okay, well, you're not making money and you're in a bottom end channel and you're high risk and you get that sort of like talk about risky name, pure spec kind of nonsense. You know what I'm talking about. And then what does it do? I'm like, oh, I should maybe pay attention to Veru. It's as usual, finding a bottom at $10, putting in that casual higher low, making the channel and breaking the channel. Every time Veru does this, you almost need to just as a day trader, allow it to happen and then take the break. And look at the break at 12. It's clean, man. And the fact that it even got that mention maybe gives it some extra juice into that 13 level. 13 break might be better on Veru, to be honest with you, because it's still in the bottom of that channel. Still more room to run to the upside if it goes. But look at $10 on this stock. It's just every time it gets down here, I mean, you can go back to May and say it was below it in May, but since then, every time it gets down there, it lulls you to sleep and then runs. Lulls you to sleep, runs. Lulls you to sleep, and it hasn't even run that far just yet, probably because the market dynamics is a little bit different, but great look on Veru there, Brendan. Thank you for pointing that one out there. I'm kicking myself because I read that on the way home on my train, or sorry, it wasn't on the train, it was actually after I got off the train when I was at home, and then was like, I should look at Veru tomorrow. Then I didn't end up doing it. I did look for Silvergate. I've owned and traded this stock. I probably still have like 10% of my position from a couple of years ago on Silvergate, but when the earnings were bad and it was breaking down at 60, the daily chart's probably a better example of it breaking 60 here. Now working about 2.5 in the money. If it does make a bounce, I would expect it's at this former 56 bottom. So that was the low when it got destroyed and got cut in half in like 1 week. That was fun. In May, I still had, like I said, I had like 10% of that stock still. And then it broke it for good. And for good, meaning 3 days, higher low at that 56. That's where I think we're headed. I'm looking for $4 on this trade, probably more like 3.5. I'll probably slap a trail on it if it breaks 57 even, but that's continuing to work. And then, of course, Intel, man. I came in looking AMD break at 60, and then the other side of that would be short Intel if it doesn't break the high of the day. Intel never broke the high of the day. It's now at that 26 level. I said 26 or bust for the last of this position. And remember, I always talk about this, like you can take it as two separate trades. You've got a scalp trade, which I'm playing to the pre-market lows, which is a pop and fade. And there's another one where it's like I'm just taking it and holding. So whether it's 20% or 10% or 30%, I always want to have that type of a look. It's two types of opportunities in this market where you can get in and out and scalp if it goes sideways. But if you get a continuation day, you want to have something on board. So always make sure that you're trying to at least work into that style of a trade. So you can get this, now a wick bottom through that 26 even. So I will put my trail in. It'll be at 26.10. Breaks that, I'm out. We'll grab 75 pennies on Intel and walk away. Or we continue lower, and I'm holding this all afternoon. Brendo?
Just saw a note on Apple there, guys. A heads up. Yeah, Roku downside a little bit. Apparently, Apple, the next generation of Apple TV just launched. So a heads up on Roku downside a little bit. Anyways, let's talk about some earnings. Big name coming up after market tonight, and a few notable ones tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, I'd never heard of any of those. Who's that? What's that one you were talking about that you liked there, Luca? Which one was it again?
I just see one name on that list, honestly. But yeah. No, Netflix after the bell today, definitely going to be interesting.
And I thought you were talking about interactive brokers, no?
Oh, no.
I'm joking. No, I didn't even realize IB reports, but who cares? Netflix, more Netflix. But tomorrow morning, by the way, Procter & Gamble, I always like Procter as a very good proxy for some of the market and the health of the consumer. I think it's worthwhile to look at it for that. And let's not sleep on, I think it was United Airlines. The airlines have been the travel space has been pretty good for some volatile moves. So I wouldn't necessarily sleep on UAL, but come on. Everybody's going to be watching Netflix. You had the big boom. In yesterday's trade. The ads here, I think, is going to be fantastic for it. I know everyone's looking at the subscriber number. It would not surprise me if people are looking past that for some projections on what that ad tier is going to do for them forward looking. So we'll see what happens. It's still holding. It's holding support above that 240 where you had that one chance to dip by it in the late after. Actually, it was right around this time, right 11 o'clock, that it dipped bought 240. It's still holding that level, but it's been all about the reversal and rejecting that 250 level. One of the few shorts that we didn't have on this morning. And just to say this, because I know Luca was trying to, it'll happen. I make top wicks all the time on moves, and I always say if you made the top wick, then you've done something incredibly right, in that your entry was good. Usually, if you've got a tight stop, like if you were short anywhere here in Netflix and you stopped out, then I think the first thing you should ask yourself is, do I have any issue with my entry point? And the answer should be a resounding no. It's a perfect entry point. The question becomes, are you taking an amount of size that you can hold back to 50? That's what it's all about there sometimes. It's just the entry is fantastic. The other side of that is the execution, holding on to it. Because I don't mind making top and bottom wicks. You've got to be willing to do it. It is going to happen to you. Like, if I got stopped out on Microsoft at 23,950, and then all of a sudden it's back at VWAP later, that's all well and good, and you can celebrate the win. But the flip side of that is if I don't have a stop, it could just continue its trend to the downside. So take your hits where they are. Hold on to your winners a little bit longer if you can do that. And speaking of this, I just talked and ranted about VWAP there, guys. And then Ford. Oh, I hit enter too fast. Is it going to load? No, I got to do this. So Ford wicks up to VWAP. I'm able to get 40% of it out, and then pulls right back in. So maybe I should be more aggressive in front of VWAP to get shares out of this. I'm going to add to my offers beneath VWAP on Ford. It still hasn't loaded on this chart here, so I'll hit refresh one more time, and there you go. So sometimes VWAP, you get that rejection. Market trending down, but trying to hold the bid here. Ford's the only long I got. Here is Luca. Fantastic job as always. I know you guys love him. But anything you're looking at going into, because we got like 2 minutes here.
Yeah, I think going into so I'm trying to long here on Tesla and Apple as a proxy to the market using that 3740. I think, and let me just quickly pull up the 1 minute here just to kind of clean it up. This is the level, right? It's like we tried to hold, then we cleared it out, then we instantly ripped back above, and now we're sort of bouncing. So again, we are up 1.3%. I don't absolutely love the long per se, but it's doing this action where it's like kind of dipping below the level of reclaiming, dipping below reclaiming, and pulling that up kind of like with the names that I'm looking at here. It's like I'm just trying like simple over under. It's like, okay, try the long. Okay, maybe we're going to go down. I'm not going to hold this all the way down to 218, so I'm just going to get out over here. So it's like break even. If we close below 220 and now we start to go lower, if the overall market wants to continue down, feeling like, it's not to say that it's a now or never, but how many times do you dip below and then reclaim back up? So yeah, looking at that long, but again, I'm not going to fight the overall trend of these things going down on the day. So it's like try it once, try it twice, maybe a third time. I'm wrong. Close the trade, call it a day, and that's about it. But yeah, I had a great time, and wow, time flies when you're having fun, because it is basically 10:59:30 here, almost 11. Almost going to pass it off to the legends to the left of me. But I don't know if you're looking at anything else as well.
No, I wanted to address something. Trader Grono made a good point. I just answered him in the chat. And he's like, yeah, you guys always talk about holding on longer, and actions speak louder than words. You're right. But like any trader, I've been doing this a long time, like 20 years. Now I just aged myself, but you can see the gray, so I'm old. But you're almost never going to hold everything for the entire move. That's pretty much impossible, right? Because nobody's perfect. So the idea is you try to do it as many times as possible. So here, Intel did hold. I'll be the first to admit, Tesla, I'm already out of the Tesla shorts. So this is probably going to still continue to go. So didn't quite hold on to Tesla, which probably has another couple downside moves. I go over to Silvergate. Again, maybe it's a little bit weaker. Had my conviction. Hold. Wasn't even scalping it when it was dancing around in the middle, but I'm holding the last third of this trade for the extent of the full move on the daily chart. You're not going to get them all, but you try to hold on to each one. And you know what? It's good enough for me that today, out of the shorts I have, I held half of them, more or less, for the bigger moves. Roblox is probably in the middle because it's not really breaking support just yet, so I'm not sure that one counts either way just yet. But as long as tomorrow's better, or I don't really say today, tomorrow, as long as next month, the next quarter, I'm doing better than I was a quarter before, that's what ends up mattering as a trader. But you guys get to go over to Trader Pratt and Sharif, who came prepared for the fact that it's a sauna in here.
What?
It's a sauna in here. It's hot.
Oh, yes, it is hot in here, guys. I don't know who's in control of this heat, but I run hot anyway, and so needless to say, I'm displeased at the moment with this heat. These guys got a fan. Maybe we'll get it later, but whew, it's a hot one today, Bradley.
It does feel like a sauna in here for sure. And yesterday, spending 30 minutes in the sauna, probably not helping the fact today. I mean, I'm a little prepared, as Neil said it, but more, let's see how we can deal with this constant pressure, heat putting on, not just from the environment, but also the market. The market going hot to the downside today. straight, it's still up, market's still up 1% on the NASDAQ, up 1.2% on the S&P 500, but we're pushing to the downside. Lone goes shirt off. I mean, shirt off for Sharif might not be a bad thing, but trust me, you don't want to see me shirt off just yet. Give me 2 years, and then shirt off Prad will be for sure without a problem. Let's cover some of the trades that I've been in here today. I made my shutdown and I pretty much stopped trading for a little bit, and now I'm in a brand new position, which is going to be Hasbro. Hasbro over here took the short around 66, and I'm expecting 65 to come into play. Let's see how this trade plays out. I have a stop on the break of this range high around 66.80, 66.90. So we're just going to let that stock move around a bit, and then and we'll see where we want to cover that trade. Actually, now that I'm noticing, maybe I want to move my stop, because on my second chart, apparently by mistake, I was on the 3-minute time scale, and on the 3-minute time scale, I saw that 65.80 was rejecting, so I moved my stop to the break of 65.80. But usually I trade off the 5-minute time scale on that. We don't really have a clear range or anything just yet, so you know what? I don't want to give any money back. I'm just gonna hold to my stop. If it does stop me out, that's fine, because we still had some banger trades today on Roblox, for example. We had to battle the shorts on Roblox quite a bit. It stopped me out a little bit. Actually didn't stop me out. I punched out of my size, a quarter of my size I punched out over here, so I can add it back at the higher range. Scaling in,
Smart.
scaling out. I don't want to take out my whole size and then watch the trade go in my favor and then complain about it. So just to get a better average, I punch out a quarter of my size. I was expecting to punch it closer to 44.50, which never came into play. So when it popped up, it started going back down. I punched again, and the profits all the way to the downside. Cover to the downside was a pretty fun move over there to take advantage of. And look at that, Hasbro right now getting ready to stop me out already on the move that it's having to the upside over here. It's either I take some more size around the 66 area, or I just give up on my trade, keep my profits that I've made for the day, and move on. Yeah, you know what? We're going to stop ourselves out over here, call it a day on Hasbro.
Attaboy, Bradley. Those look like good trades. Guys, I sat down. The second I sat down, actually before, when I was at my desk, I noticed KPRX was making a move. So I was quick to load this one up when I sat down here, and I saw that it was retracing back to an important resistance level. Sorry, support, former resistance, current support level. That was the 935. Look at this top wick that we have here, 935, and it also corresponds with this trough right here. It goes back to 937. It's not going to always retrace back to 935. You're going to have to give it a penny or two. In fact, I gave it 6 or 7 because I got in at that 946 area. I got in with a heavy size, and the reason I did that is because this one was clearly on a very aggressive uptrend, and we were early in the day, relatively speaking, 62% up on the day. I also had another piece to go down at VWAP should this one have retraced down to VWAP. So I got in here at the 946 area, and then I had another order for full size at that 927, 925 area. And literally, I mean, a few seconds after I punched in, this one shot up all the way in the 70s. I scalped in the 70s, I scalped in the 80s, and I scalped in the 90s, and then I punched out right at like the mid 90s area. Now, problem with this one is there's an epic battle happening at that $10 level. We've been in this range for the better part of, I want to say, 20 minutes now. We're fighting between longs and shorts at this level. No one seems to be winning. It's kind of like a stalemate at this point. So careful going here, because sometimes at these levels we can find ourselves flushing, especially if a big seller comes in or someone with a big position long decides to sell at this point. So careful at this $10 level. Wait for it to break above that 10, I want to say 25 level here before you add some serious size. Now, high of the day on KPRX is 939. So a penny below 940. Let's check some daily levels on this one to figure out if we need to be aware of any levels. Here we go. So the daily on this, anything higher than we're currently at, we have to go back to September 23rd, and the high there was 1118. So I'm going to go ahead and put a horizontal trend line at that 1118 area. Oh, come on, there we go. And then we can find another one on September 13th. We had 1135 high. So, you know, this gives you an idea that it's a bit of a former runner. Having a look at the chart here, you see these days where there are aggressively high candle wicks, and maybe we don't close near the highs. So this is not the one I would say to swing or hold. This is a day trade only stock. The trend of the stock is obviously to the downside as you know, on the longer term scale, but Definitely an excellent intraday trading stock if you guys are into the small cappers. The other one I'm looking at is QNRX. Let's flip to that one over here. I'm also looking at drug, but I'll talk quickly about QNRX. I had a trade at my desk on this guy here. This one has been a bit tricky. It had a really nice aggressive move right at the bell actually, and then retraced back below VWAP, breaking VWAP again, retracing below, and then kind of settling into a more sustained uptrend, and that's where I'm looking to get in now. So if we drew a trend line from that 10:15 time slot till now, look how well that trend line holds up. And that's after all the opening shenanigans where, there's a competition between buyers and sellers. We have a bit more of a sustained uptrend. I'm looking to take dips off this trend line. So I'm looking for that 255 dip, possibly to initiate a long on KPRX. The third one, I want to talk about was drug. Well, we'll all recall this one because this one's been showing up a lot the last month and a half. $1 stock, obviously not my favorite, but look at this sustained uptrend right from the bell. It's given you ample opportunity on pullbacks to initiate longs if you miss that initial move up at 936. Ample opportunities, I mean ample. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to get in on this guy. So we're looking to get long. I'm a bit more greedy. So I'm looking for a bigger retracement, possibly to the 50-period moving average. It's held the 20-period quite well, though. So if you scalp off the 20-period, that wouldn't be a bad move either, Prad.
Yeah, I just punched into a RCL short, which is already in the money by 17 cents, pushing down. We got to pop above VWAP to $48 or so. And 15 cents in the money. I want to take some profits out already. Quick scalp off the profit over here. Take some money out as we can before it tries to move back up. This market is continuing to go to the downside. UVXY is pretty much at the high of day. And one of our traders right behind me, actually, I don't know where he went. He was asking in the chat, how do we use UVXY? I see a bunch of traders in the chat use UVXY on the floor use UVXY. And he was asking, how do you use it? Basically, every time it touches VWAP, you want to be able to see what the market's doing too. Usually the market will extend a little bit more past VWAP, but as soon as UVXY touches VWAP and bounces, the market also bounces from that level and goes to the other side, right? So it's always a good thing to watch these market variables such as the volatility index. Where is the volatility to begin with on the day itself? So if we were to pull up the VIX over here, you see the VIX is up at 31.16. That means that on CPI day or the day before CPI day, the VIX was at 33. On CPI day, it was at 32 something, and now we're at 31. So clearly volatility is going down, which means the overall trend in the market is to the north side, right? Up 1% on the S&P 500, up 8.86% on the NASDAQ. Yesterday, we got a monster rally on the tech basket, which was about a 3% move on the tech basket, and S&P up 500, if I remember correctly, was up almost 2.3, 2.5% yesterday. So beautiful rally, but a little bit of a fade the rally slash fade the not fade really, but cover some of the profits. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of people on the social media talk about how this market seems to be having to put a bottom in, but none of them are ready to actually go buy some positions, right? So that's the same sentiment that I have and a bunch of other people on the floor have too, and that sentiment might be the reason why the bottom's not really in. If the bottom's really in, then people should be hands over fist getting ready to buy some positions on their own long-term account like I did. I bought some Intel, I bought some Apple, and both of them are in the money now, and probably my only in the money positions on my account. But sadly, Intel today, just now making a new low a day at 25.80. I think I heard Neil say he had a short on this, monster short on Intel, Neil. Congratulations on that trade today, down 2.3%. Looks like the chip stocks, I typed chip in the level 2 because I thought it would actually pull up something. Looks like the chip stocks, which began the day with some sort of a relative strength, among the strongest groups in pre-market, after leading the Monday's rally, Intel shares and so on. So if you're not signed up to our watch list, you're going to miss out on key information like that, which were pretty strong on the day. But sadly, the market turning back around, going to the pre-market bottoms almost to 37.20. We're at 37.29 right now on the S&P 500 market. Let me quickly put it up over here. We're at almost at pre-market bottoms near 37.20. We're at 37.30. Let's see if the market wants to pull back a little bit more. I do believe this market will stay green on the day. I can't see myself watching the market go red, but we have to be a little careful.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to mention one thing here. I was talking about QNRX before I sent it to Prad, and I drew that trend line that looked fantastic. It obviously broke VWAP. So this one, not really respecting money levels. This probably is on my S list for the, you know what that means, for the rest of the day. The reason is because, number one, it's very spready for a $2 stock. Right now, it's a couple of pennies, but I've seen it at times go as high as 8 to 10. So that's not going to work for me on a $2 stock. You can just get cut up getting in and out on that one. So QNRX, not tradable for me for the rest of the day. Also, it's not really bouncing off any particular level. Like look at this descent right here where we're bottom wicked at 235. I can't find any level on the intraday chart or even on the 10 or 15 minute chart that corresponds to that level. So it's stopping at random places. To me, that's just not going to work. What's up, Brad?
Spin the siren right now because this market's really pushing to the downside. We just broke that 37.30. I took a quick entry on the 133 break. I got a pretty bad fill on that break. I got filled at 132.85. Usually we get filled way better than that. But 132.85 on Microsoft, which means we're 60 cents in the money. Money. Anyways, I was saying spin the sirens and whatnot because the market just broke the 37.20. So we are now 60 cents in the money on the Microsoft short. Even the RCL short now paying us only 15 cents in the money on that one. So we don't have to cover that one just yet. But we're getting ready to break 132. I got a pretty bad fill on that 133. I got filled at 132.85, but only 15 cents away from that even dollar price. No complaints there, Prad. As you're about to be 85 cents in the money, baby. Fill me. Come on. There you go. They did fill me. Oh, they didn't. Oh, I canceled my order. I'm a dummy. Let me get my fill over there. There we go. 87 cents in the money on Meta platforms. Just like that as this market, S&P 500 now only up 0.5 on the day. I think I said that too quick. I said I can't see this market turning red on the day. And we start plunging to the downside. Straight Amber Heard mode. Turd mode, just going straight to the ground side. So I guess now it's time to see what other positions can we put some damage on. We were battling that Roblox trade quite a bit. Are you going to tell me that Roblox is making a new low a day? No, Pratty Daddy. Why did you have to close your trade so quick, man? And Halliburton, how about this stock? We had a pretty good short on Halliburton today, and it actually breaks $30. We covered this trade at 30. My best exit was right here at $30, and now we're going to a new low a day. All I had to do was throw my stop out and forget about these positions. But no, sometimes, Prad makes mistakes too, but the job is to learn from our mistakes. And look at this, Hasbro popped up. Hasbro has negative earnings on the board today, and now we're going to get back into our Hasbro trade. I want more size on this, right? And we're going to give it up to 63.55, that candle high over there, to see if we're going to get stopped out. Multiple positions moving to the south side. This market might just turn red now. I'm going to retract what I said earlier. Congratulations to the shorts. UVXY making a new day, market making a new low.
Yes, sir. I had that 37.34 marked off on the ES as a key level. Before I get into the SPX and talk a little bit about the rally that I think we may see in October based on history, let's talk quickly about today's intraday levels. Look how many times we break through that 37.34 level. That was either an open or a close level on a previous day, which ends up being an important level of support and resistance, both in this case. Here, and then look at all the tests here, and then we get to the aftermarket trade. We have a bounce here, and finally a rejection here. So 37.34 to me seems like an interesting level on the ME or the ES in general. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's happened in October and September going for the last 2 years. So this is the daily chart for the SPS index. Okay, so here we are. This is September and October 2021. So last year this time, okay? We make a high on September 2nd, and then we basically retrace all the way down. We give up from 45.50, we go all the way down to 42.73. Not that bad of a move given what we've been through lately, but retracement nonetheless. And that ends up, we bottom out here early October, and then we start trending up, okay? up to 48.17, which is I think the all-time high on the SPX. Now let's go back to 2020. Same thing happened in 2020. Here is, again, we get a September top, right? We at 36-ish, okay? We retrace all the way back to 32, and that ended late September, okay? And then we make a move back up to 35, but in this case, we get a couple of bounces here. We have a late October decline, and then November, we start trending back up. So this time of the year, because of the earnings coming out, I'm not really sure exactly what the catalyst is usually at this time of the year. I'm thinking maybe it's Q3 earnings, maybe going into Christmas, always causes the market to retrace anyway. Let's see if we get that kind of same movement. Now, a bit of a difference between last year and this year. Those years we were on an incline. We were going up in the market. Currently, we're going down in the market. So in terms of analyzing the charts, a little bit different. I'm looking here for a bounce, possibly maybe to the end of the month or whatever, and then I think we may retrace. So I'm going to draw out my trend lines. Maybe I'll have something more concrete for you guys. I see a nice little trend line that I can draw here. If that's the case, we may see like 4,100, 4,150 or so. If we were to bounce off this trend line, you get 3 peaks touching here. That'd be a big move, to be honest with you, from a 3,500 bottom all the way back to 4,150. But I wouldn't put anything past this market, especially with the gambling that I believe occurs on Wall Street, and I've spoken about that ad nauseum. So I'll leave you guys with that thought. One quick thing before I send it back to Prad. KPRX continuing to have that battle at $10. Look at now. We tried to pop above it here. We got to 10.05, 10.06, and then you had the flush back down into that 50-period moving average. Now consolidating a little bit. Let's see what this one does. This one's on my good list. I'm thinking maybe a bounce off VWAP with a quarter size, guys, because this one is starting to trend down a little bit.
Yeah, the market moving up a bit right now after making a new low, going past the pre-market low that I was talking about earlier, which is around 37.20 to 37.14. I think people are expecting that retest of 3,700 on the S&P 500 future, so we just have to be a little careful if you are long, especially because that test might come in, but market might try to move up over here as it's doing so and go test that 37.30, 37.40 area that Arun mentioned apparently in the morning. I only know this because Luca said it. I wasn't listening to Arun in the morning. I wish I was here to listen to that, but missed out on what Arun's levels were. But Luca did mention that 37.40 was a level that Arun pointed out. Look at LMT today, Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin up above almost 6% here and pushing to $420, but the spread sadly is $50. I can't really take too much size over here because the second I punch the ask to go long, I'm already out of the money on this position. So I think I'm going to be a little careful over here. Probably look for a $420 break. That way I could have a stop at 420 right away and see if we go anywhere. But looks like we're pretty much in resistance areas near the 100-period EMA on the daily chart and the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. We're going to send it over to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, busy morning. Give you an update here on this board. Once again, that is seeing a little bit more red creeping back in. Showed you this in the pre-market. If you joined us around 9 o'clock, we look at this every single day. The market, SPY, was gray at that point. It has since gone back to the green side. So people liking the day, obviously back to the upside. The Qs here as well, back to the upside. Tesla positive on the day as well as far as sentiment is concerned. This one, however, AVCT was green, has since gone red, back downside. So RMED, Mullen, AMC, Apple here, NIO. It's worth a note, there was a whole bunch of new products just launched from Apple, new iPad, a bunch of new stuff. It was just a press release. There was no event or anything today, but just a heads up on Apple on that note. APE is here, KPRX, to name a few, but much more mixed anyways as far as what is being discussed on social media, guys.
Go ahead, Bradley.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, market's trying to still go to the downside. Another leg down, says Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator. You're not wrong, buddy. I know you're holding some shorts on the ES right now. Smoke those shorts, man. There's going to the downside. NASDAQ now only up 0.3% on the day. part of me is itching to short LMT over here near $420. So I'm going to take small size. I'm going to wait on the ask. That way, as soon as I punch in, I'm already in the money. Of course, they run away from me as soon as I throw an order. What else would you expect from this market, right? So notice how I threw the order out there. Instantly, the stock drops 50 cents to the downside, annoying me over there a little bit. I'm going to wait to see if I can catch that fill on LMT. Once again, keep in mind, I'm not taking too much size. This is an expensive stock with a wide spread. So I don't want to get burnt on it. I don't want to give back all the money that I'm making on RCL and Meta and Hasbro away on this one trade over here on LMT. Let's go to RCL since I mentioned it. Now 50 cents in the money, taking another TRL. We're still holding 70% of our trade on this bad boy. Meta Platforms, we have 80% of our size on this trade, and it's once again 60 cents in the money. So we're going to try and take out some more size over there just to make sure we're protecting our capital that's being offered by the market, which, like I said, most likely should be going to 3,700 to go test that bottom. So we're not too far from it. We're only 8 points away from 3,700 on this market. You will see a lot of people looking to cover in front of 3,700. So look for some pops coming in. I'm not saying scalp the pops, right? I'm just saying look for those pops to come in. That's going to be your look at that. Look at those covers, right? These are all just short coverings coming in at these 3,700 or pre-3,700. So that will give you a catalyst to maybe take some profits on your positions. Instead of holding 70% of Meta and 70% of RCL, you should maybe think about taking some more size out over here around these levels just to be sure in case the market does give you that bounce, you're not stuck with all of your size moving back up. That way you can scale back into the trade, scale out of the trade. Something that I was talking to you guys just now about Roblox, how I traded Roblox over here, right? I only punched out a quarter of my position, got back in, not sure why the candles are not showing up, but only punched out a quarter of a position, punched out, come back into the position, and now Roblox making a new low a day, making me look like a real bad trader. And you guys know that I'm not the best trader out there, but I'm trying. I'm learning every single day. Every single day I try to improve by 1%, so that way we're not stagnating, we're not plateauing in our growth. We always want to grow, always want to keep getting better. And one of the things that can help you get better, guys, is making a daily report card, right? We can get more into the daily report card topic when the volume dies down in the market around 12 o'clock or so. If I do remember to talk about the daily report card and how I set up my daily report card, we'll talk about it once later on. But right now, markets are moving. It's a little spicy, so we'll keep on trading.
Yeah, look at the currently, if we were to close right now at these levels, this would create a really ugly candle on the daily chart for the ES. This is what we call a topping tail candle, and it's basically a reversal candle. We talked a little bit about it yesterday with respect to a different stock, but it's equally applicable in this instance. So look at this. So a big move up. We had a really good overnight move on the futures. It moved up, I think, to 3,775, so that's the high, and now we're going to retest 37. So if we turn red here and we have a huge upper wick and a lower red body, that to me is a reversal candle, especially after yesterday's big move up anyway. So interesting to take these tidbits in. I'm not really sure how to use that information at the moment, but just it's an interesting point to note. Now, with respect to drug, I got in on drug here at 139. Reason being is I wanted to incrementally add possibly into that VWAP level at $1.34. It's currently 2 pennies in the money against me, so not a bad move here. Retracing into the levels that I expected. I'm going to add again at that 134. Let's go ahead and put that now. That'll be a quarter size, as you guys know. This one, not bad in terms of spread. It's, you know, for the most part, it's always 1 penny or so, not really opening up all that badly. And I keep in mind, drug is going to march to the beat of its own drum. It's not really going to be influenced by the market. So you don't connect the two is what I would say about that. But long drug, 139, looking to add at 134. Let's see what this one does. But one that we didn't talk about that Brendan actually has been mentioning to you guys up at the big desk is that ERNA. So that one, a little bit tricky, to be honest with you. A bit of a halt fest this morning. 2 halts on the way up here. Let's pull it up. This is the daily chart on ERNA. Let's just have a quick look at the daily chart. Very ugly chart, obviously coming back from a high of $200 back in Yeah, back about almost a year ago, November 2021. Ever since then, it's been just one big move down, so nothing that I want to hold in my long-term portfolio. But let's look for an intraday trade here. What kind of levels can we get? We obviously use halt levels. I use halt levels as key areas of support and resistance. We're currently in between two halt levels around that VWAP area, and not really claiming any sort of price level or any indicator here that would make me want to get into this. This one's got to set up a little bit better. But anyway, the halt levels on the way down here are that 558 to the downside and 690 to the high side. So be aware of those levels. And we have a 715 high of day. Not much in the way of action pre-market. So that 715 high of day is good for both pre and after the bell, Pradley.
Yeah, so LMT did give me my position, but managed to break $420, and look how the spread opens up above 420. That's why I don't want to take too much size on this trade. I did take a loss for, oh my goodness, it's ripping right now. I guess I should have taken that long on the 420 break like I wanted to, and I changed my trade setup over there. That's my fault. But anyways, we're going to move on from it. This is why I took a small size trade on it. I didn't want to risk too much money on it. I only lost, I'll tell you, $12 on that trade, even though I got slipped up to 420.50. I got filled at 420.50, and my average price was 419.75. So that's why you got to keep your sizing appropriate to the spread of the stock and how it moves and how volatile the market might be and so on. Look at this market bouncing from that 3,700 area. NASDAQ almost turned red on the day, but it got down to 11,100 and started pushing to the north side. So what am I going to do? I'm going to look for a stock that is relatively strong on the day, such as Apple. Apple came out, multiple catalysts for Apple to the upside. Analysts coming in and saying, you know, Apple is poised to do better in this environment. And I mean, Apple's been ridiculously strong even when the markets have been destroying themselves. So around this 143 area, which I do remember trading in the past, as soon as we start hitting the 3701, 3702 area, I quickly punch into a small long on Apple with the hopes that I get to build into my position closer to 143. But look at that size on Apple right now. Bids coming in, only 100 lots, not much. 100 lots means 10,000 shares, I believe. So let me quickly, 100, and then you add 20. So 10,000 shares times 143, let's say, $1.43 million trying to go long around 143 on Apple. That's quite a lot of money. That's more than a lot of people have in their bank accounts, right? So I was actually listening to Lil Baby new album today coming into work, and he goes, Google says my net worth is $5 million. I got $5 million in cash. So unless you're Lil Baby, you don't got $5 million in cash, right? So $1 million on the book over there showing up. I'm going to use that as somewhat of a reason to keep on building into my longs as long as the market doesn't break that 3,700 low that we're looking at. But as soon as the market did touch that 3,700 low, I practiced what I preach, which is take out more size on Meta, take out more size on RCL, and then Hasbro, I took out 10% off my size. I'm still holding 90% because Hasbro has been weak on the day, but negative earnings came out weak. So get ready to hold this trade a little bit longer to the downside. RCL now 77 cents in the money. I want to take more size out as now we only have 30% left on RCL. The stock is ridiculously strong today with the help of CCL, so I don't want to fight it too much. I want to just, you know, scalp my money, exit stage left right away when I see the opportunity to.
Absolutely. Shout out to Abdi BK sending the $5 super chat. Says, at Sharif, the most Salah of the stock market. Thank you, and to the whole team. I'm definitely not the most Salah of the stock market, I'll tell you that. But I really do appreciate the compliment, and I'm sure the whole team does as well. So let's continue with what we've been looking at today. The volume is really drying up here on drug, guys, and it's making me kind of a little bit nervous about this trade. Thankfully, only in a quarter position and only a couple of pennies out of the money. I'm seeing not even a couple of pennies, 1 penny out of the money here. But this could open up at any time, so I'm just going to follow my rules. I'm going to stick to my plan. And whatever happens, happens. But what I'm looking for is that 140 break. We have a bit of a recent top at that 140. And when I look at the level 2, I don't really see anything that would show me, you know, huge encumbrances at that 140 level, preventing it from moving up. So let's see what this one does. If the volume comes back in, I think we could retest highs. I believe the high of day today on drug is at $1.48. So Same game plan going in the drug. Let's flip back to KPRX, creating a bit of a bottom here. Look at this, a little bit below 9. That's why I don't like this. I feel that this may be a flat bottom breakdown because it is consolidating below 9. It tried to reclaim 9 on a number of occasions. It wasn't able to. Looks like the sellers push this one a little bit lower. So now what I'm looking at is possibly a retracement either into, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, maybe that 788 level where we halted on, did we halt on KPRX? Let me just check quickly. Yeah, we did halt on KPRX. Okay, so maybe to the halt level here at 790 or so, we retrace back to the level. That would be a dollar move. I wouldn't put it past this stock, to be honest. Or possibly that 840 level where the 200 EMA is at. But this one really hasn't respected the indicators at this point, whether moving averages or VWAP or whatever. It's been more of a price level kind of stock. And that's why I took this dip trade here because of this peak here, because I felt that this was a key point of resistance and then therefore support on the way down on KPRX. This one may be an interesting short. I'm thinking about taking this one short at least to that $8.40 level, but just a little dangerous moving against the trend up almost, well, it was way over 50% on the day. I think it was 60% on the day. Now currently 43% on the day, but a bit of a tough one. June says, can you check ATXI? Absolutely. ATXI was something that I had been trading like for the last little while, to be honest with you. Currently below VWAP. It's up almost 10% on the day. Had a nice little bounce there at that 930 bell move. It looked like we created a 424 high, but ever since then, it's been selling off and below VWAP and definitely not really doing anything that's going to get my attention at the moment. June, for me to want to get back into this one, it's got to reclaim VWAP, maintain itself above VWAP, possibly bounce back to VWAP and then bounce back up. You know what I mean? Like, so it's got to reclaim it like this, move back, oops, here we go. I can drive this trend line. Come up like this, retrace back into this, and then make a bigger move upward. That's what I'm looking for these small cappers. Let's go up to Brendan at the big desk, I believe, for the EU close.
Hey guys, yeah, just waiting for the final prints to come through here as we wrap up a pretty productive session, it's worth noting. For European markets, here's how things looking right now, back in positive territory. But again, just waiting for the final few prints to come through here. From individual markets, we end the day 0.4 to the upside for England. Germany, a full percent to the upside. France, about 0.7, 1.25 for Italy, Spain, Sweden, the Swiss market as well, all in positive territory. Turkey back to flat on the day, but overall pretty good shape as far as Europe is concerned, guys, as we wrap up the day.
Europe, yeah, I mean, market pushed pretty to the south side. Did you say green or red, Brendo? Green, wow, pretty surprised that Euro actually ended green. I mean, the markets are still green though. S&P 500, NASDAQ, both green. I want to show you guys my bet from last night. Neil, I'm unstoppable, baby. Unstoppable. Look at this bet. Austin Eckler, anytime touchdown. He gets a nice rushing touchdown. Broncos under 30. Chargers over 15.5. Russell Wilson over 165.5 passing yards. And Herbert under 329.5 passing yards. Game goes into overtime, and I'm there absolutely freaking out if I should hedge my bet and go drop my rest of my balance on Broncos just in case this bet doesn't hit. I still make money on the day. I was like, no, Brad, just shut up and just walk away from your computer. I went to my bed, and then I get messages coming in from all my friends, and they go, your team just won in overtime. And I just, that made me happy, especially after what happened with the Maple Leafs last night. Did you see the hand pass call yesterday? The most BS call ever made on the planet of Earth. Like even Max says the call's actually legitimate. I don't know how he calls it a legitimate call. Maple Leafs got robbed yesterday off the third quarter game-tying goal, and we end up losing the game. I almost went to bed really, really mad, but thankfully the NFL bet hit, and we got to go to bed a little bit happier than we would have probably gone to bed too. But today, with the market giving us opportunities like it is so far, I don't think I'm going to go to bed unhappy at all today, because this is beautiful opportunities in the market. The Apple longs looks like they do want to work for us. We're 75 cents in the money on both RCL and Meta, and our boy Hasbro. Well, not my boy, you know. I don't think no, I did have a Hasbro toys in my life, but you know, Hasbro over here going to the downside. If I remember correctly, Neil had some sort of special connection with Hasbro. Right. Oh yeah, because his brother into animation, so he's looking at it for that reason. But yeah, Hasbro a couple days ago came out with a big negative catalyst. They pushed down off that. The earnings boards today, they were in line. The revenue was in line. They missed by, I think, by 14 pennies or so on the earnings per share, and they guided lower. So hence today down 2.7%, almost 3% down on Hasbro. Looks like it wants to bleed a little bit more. I heard Neil talk about the $65 level. That's why I'm taking a short before 66. That way I can get that move to 65, kind of front running the move to the downside a little bit. That way I can get a better average and push it to the downside. Look, it's all about patience, right? I didn't want to punch on that candle to the upside. I'd much rather get a worse fill than what I want. I would have loved to have had 65.50, but what if I did take that fill at 65.50 and it kept squeezing all the way up to 67? I would have been upset about that. So I let it push up. After pushing up and creating a downwards candle, that's when we punch in, and now we get ready to push to the downside. But my stop is still the high of that candle. My stop is still going to be the high of that candle. Hasbro paying us some money. Let's take some size out of here on this bad boy, which is giving us 31 cents per profit right now. And Apple actually pushing down a little bit lower as the market looking to break that 3,700 maybe. Look, the way the market traded yesterday, we should not be breaking. We should not be breaking 3,700. The market could not get above 3,700 the whole day, but we got close enough to 3,700 and closed the day there. So there is no way that this market should be going below that if yesterday's move had any value behind it. So with that in mind, I'm going to take a quick little long on the MES futures over here. Sadly, that won't show up for you on that board, so I'll go to SPY, and I'll also take some longs on SPY for you, so it will show up on that screen. We'll see if we can work with this trade. Still positive on the day for both these markets. Sorry, I'll take that back. NASDAQ did turn red on the day. Looks like the bull traps today were really good. The setup of the bull traps were insane. A lot of people bit the cookie on the trap over there. Now we just have to be careful. My eyes are on the 3,700. We're breaking. Ooh. We're breaking. I have to be careful over here. I'm going to give the market about 10 to 15 seconds to see if it wants to go back up, but that rejection candle on the market is pretty big.
All right, drug. Back in the money here on drug. Looks like we created a recent high of 142, so I'm in the money on this one. I'm looking to scalp out some at that 143 area. It's, you know, the volume's picking up a little bit. It's still not like what you need it to be, especially for a dollar stock. I mean, come on, guys. It's showing up as #1 on my scanner anyway. #1 change since open, not #1 change on the day. That's like, I've talked to you guys about that. Change since open means the move it's made since 9:30. So retracing a little bit, but I like how this one is moving. Again, so just to digress here quickly. Remember that mistake I made yesterday by not adjusting my dip trade order to VWAP? So now I'm not going to make that mistake again. So right now VWAP is at $1.34, almost $1.35. So we're going to go ahead and put a new order in at $1.35 for a quarter size. So that way, if it comes back down to VWAP, we get filled. Yeah, the market making that clear bounce off 36.97, baby, 37.03. But hey, you know, I feel that there is way too much irrational exuberance around this market. I think that we should be trending down. I don't think we should be printing up until we see positive CPI prints, but the market has other ideas, and it's showing us that every day, that it doesn't care how we feel or think. These guys on Wall Street are going to do what they do. You know, people saying, oh, they're buying the dip, or people are anticipating strong earnings. Whatever it is, I don't care. I don't feel like we should be up here. Anyway, so drug on watch. I have my profit taker and a dip trade order on that. KPRX now. This is exactly what I thought it would do. Exactly what I thought it'd do. Sucks I didn't act on it. So you don't get money for making calls, but this is the flat bottom breakdown on KPRX that I was talking about earlier. Usually you see these when there's an aggressive candle downward and then a period of sideways consolidation, and it usually continues to go down by breaking that bottom. So this is what I mean. So here's the move down from that 980 all the way down to that 885, okay? And then you had a period from 1120 to 1137 of sideways consolidation. There's no concrete bottom here, but there's a range of a bottom. And then you have the break. So if you were to take this as a trade, you were like, oh, Sharif, where do I go short? Well, take the lowest candle. The lowest candle here is at 871. You'd be 30 cents in the money if you took that already on KPRX. So this is what I'm talking about, a flat bottom breakdown. This usually works out quite well, especially on these small cappers. And to be honest, to some extent, these big cappers as well. I see flat bottom breakdowns all the time. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't discriminate between the charts. Now, having a look here at my scanner, nothing showing up. QNRX number 2, but QNRX is on our you-know-what list, so we won't be trading that. ERNA not doing what it's supposed to do, kind of trading sideways, or no, sorry, not pulling back off key levels. Oh, okay, so ERNA may be interesting here. We talked about this halt level being a key area for us to get into, and look what it just did. It bounced exactly off that area. So let's go quickly to our other chart here and initiate a baby long, baby long on
baby long
ERNA. Let's go quickly before this one gets away from us. We'll punch a quarter position long. Oh wow, it just got so spready. Why isn't it filling? I'm bidding on the ask. Like, why? Anyway, and the ask has just jumped up 5 cents. This one's a bit tricky. I see a 5 cent spread. I haven't really been watching the level 2 on this one for all that long, so I don't know if it's tending to be spready or it's just being spready now, but I'll leave my order here at, where did I put it at? 571, and we'll see if we get filled or not. I'm looking for a bounce off this halt level. That's why I'm taking this long, and it's not just a rando long. I'm looking at that halt level. And you know what? I'm going to be super tight with this. If it makes a new candle to make a new low, breaking that 553, I am gonzo on this one. So I'm going to be very tight because it is making a leg down. And that ain't going to work for me, Bradley.
Yeah, baby, long two for anyone know where that song's from. The Baby Shark song.
Yeah, I love that song.
You do. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I used to have it on my playlist. Don't ask why.
Yeah, I have a niece who's 6, so she's at home all day, and that's all I listen to all day now. You know, Baby Shark, do's, and all those head, shoulders, knees, and toes type of songs. Those songs are like ingrained in my mind now. I did cover more of my shorts on Meta Platform, RCL, and Hasbro, guys, because the money is being poured into the accounts on that side, as we're still hanging out near 3,700, 3,699 or so on the market. Look how the market just kind of stalled around these areas, right? So that's what we wanted to do. Hey, there we go. Get back above 3,700, baby. Let me see the longs coming in. Let the shorts start covering their positions because the market's not dumping down anymore, and we move right back to the north side. At least that's my dream on this. That's my expectation on this long on the futures on Apple and on SPY. Apple now 11 cents in the money as this market getting ready to move up north slightly. Even if I get a 10-point move on the market, that will give me decent money on the futures, will give me decent money on the SPYs, which is now 22 cents in the money, and Apple, which is 21 cents in the money. Look, sometimes it really do be that easy. Life is, trading is as hard as you make it. Meta Platform was $1.20 in the money and now only 90 cents in the money. So I'm going to take out more size over here and only hold 10% off my position. I'm going to do the same thing on RCL also. Just make sure that we're taking profits on these trades that have already worked for us a little bit. And then we go to the longs that we have on board. They're not filling me. Okay, Hasbro. Now we only have 30% on Hasbro. And now that the longs are on board, are coming in clutch, we go over to SPY and start taking some profits. SPY, 50 cents in the money. Exit. Bang. Apple, 30 cents in the money. Bang. Profits. Futures, we only have one contract and we're 4 points in the money, so not really any profits coming on that side. We hold on to that trade a little bit longer, see if the market can move up north for us, which is still green. NASDAQ did turn red slightly, but we're back in the green right now. So market's looking good once again. We did bleed for a little bit, but we just slapped a nice little Band-Aid on top of it, the Hello Kitty Band-Aid, and now everything's fixed.
I like that, the Hello Kitty Band-Aid. So descriptive. I love it. ERNA kind of taking its sweet time as these small cappers typically do. You know how they move. They move in spurts, aggressive spurts. What I do like is that it's holding the level that I got in at. I'm not going to really lose sleep over this one. If it ends up being a 20-penny loser on a quarter position, it's no biggie. Drugs still doing the same thing here, guys. I've only got a couple of stocks that I'm looking at. Drug finding a bit more volume coming in now. We just wicked up at 142. I'm looking to get some out at 143. I don't see any ample size that will prevent us from breaking through 143, but that does seem to be the top that we're currently at the moment. There could be a hidden seller here. I'll have to see how it trades once I see 143 on the level 1. But currently, you know, it's doing its thing. I see higher lows on this one with a flat top, so that would make it an ascending wedge, which is a bullish pattern. You recall Bradley and I talking about that yesterday. Yeah, ERNA is still doing nothing. 575 is what I'm seeing on the ask and bid. Proudly pumped because we were bouncing off that 3,700. We're at 3,708 now on the ES, so that was a clutch 3,700 bounce. Do we stay that way all day? Who knows, guys? This one is a tricky market.
Yeah, money. Taking more profits on SPY, 60 cents in the money. Apple, 45 cents in the money. Sometimes life really do be this easy. Like, once again, trading is only as hard as you make it. Look for the right levels. Look for the right setups. Look for the A-plus setups. That was the A-plus setup for me. The market didn't really plunge to the downside much more than 36.98, 36.99. Yesterday, the market was just struggling to break 3,700. So what is the basic idea over there? We're going to go long off of 3,700. And now, Apple, 50 cents in the money. SPY, 70 cents in the money. I want to close Meta completely as we had $1.20 at one point, and now only now only 80 cents in the money on that. So we're gonna jump out of that trade real quick. We're also gonna take some profits over here on RCL and look to get back closer to the 48 level if that opportunity shows up to us. And MES, baby, let's go. 7 points in the money on MES, pushing to the north side. Someone in chat said, Pratt, are you trading ES or MES? I don't have the buying power to trade ES, sadly, unless you can somehow convince Neil Roberts over there to give me more buying power for ES. Then yeah, I can put some more real damage on the market. But sadly, I can't be doing that. Look, I've only been a trader for 2 years. I don't think they can trust me with millions of dollars just yet.
I can trust
on the futures, but on the equities, I do have $1 million buying power, baby. We're rolling on that money end, and we're flexing that money right now on Apple longs, on SPY longs, and both of them are moving to the upside for me. SPY 70 cents in the money. Let's go take some more profits on that. Let's catch some of these profits that ring the cash register, baby.
Oh, I like that one.
Cha-ching! You hear that cash register ringing? I for sure do. I'm laughing at the bank, baby.
Yeah, so now I'm seeing the level 2 for the 143, and it does seem like there is a bit more size than there was advertised previously. We're clearly creating a top here, guys, at 143 for the time being anyway. But I like where the volume is starting to pick up a little bit on drug. Yeah, let's see if we break that 143. I've got a little bit to take out there, but what I'm really looking for is that 148 break-in, that move into 150. If this one has legs, we want to participate, to be honest with you. Moving back to ERNA, kind of went against me there.
Are you on drugs again?
I am, yeah. I moved back to ERNA here. It kind of went against me for the moment. Then it kind of wicked up again. I'm going to give this one room. I'm not going to give it 1 penny farther than that 553 out. If it breaks that, I have a range between my stop and my limit price on the stop order. I think I put 542, so I gave it about 9 pennies. So this one even goes parabolic. I should be able to get out. Sometimes we use market orders to get out, but I'm not a big fan of market orders, especially on stops. Right now, the spread on ERNA is 4 pennies, but I've seen it as large as 9 and 10. So it can be a bit tricky getting in and out on this one. So be careful, guys, with ERNA, especially after that aggressive wick down. Not much to report for me, small cap world at the moment. I'm going to continue to sit on my hands and nurse these 2 trades. I don't have to trade. If there's nothing for me to trade, I'm not here to... Oh, Playmaker saying, bro, are you on drugs again? Yeah, that's where you got it.
I stole that from him.
Playmaker, shout out, man. I'm still hurting from that Dallas loss on Sunday night. I hope you're reeling okay from that. Anyway, guys, let's go up to the big desk now with Brendo for Sector Watch.
I saw a pic.
Hey guys, still a nice day. We are seeing a little more red coming back into play. However, let's have a look at the S&P 500. A few notable areas here. We'll start right in the middle It is actually the semiconductors within the tech group that are dragging down the overall tech sector right now. NASDAQ back to the downside, as we said, basically day lows. There's Micron now almost 3% to the downside. Intel and AMD all 2 to 3% in negative territory. Negative note this morning on Adobe as far as what is to come with their forecast. So back to the downside right across the board. Software names a little bit weak as a result now. Moderna now 4%. Last time we looked at this board, it was 2.2%. Hasbro, 2.7%. Last time we looked at this, it was about 2%. So we're heading in the wrong direction, although these consumer discretionary names still holding up nicely. Mainly the travel-related side showing a lot of strength. CCL, NCLH, RCL, all very much in positive territory. Industrial shares up here leading as far as gainers are concerned. Still a lot of strength coming down here as well from consumer staples, real estate stocks, and the utilities group. Guys, back over to you.
Heat, we got it all today, baby.
They don't want us to win. They're using everything out there in their power to distract us from making this money today, ladies and gentlemen. But we will not be distracted.
No.
We're holding our position, $1.20 in the money on the SPYs right now. 20% of my size still left. I kind of, shot myself in the foot by taking too much size out early because I thought this market's not going to go higher than 37.10. But how stupid can you be, Brad, when you were talking about the 37 long to be a really good long? At least we have this trade on the SPYs ETF, but we did take our profits on the futures over here. I'm not going to complain about it too much because at least we have some longs to play with, such as Apple, 70 cents in the money on Apple, and Hasbro. Thankfully, Hasbro not really moving too far to the north side. We only have 30% of our size on this trade, and it's still stuck in the same range from the low of the day that it was trading at. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about this trade until it pops back up. And if it does pop back up, we just add more size to that bad boy and have nothing really to worry about. ERNA going to the moon, apparently. That's for your boy. It's not going to the moon. I'm watching it right now. There's no moves coming into it. So I'm gonna leave that for your boy Sharif. But coming to the market once again over here, Lockheed Martin, man. Look at that long on Lockheed Martin off of $420. It's now at $424, almost about to hit $425. I should have just taken the long. Prad, what are you doing? Why are you fighting a stock that's already up 5% on the day instead of just doing the simple thing, which is follow the trend? Clearly, LMT has no real market following tendencies. It does whatever it wants. And with that note behind it, once the market bounced off of 3,700, you had more chances to build a long closer to 420. Look at that. You could have got filled 420.64 maybe. It's going to be a little bit hard to get filled on Lockheed Martin, obviously, but you could have tried. Lockheed Martin with 4.84 relative volume today. If you're wondering what relative volume is right here, I use the trade idea scanner to tell me what relative volume is. Relative volume is basically a calculation of how much volume the stock is doing today, right now in this very second, compared to the last 14 days or so. I think that's how trade ideas calculates it at least. I might have to ask our boy, the NOS boss. Actually, the NOS boss was streaming on YouTube a couple of days ago.
Really?
He does these
I didn't know that.
He does these little night segments once in a while where he covers the market and trades of the past and so on. So I was watching him, and then
on the Trade Ideas channel?
No, on his own channel.
I gotta get that from you later.
And I popped into his channel and I broke his cherry for his first donation. I gave him his $5 first super chat ever, and he was pretty excited. I love the way NOSBoss does the way he shows the chats too, so maybe we need to steal that from him. But the reason why I brought up NOSBoss is because he made the scanner for me, and I use the scanner every single day. Look how LMT just now won a race and has won 3 races on the day today. What does winning a race entail? Winning a race means that the stock has been relatively strong, and you can see that playing out in the chart. 6.66% day, 6.66% up on the day for LMT, Lockheed Martin, a weapons creator, aircraft jets creator, and so on. And obviously, I
love these stocks, dude. I'll tell you the truth. I think the world is going to go through a rearming phase because of the geopolitical situation we have right now. So I think all these stocks, if you're looking for something that may move counter market, these are the ones that are going to move. I know Canada is looking to rearm. Well, the States, we don't have to obviously get into that. They're always arming. But did you know that the Canadian military is having trouble recruiting people? So even though they got the equipment, they don't have the personnel, which I find a little bit interesting. Yeah, but I definitely like both of those stocks, Bradley. Drug making it move back down right into my buy area here, but oh wow, I got filled and it just dipped down super aggressively. I'm going to be out if it breaks out 128. Let's go ahead and put, no, not 128. Where is that level that I got to? Yeah, 127. So go ahead here and put $1.27 stop one, and then we'll give it to $1.25. Let's see if this one bounces back from that. But I got filled at VWAP. If we can reclaim VWAP quite quickly, this will be a good trade. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm currently in a half position with this addition here and then this addition. So quickly, I just want to mention the super chats that are coming in here. Mark Knight saying, sending a $2 super chat saying that Apple trade was on point. Keep them coming, please. I guess that one's to you. I'm not trading Apple. The Playmaker, funny, sending a $4.20 super chat saying Sharif on drugs again. Yeah, you know it. I'm always going to be on drugs, especially if it's moving. Kind of hurting me at the moment here, having trouble bouncing from that $1.30. Let's see if that 130 is an area that it's going to hold anyway. I'm out of it if it breaks 128. ERNA moving back now. I'm 5 pennies out of the money on that one. Still a quarter position looking to add. I've got my first profit taker a little bit below 6 on this at that 5.99. I feel like it's not really creating a flat bottom breakdown, or maybe it is. I'm just not viewing it correctly, but we need to see a new high here, and that new high is going to be a $5.77 print, because we've touched 575 or 576 on a number of occasions and haven't been able to break through that. So we need to see a higher high. Otherwise, you know, there is a bigger chance that this one breaks down, Bradley. But yeah, both currently going against me, but I'm managing them well. I have my exit plans on both, and I feel like this move on drug was maybe just temporary. It's about to reclaim VWAP. If it can move here, let's go drug.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking more profits out over here on Apple. Now I only have 20% of my size left from 143.13. So let's see if Apple can actually reclaim 144, which is around the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, and push all the way back into the previous ranges. Apple has been ridiculously strong in the past few days, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed out on that, you got to keep your eyes peeled for that move. I'm trying to find the catalyst for Apple. Where did I even read up about it? I don't even remember what article I read about or where I found that article. But basically, the people or the analysts are talking about how Apple is a ridiculously simple stock to invest in for long-term portfolios. I myself bought some Apple shares at 135, bringing down my average to 140. So that puts me in the money on Apple already, which is up 1% on the day. This market's not done going up north side yet, so I punch out of my SPYs way too quick. I'm crying right now. I'm crying that I punched out of my futures and my SPYs way too quick. That 3,700 read was so clean. Pratt, sometimes though, you psych yourself out, Pratt. You psych yourself out of a trade because you're trading P&L too much. What is P&L? Profit and loss, right? I'm looking at my P&L and I'm like, oh, I want my money, and I'm itching to take profits, and I take profits. It's a bad way to trade. So I want to get into that mode where I just stop looking at my P&L, hide my P&L. Some traders on the floor do that. They hide their P&L. Hats off to them. I don't know how they do it, because I personally am not there yet in my mental setup. I'm not there yet to not look at my P&L, because I'm still very P&L based in my mind, right? But if we sway away from the P&L and think about the setup is a beautiful setup that the market offered to us, and I had no reasons to jump out until the market really pulled back. So you could have still held 100% of your size on all of these longs that I punched in for you on the show, and until the market really shows you the weakness behind it, either at 37.20 or 37.30. Then we can punch out of that trade. So a little bit of a mistake, but hey, not complaining about profits. We're getting profits and we're enjoying it right now. Jim says get back in it. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. That's not how I trade. My average price is very important to me. My price is very important. I'm a day trader trading with a shutdown, and I just don't trade like most of you guys probably want me to.
Yeah, I'm out of drug, guys. It broke through that 128 level. I accidentally got short here, so I had to actually cover quickly. But that was like a negligible amount. Like a couple of, not even a penny, like a quarter of a penny on the move here. So not a big deal, but that's a loss for me. Not too bad of a loss. Doesn't really hurt my P&L all that badly, but nonetheless a loss. ERNA, the spread is starting to open up even wider on this one. Like right now it's a penny, but I've seen it as wide as, 10, 11 pennies at times. That's making me nervous. This looks like it's going to flush, to be honest with you. I'm not going to punch out because in case it does make a move up, I don't want to regret not being in it. So I'm going to stick to my rules. I'm going to give it to that bottom of 553. If it breaks 553, well then too bad for me. But I've got nothing else to trade at the moment here, guys. I'm looking at my my watch list. I'm seeing Go EV. You know, this one had a really strong morning, and then I'm looking at its movement lately. It's down 10.5% or 10.25% since the open. Like, what is that all about? Let's have a look at the chart here. Trading like a buyout, super barcodey in its trades. Yeah, that's not even a big range. I mean, let's have a look at the 15-minute chart. That'll include some of yesterday's. Yeah, okay, so we had a really big move, I see, at that 4 a.m. open. Looks like we opened up at $1.50 and we topped out here at $1.74. Ever since then, it's been moving down. I got to assume that this 4 a.m. move was an algo, right? You got to, so like, most people are not going to be up at that time. And we did about 500,000 shares of volume at that time. So unless somebody was up real early, or maybe someone trading the Asian markets or the European markets or whatever was up trading this one. Otherwise, I tend to believe that it was more of an algo. Yeah, look at the spread now on ERNA. I'm seeing 59s on the bid and 72 on the ask. That's 13 pennies. So this one's really starting to open up. And then if I look down at the volume, the liquidity on this one is really drying up. Now, I gave this one 9 pennies on my stop, so my out is 53, and then my limit is 42 in case. This is exactly why I was doing it. This looks like a typical flat bottom breakdown, the one that I was just talking about, except that I'm on the wrong side of this trade, taking it long. So, hey, if I get punched out, I get punched out. Nothing I can do about that. I'm not going to punch out of it at the moment, though. I'm going to give it the opportunity. Let's look a little bit at the market here. The market making a bit of a top. Looks like that 3715, sorry, is like the more recent high here. Let's see if we can break through that. I tried drawing a couple of trend lines here. Nothing that I could really form that looked all that good on the 1 minute chart. Like when you come to draw these, they kind of intersect a little bit with some of these peaks, but I guess that's okay. Let's draw this trend line here. Yeah, that seems like it's okay. I don't know. I'm not going to play anything off that at the moment. Let's see if this one can continue to make newer highs into that 37.34. Maybe if we retrace back to that 37.34 or 37.40, whatever Arun was saying on the morning show, I may entertain a possible short off that. But we'll see. I don't have much to trade. Let's have a look at the big caps. They're all going to probably be moving down because the market is moving down as well. Yeah, there we go. They all look relatively weak today. Look at this. Microsoft looked like the weakest of the bunch with a 235 low. Meta also there with a 131 low. Apple the strongest of the bunch, I'd have to say, though. Yeah, Apple definitely the strongest of the bunch. I saw Amazon make a really interesting move off the bell, but it's since retraced. Yeah, these ones are, yeah, they're looking like more short-minded at the moment, unless we can twist around here on the market. Let's see what the chat is up to. Anybody saying anything interesting on the chat? Zaharine wants me to look at Upstart. Sure, let's have a look at Upstart since we're not trading drug. UPST, I believe that's a NASDAQ stock. Okay. So right now it is up 12% on the day. Upstart is making big boy moves. I did not realize this. I don't really look at my fintech watch list all that much anymore, but yeah, now I'm looking and it is a secular move. The fintech area is not really moving with it. What's the catalyst on Upstart, Bradley? Let's click UPST here and then see what's going on. Yeah, I'm seeing price spikes, but nothing really in terms of news. That was yesterday no, that was like a few days ago. Okay, so definitely going to be looking at Upstart. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. That looks like a very good stock to trade today. Let's zoom out and see if we can glean any levels. Nothing on the intraday level. Currently, like we passed all the important intraday levels. Let's zoom out and have a look at the daily level to see if we can identify any important price levels we have to be aware of. Looks like we're at recent highs. 25.99 is the high of day. We got to go back all the way to September 15th to find a higher high than that. That would be 26.67 high. So about 67, 68 pennies from where we're the current high, I should say. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking at Upstart here. My plan on this one, although I haven't really looked at it, is to take it off a key or support level. So I'm looking at this 25.50 area possibly if it retraces back into that. In fact, let's go ahead and put 25.51, and we'll take a quarter shares on this one because I haven't really had an opportunity to look at it. Upstart looking good though. Thank you for Zaharine for pointing that out.
Upstart, man. Upstart, that's some stock, eh? Like what was it, like $300 at one point or something? Let me quickly go check it. UPST. Yeah, 400, $300, and then obviously COVID coming in, destroying almost every single position out there in the market. Excuse me, chat. Yeah, so now we're only 60 cents in the money on Apple. We're going to close that trade right there. That's going to be a closer as the market is trying to pull back. And if it does go back to the north side without me, I'm not going to complain about it. We are killing it on the midday right now for you guys live on Trader TV. And all we ask for you guys to do is smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Some people in the chat did say inverse Pratt ETF trades. Look. It's all fun and games, but make sure you're using stops. If that's your playbook, use your stops, right? Use stops because today I'm absolutely on fire, baby. We are spinning the money across the board on every single trade. Hasbro continuing to go to the downside. That's the only trade left on the board for me. We did punch out of all of our shorts, but let's see if Meta Platform gave us an opportunity to get back in it. It did, but I wasn't watching it, so boo-boo. I don't get the chance to trade it again. But here's RCL. Popping up to VWAP, and yeah, I guess I could have shorted that, but we're going to be hands off on it. Let's look for positions that are actually down on the day. That way we're shorting stocks that are actually weak, such as DAR. DAR is popping up on the scanner right now as a race winner. There we go. You saw the box go there, and it has already lost 4 races on the day. So if that's the case, let's go find out what DAR even is. DAR, if I click over here, right here, bang, I see DAR is Darling Ingredients. It's a relative volume of 2.37. Anytime a relative volume is higher than 2, the stock is really in play. You can sign up for these scanners if you want. And actually, I have to send the scanner to my buddy Raj behind me. I forgot about that, Raj. I'll send you the website links right now for it so you can sign up for it. But yeah, these scanners have helped me completely morph my trading into the demon that you see, right? Me putting into work, baby. That's right. I'm a trading demon these days. Maybe I need to stop boasting about myself too much over there. Look, I'm just having fun, guys. I'm trying to entertain you guys. At the same time, oh my God, this market.
Yeah, I was about to tell you. I thought you saw that. Did you get out of your position?
Yes.
No. Proudly, why? What a move up on the market. That's a break of that trend line. So that trend line ended up being like legit because usually when there's like these aggressive wicks up, it's usually because of the break of the trend line and everybody's piling on. Either shorts are getting stopped or people are seeing the movement. Wow, okay.
I'm crying.
No, don't cry. You're already up on it. What's a big deal?
I said I wouldn't cry, but I'm crying. I need a crying emoji on there.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, actually, that's not that bad. I'd probably be using that sometimes. I tried to take that drip trade off Upstart. It didn't quite make its way back to that resistance or the support level that I was looking at, that 25.50. Retraced a little bit. I mean, back down to 25.60. So I missed that one by like 10 pennies. Let's see if this one continues to make a high, newer highs. We're at 25.99. If we can break that $26 level, it'll be interesting. I think a lot more people will be looking at that. Someone in the chat, Giga Chad, wants me to look at drugs, saying drugs retrace back to VWAP. Yeah, sucks for me. I got punched out of this one. I'd still be down on this because I got in here at that 138 level and then I averaged down at 134. But yeah, if it's let's see if it breaks at 143. I think it was having a lot of trouble breaking through 143. In fact, I'm going to put that order in now. Let's go $1.44. And in fact, we'll take full size if this one breaks $1.44. I'm going to give it to $1.46, 2 pennies here. So there we go. We got that stop order in. If it makes its way up, great. If it doesn't, too bad for me. But looks like the main play here is going to be on the market and Upstart, Prad. I'm going to be looking at both of those.
Yeah, this market on a beautiful rally off that 3,700 level, keeping the market still green on the day. ES/Z22CM, there we go. 37.24 now. I was getting happy for a 10-point scalp on the futures. Well, Prad, you're wrong. You're getting more money out of it. We very well could go to this bottom over here from the previous consolidation low on the market and then reject, or it could even move all the way to VWAP, which is 37.40 to 37.44, the level that our boy Arun, the monster himself, mentioned earlier. At 8:30, 9 o'clock when the show starts. So watch these levels come into play again. All you had to do, Prad, was send the stop out and not worry about your position. Now you would have been $1.50 in the money on Apple as it's getting ready to go clear 144.50, which is a 50-period EMA. Let's go, Apple. Monster wins. I know some people in the chat actually took that long on Apple, and if you did, and if you're holding it better than me, then you're a better trader. That's all it is. You're a better trader, and keep on making those profits. I'm very happy for our viewers today. Look, guys, hit that, and girls, hit that like button. If you're in there, you're enjoying this chat, you're not the chat, if you're enjoying the show, if you're enjoying the trades that we're putting on, all we want from you guys is hitting that like button. Help this channel get pushed out to more and more people so we can help people out there in the world, right? Anyone who wants to learn about the market, anyone who wants to understand how traders, professional traders on the floor, deal with their trading mentality and so on, and the discipline behind it. I still need to work on that side.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, I have Neil, Sean, Brendan, Greg, always there holding my hand, mentoring me, and working with me every single day. And that's what I'm trying to do for you guys, right? I'm trying to carry whatever I learned from these guys and just throw it on to you guys. And if it helps even one person in the chat, I'll be happy about it. So let's go, baby. Hit that like and smash that subscribe button. We're at 353,000 subscribers now. So let's push that channel to more. Share it with your friends. Share it with your family. If anytime your friends ask you, where did you learn how to trade? Trader TV Live, baby.
Oh, no question
Push
about
them onto
that.
that channel.
No question about that. I punched long into Upstart here. We're about to break that 26. So let's see if we can. I got some out at 96 there. We go right through 26, and I'm out of this trade. Excellent trade here on Upstart. We're going to spin the money for that one, baby. Thank you for whoever sent me Upstart in the chat. I had no idea. I hadn't even looked at my FinTech watch list, to be honest with you. But that's an excellent move up there by Upstart. But you know what's not excellent? This ERNA trade that's making me sweat, man. Like, it is literally like hanging out around my stop every now and again. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna punch out of this one. This one is not for me. There we go. So I'm completely out of ERNA. There we go. Thank goodness I got out of ERNA. As I punched out, it just flushes down. That was just pure luck, to be honest with you. I guess I had good timing on that. I'll give myself props. Woohoo! But yeah, still a loser, to be honest. So, you know, shouldn't be that happy about it, but not as big of a loser as it would have been. Let's focus on what's winning, and that's UPST and the market. I really want to see what the market does around that 37.34, 37.40, that area, that six-point spread area. Let's go ahead and draw a horizontal line on here to denote the area. So it's this area here that I'm looking at. I want to see if the market can reclaim that area. It also happens to be just below VWAP. Maybe VWAP will be in that area by the time it gets up. Who knows? But this area here is the area of importance for me. I wish I had followed what I wanted to do and taken that pop off this trend line here, but hey, you know, can't go back in time and fix things. The Playmaker says, the chat is the eyes and ears. You guys have lots of things to do at Trader Prad. We catch things. Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. Yeah, we don't team trade here on the floor because that's obviously illegal, but when we find key levels,
team trading actually doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be like everyone punching in at the same time to manipulate the stock price, right, with big size. But I guess that's what they mean.
I did some research on it. Like, team trading only exists under the Day Trade the World umbrella. Okay. Because if you and I came up to the to the floor manager, not the floor manager, but the risk manager of the whole firm.
Yeah.
And you tell them, oh, Sharif and I trade the same way, and we have the same setups. They would have to make a separate account for you and me to trade on.
Huh.
And then you have your own account, and I have our own account.
Yeah.
So they're like, we're not doing all that nonsense,
wild.
and everyone gets their own account. Like S&B Capital, they actually team trade together.
Really,
They have a meeting with their whole.
But they're
whole
under
group.
a different regulation, though, than
Exactly.
New York. It's the SEC. We have in Canada. It's a little silly, guys.
Yeah.
You guys may not know how it works in Canada, but every provincial jurisdiction has its own Securities and Exchange Commission. So we have the Ontario Security.
point.
Yeah. And so there's no national one here, which has been like a point of contention for a while. I think it should be, to be honest with you. And here's why. They usually say, like in legal precedents, they're like, okay, if anything has national like application, for example, transportation, trucking.
Yeah.
So you're moving from one province to the other, obviously, right? That's just what truckers do. They move around.
Transport.
And so that's why that fell under the federal umbrella. I think people trading, and I think that the market should fall under federal umbrella. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, it looks like we got to go up to...
No. He said, Brad, put your mic up.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you're good.
Perfect. I thought that was a call up to Brendo.
no,
but I'm like,
you're good.
Brendo's talking to them.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah, okay. Upstart making all these wild moves here. Thankfully, we're out of that. Retrace back from that 26 break. I think the high that we got there was 26.10 or 26.09. Since then, we're now at 25 3/4. So be careful on this one. I'm looking for a possible dip trade on this one, again, to the same level I was telling you about, that 25.50. In fact, I'll put that in now, 25.51. And I'm going to take a quarter share on this, guys, because I feel like this one may be able to retrace. So, hey, let's see how this one goes, Pradley.
Himanshu says short ERNA. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I don't trade these garbage stocks. I'm sorry. I'd rather go lose on a $500 stock than go lose on a $5 stock, just because there's some guy soaking up this position and dumping it all onto us. The float's only 1.7 million size on this stock. I'm not bothering with it. If you like the short on it, go for it. Just make sure you're managing the risk on it. I can't trade these positions. Like I said, I'd rather go trade Meta, because I know no one's soaking up the Meta shares just to dump on me later on in the day. That's not worth it for me. But talking about Meta, I'm right now punching into a Meta short. We're slightly out of the money, 16 pennies out of the money on Meta, as we are trading near 133.50 on this position. Market did pull up to 37.30 and rejected off of that slightly, so allowing me to build into my positions over here. I also had an RCL short, but quickly got stopped out on that. So not going to worry about the short on RCL until we go back to the high a day, closer to 48.50, 48.60s on that position. Hasbro still 26 cents in the money. Looks like Hasbro doesn't want to go to that $65 area that I wanted to. I want to see that 65 break on Hasbro. That's why I'm holding 30% of my size still from my previous entry at 66.18 on that trade. And Meta Platforms trying to keep on going up north as the market is also going to the north side right now. So just gonna manage my risk over here a little bit. Don't want to give back too much of my money on the day, right? We're having a killer day today on the markets, and I don't want to tilt. So part of my tilt comes from giving some money back. Still a little bit childish in my trading, man. Still a little bit childish in my trading. Even if I give back $1, I start tilting, because we have a thing on our platform said LFT, which is loss from top. How much money have you lost from the top? My goal is to always have 0 LFT, which is absolutely stupid.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's
Your
not
LFT has
stupid.
nothing to do with. It's a dumb goal, exactly. Neil goes, that's a stupid goal, it's a dumb goal. But I like having a 0 LFT. We like to fight on the message platforms as to who had a 0 LFT day, and I've been doing pretty good so far. For the last 5 days or so, I've been having 0 loss from top. But guys, don't think about it that way. Think about looking for the perfect setup, the good trade. It's all about taking the good trades that the market's offering to you. Right now, I don't know if this Meta platform's a good trade, so I'm going to manage my risk on this one.
What do you feel about Meta long term?
Garbage. No, I'm joking. No. We'll see, man. I don't know if you've seen this right here on Meta.
No.
Let me quickly pull it up. It's actually really interesting. Meta, UFC, ringside, bang, 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 bang. So if you strap on a VR headset,
No way. That's pretty cool.
exactly.
That's pretty cool.
I'm trying to find the
I'm
trying to find the video for you exactly. So maybe if you can take over for
Yeah,
a second,
for
I'll
sure.
find it for you.
Okay, someone wanted me to look at GTrader, wanted me to look at GoEV, but I looked at it thoroughly already. I told you that it had made a big move at that 4 a.m. open, because you guys know the market opens technically up at 4 a.m. Not all platforms allow you to trade at that time, but nonetheless, it's open at 4 a.m. obviously with sparse liquidity. But GoEV did 500,000 shares within 15 minutes of 4 a.m. So by 4:15 in the morning, 500,000 shares have been done. I posited that likely was an algo trade, trading at that time. It's not for me to trade currently. I think it's popping up nicely. It was down 10.5%. Now it's down a little bit below 7. This is not the kind of stock that I want. Number one, it's a dollar stock. Yeah, I get drug is $1, but the way that GoEV is moving, it's moving like 1 penny at a time. It looks like a system is trading it. This isn't for me. I'm staying clear of GoEV. What I'm looking at though is Upstart. I really want to get that 25.51 dip. I feel that this is an interesting support level. I don't know if Upstart is moving with the market. There does seem to be some correspondence between the charts. Like, have a look. This is the ES 1 minute. This is Upstart 1 minute. So you have a move up here on the ES. Let me just make sure these times are the same. So 10:43. Yes, sir. These are identical times. So it looks to me like Upstart is moving 60% with the market. This peak here, you don't have a corresponding peak here. But look at this. Look at this move up. That 11:08 candle. Look at this. No, sorry, that's not 11:08. This is a 1 minute chart. What am I doing? Yeah, 11. Oh, sorry. So that's 12:08. 12:08. Yeah. Okay. There's not much correspondence. I take that back. After further review, sounds like an NFL referee. After further review, I've got to retract that.
We're gonna send it to Brendo at the big desk real quick.
Hey guys, busy day. Let's have a look at what's moving around here. Back to the upside we go currently, but overall kind of a back and forth type of session. Currently, this has 10,760 U.S. listings on this board, of which 6,824 in positive territory today, about 3,000 downside. There's 1,000 or so break even at the moment. Currently 203 on the new lows, 97 new highs to tell you about as well. Top of the list, TQs, 183 million so far. On and down we go. I mean, there's a lot of volume being done today. This little comms penny stock, 124 million. SOXL, the ETF, 118 million. SQs then about 94.5. It'll get to 100 today for sure. There's CCL, AMD, SPY, Tesla, LabU, AKUS. We talked about it throughout the morning show a few times. Back to the upside, 15 million on that one, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I was just looking at that screen over there. Brendo, don't change quick. 6,000 stocks in the green and only 97 new highs, but 2,000 or almost 3,000 stocks red and 203 new lows. That looks like a little bit of a confused basket of a market over there, if you ask me. So we'll just have to wait and see which direction the market does go to eventually today. But here's the video that I was talking about, Sharif, about the metaverse one. So you strap on this headset, you walk into the arena like almost the fighter walking into the arena, and then you sit on the cage, and you're looking at the fight from the cage side, like from the camera.
Are you kidding me,
Right?
man? That's ridiculous.
This is insane, right? Like, look at
See,
how
I'll
beautiful
take
that is.
That to me makes sense, but don't tell me like I'm gonna conference with my boys.
Yeah, no.
But this guy's real good practical
And look at
application.
this. Look, you're literally sitting cage side almost, and there's other people on the other side over there on each side.
No,
but you know what
really
I really want? I want a VR camera strapped to the referee's head. That way I'm watching it from the referee's point of view.
That's coming. You can almost guarantee that's probably gonna come. Yeah.
So I'm pretty bullish about Meta. Imagine you're watching NFL from the referee side, and then you're just watching, or from the QB side. The QB has a camera on his helmet.
That'd be easy to get fit.
And you strap a VR headset. You're watching the QB throw the ball.
I'll take that.
That's actually way better for a training.
For trading?
For training.
Training.
Yeah.
Imagine you can sit there and play after play reading a defense, pre-snap reads, quarterback without actually having to take.
Yeah. No, I mean it can have multiple applications, though. I think they're like obviously they would want to have a consumer application because it's more widespread and more money and stuff. But yeah,
I don't want that level of indication.
no. Oh,
I want like that would end up being too much. Like after
I wouldn't mind having the option. Like I know that they have like multiple viewing angles now on certain feeds. You can watch. I think. Do the Mannings have multiple camera angles on their broadcast? The Mannings do, yeah. If anybody who watches football knows the Mannings do that. Wow. Eli Manning is really not a good broadcaster. I mean, I really don't want to be mean to anybody, but he kind of sucks. His brother's quite charismatic, but he just doesn't really have like that on TV persona. Because every time he comes on there, it really bores me to death, and you feel like Peyton has to carry him. And, you know, there's kind of like a little bit of missing chemistry, if I could put it that way. Do you know who I'm talking about, Bradley?
Eli Manning and Peyton Manning.
Hey, look at
come
this
on,
guy, bro.
What do you think
Look
this
at this
is?
guy.
Okay, come
this
on.
Guy. Just dust your shoulder off there for me, man. I can't
Dust
reach.
dirt off my shoulder. Dirt off my shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Just because I don't know who Tom Petty is doesn't mean I don't know the Manning brothers.
Do you know? Have you seen a picture of Tom Petty?
Never.
Okay, well, we're going to show you right now.
I just recently found out, though, there's 3 Diggs brothers.
Oh, I know there's Trayvon and Stefan. I didn't know there was a third
There's 3
one.
Diggs brothers, and they're all in
Who's
the game.
the third? I have no idea.
I'll Google it. Apparently, there's 3 Diggs brothers, and they're all in the game right now. Diggs brothers football.
Guys, while he's looking that
Trayvon,
up, I just
Dares,
wanted to let
and
you guys
Stefan.
know Upstart is retracing back into that level. I'm going to cancel it. You know why? Because I feel like it is trending with the market, and I don't want to trade the market. I'm not a futures trader. I'm not a good one at that. So I'm canceling my Upstart long here, even though I do like the fact that there was some dual, I don't even know what to call this. There was 2 areas for me to get into. There was this peak here, which is going to act as support, and there was a 50 period. But I don't like the fact that the market's trending down and Upstart's moving down with it. That's why I canceled my order. What's up?
Yeah, we're now 50 cents in the money on that Meta platform. No, the Diggs brothers. The Diggs brothers. The other one's Dares. D-A. He's not in the NFL? Ah, okay. The article had me fooled then, thinking that they were in the NFL. I'm just going to cover quickly my trade over here. I'm 50 cents in the money on Meta platforms. Looks like that short's going to pay out. The market did reject 37.30 as expected, but did not pull up to 37.40. But this market could make a higher low on the S&P 500. ES/Z22. On CM. So this market could make a higher low. Instead of going all the way to 3,700, we could make somewhat of a higher low somewhere between 3,710 and 3,700 and then go for another leg up towards VWAP. So just before the market even does that, we got to take some profits on Meta platforms, which is giving us 50 cents per share, taking out 20%. Actually, I want to take 30% out. I'll take 30% out. We'll hold 70% to see if we get that move right back to the low a day on Meta platforms. You were showing us something though?
Yeah, I was basically saying that I'm getting out of my Upstart, the dip trade that I had, because it was it's going to go into it's following the futures, and I don't want to trade the futures at that. So I want stocks that move to the march to the beat of their own drum, and this one doesn't look like it really is. I mean, have a look here. They're not identical, but they're not that dissimilar either. So I'm canceling my Upstart trade. I feel like it is market following. So I'm going to start looking for other things that were moving. I see KPRX now back on the top of my list, but that's doing diddly. Drug, we're waiting for that 143 break to initiate a new long on there. I already have that set up. RBT, what's this RBT? Okay, that's nothing. It's done like 8,000 shares. QNRX, you know what? It's on my you know what list because it's not working out for me. NGM, this one moving a little bit here. Okay, so let's show the viewers NGM. There we go. What's this one up to? Kind of like low on volume a little bit. 3 million shares, which is not that much at $12.30 for a $3 stock. It has got a decent move up here. Like, look at the move off that 930 break. You had a pullback here from 360 all the way down to 340. You could have got in, and ever since then, it's been one big move up. I wonder if we'll see 4 today. Let's look at what the daily chart looks like on NGM. I just have to pull that up on here so it doesn't crash. There we go. Let's pull that up and then flip to the daily chart. Okay, so NGM, look at that big gap down. Okay, so what's going on here? Why do we have a big gap down? Benzinga's top rating downgrades. Okay, so this was downgraded. Price target cut to $9 a share from 32 by Cowen & Co. So that, look at this. I mean, I used to have a scanner for the biggest losers on the day. I've since kind of discarded with that, but this really shows you that this might be a good thing to reinstitute on my part anyway. Look at that monster gap down. I mean, the price target was to $9 from 32, and now it's trading at like a little bit below 4. So a tricky one on NGM. I'll keep it on my side chart.
Yeah, so now that the market is actually slowing down a bit, you see it's 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in New York. The people who have already made money on the day are getting ready to go splurge themselves on some good hibachi grills and some omakase sushi and whatnot. And the people who have lost money are probably done for the day also and just calling it quits for now, right? So market lowering down on the volume end. I think it's time to dive into that segment that I wanted to talk about, which is making your daily report cards. This report card is not my report card. It's one of the traders on the floor who started doing it too. For anyone who wants to do the same thing, you know, you could use a free note thing. This is Wayne. So Wayne basically copied my report card and made his own.
Wayne?
Yeah.
Wayne the Brain?
Wayne the Brain.
Come
he
on
stole my
now.
report card idea, made his own. It's not my report card idea.
I know you're playing, bro.
Yeah. Basically just covering your, logging down your trades and so on. You can use a free website like Evernote, or you can use Google Docs to do it, whatever
I really
you
like
want.
That, yeah. I jot it down by hand, but I don't do it that detailed. I probably should, but...
By hand? What are you, still living in Stone Age?
I know.
Come on,
I
mate.
got papers back there, man.
Nothing wrong with it. It's just, I feel like, it's easier to lose those papers.
Yeah.
Is it just single papers?
Well, yeah, I was actually going to put them into a data thing. So I got someone bought me a present, and it's basically this website where you can upload your data, your trades for that day. So I was figuring out a way to do it. People
Be careful with those.
Why?
They sell your data.
Oh.
They will sell your data. They will use your data. If you come up with a good trading setup, now those people are leeching off your setups, and now you'll see front running coming in. That's why I don't use any of those websites. I created my own tracker using Excel sheets.
Smart.
Right? So I created my own tracker where I download the P-Pro data, I plug it in, and all my data comes in. Luca uses it. A bunch of traders on the floor use it. I can send it to you if you want.
So can I ask you something? Can you get like time of day, like your best trades, like you trade best? You know what I mean? Like
it denominates by time, by volume,
really
by everything. So I created, what I basically did is go on one of those websites. I see how they show the reports, and I just stole every single idea from that website and I made my own. So I plagiarized all the reports that they basically did, right? But here's a daily report card that I want to dive into. Guys, this is a very informative way for yourself to grow. Log down your trades, take screenshots, and then talk about your trades, exactly what's going on, how you felt emotionally, what your where you wanted to cover that trade, what made you jump out of that trade before you wanted to cover. And if you analyze these trades like this for yourself, put down the stock name. For example, I will read it out for you over here. Buddy traded C. What is C again?
Huh?
Citigroup. Citigroup on earnings day, he tried to go long on C and he got stopped out twice. So what was his reasoning behind it? Bad ER report, saw it recovering along with other banks, gave it a couple short attempts and then tried the continuation long. Should have been in this trade from the get-go. There wasn't a real edge or confluence to get in this trade, so why should I even been in that trade? Beautiful way to even put that sentence in there, because now you know next time when you even think about getting in a trade and you don't have a setup, you're going to think about this trade. You wrote it down. There's some power behind writing it down or jotting down your thoughts that you can think about it again and again later on in the future. So I urge people to take screenshots of your trades at the end of the day and use Evernote or use Google Docs or whatever that you can and collect these notes. I'm very happy watching the two traders behind me, Aaron and Wayner. Congratulations to both of you who actually do this. And for example, I'll pull up one from Aaron because he's actually in the floor today. Let's embarrass him a little bit. Yeah, both of these kids are doing it ever since I started doing it. And to be honest, I haven't done it for the past few days. That's because I keep forgetting to take the screenshots. I'm so busy trying to run to the gym that I forget to take screenshots of my trades. But here's Aaron. Aaron using a completely different website. Aaron, what website is this? Notion. He's using Notion to jot down his notes, right? So look at that. He has screenshots. He has explanation as to why he traded a certain trade and how he can improve himself, conclusion, and so on. These methods will help you guys get better in the long run. So good habits, get them into you. Also, record your screens. We've talked about that before. Record your screen. Luca, who's been trading for way longer than on the floor. He's been trading on his own time before. He trades on the floor for the past 2 years. He still records the screen and he watches his trades back. He watches them. He writes down notes on his trades that he recorded and he learns from it. That's what makes Luca one of the best traders on the floor. You got to learn these habits, the good habits that the best traders have, and implement it for yourself.
Couldn't agree more. Punched into Upstart through that 75 break. Call me crazy, but I said I wouldn't trade it, but here I am trading it. A couple pennies out of the money currently. I took, what did I take? I took half size. I didn't take full quarter size on this one. The reason I liked it is it held the 50 period twice here. I kind of regret not taking this 50 period dip and canceling my order. I would have been long at 51, and I probably could have scalped up to 75, but hey, I find myself in this position now. Let's see the market curling a little bit here. So if there's any correspondence between the market and Upstart, hopefully it will work out in my direction. I feel a little flustered because there are no small caps to trade today. Currently anyway, everything either below VWAP or just not setting up right. So yeah, there's going to be days like that, you know, and then obviously not everybody's broadcasting on a show. So if I was at my desk right now, I wouldn't be taking any trades. But hey, we got another hour and a half to fill on the show, so I got to entertain you guys. So we're gonna punch into Upstart here. We're gonna taking a half position. I'm looking to scalp some out above that 80 area. The reason I like that is because we've bounced off it a couple of times. So let's see what happens here when we hit that 80 area. I've been looking through my watches, trying to find anything that's relatively strong. Nothing's coming out at me. Nothing's really staring out at me at the moment, to be honest with you. I saw DQ looking good. That's a solar stock. Yeah, it's not doing enough shares. Also, I saw TAN and FSLR. I think Prod was looking at FSLR either today or yesterday. Yesterday, yeah. That one is also not looking good. Yeah, it's up today, 2.5%. I see the majority of my watch list here for solar is green from before the bell, not after the bell. So let's switch to energy. Let's see what energy's up to. No, energy is doing diddly. Uranium also. The banks look good, but they don't look good after the bell. So all the moves were made prior to the bell. They're all red after the bell. So yeah, I'm going to have to sit on my hands for the moment here. Looks like I'm almost back in the money on Upstart. It's not moving as aggressively up as the market now. So while it was before, now there's some divergence between them, but divergence not in my favor. So let's see if I can get some out at that 81. I'll be happy, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm getting back into RCL as I planned the trade. I told you I'm going to wait for the stock to go back towards the high day and look for a possible entry around that. This market making exactly as planned, making a new low and now getting ready to run towards that 37.40. Everything's coming to plan. I mean, look at my Twitter profile picture, right? Like, come on. Everything's coming to plan. This is Premarket right here talking to you live on Trader TV. I'm not even, who's muting my mic? Somebody's actually coming here and muting my mic or something, man. Like, how does it keep getting muted? But yeah, Premarket over here, baby. Calling it how it is. The market made a new low, pushing to the north. I think it's Fahad. Fahad keeps coming here and muting my mic, honestly. But we're watching this market move back to 37.40, probably rejecting off of 37.40. That was a level that Arun mentioned. I jumped out of my meta trade because obviously market's moving up. Why would I hold my shorts? I'd much rather short it closer to VWAP once it does pop towards that area. And now we're trying to see if RCL can be another big winner for me to the downside. Why can't Fahad unmute it though? Nah, he can't because you see this machine right here? It has like a little mute button on it. So I think I muted it myself, honestly. I'm just putting it on Fahad when I had to cough and or whatever. So I didn't want to be too loud for you guys and cough in your ears and then blow your eardrums out. So I muted it on my end and I forgot to unmute it. That's just my fault.
Wow, nice flush there. I got a couple of pieces out here on Upstart, so profitable trade for me so far. The market bouncing off that 37.34 that we've been talking about. That is a major level, guys. Like, I mean, it's not a coincidence that it's stopping at that level again. Like, in the beginning, at the top of the show, I took you through all the different areas where that 37.34 has been important going back to really early in the morning. I'll do it again here. So we have the breakthrough here, and then we have a touch here and here. Then you have a break below it, then it moves up and touches it again here. Then pops back up again, touches it on the way bottom. And then this move, this big move, this was after the bell. You had a couple of rejections off that 37.14, and now we're getting it again. So that seems to be an interesting level. Again, I don't want to keep mentioning it over and over, but I would really like to be able to connect notes to these levels so that I can remember where and why they're important, because that seems to be my problem. Now, some people have told me, oh, add comments to it, but the comments stay stagnant with respect to time. So say if I put a comment right now at the 11:30 time slot, so right here.
That is so dumb.
Yeah, so if I was to put a comment like right here, Bradley, like this, right?
Yeah.
On this one, it'll
would
move
stay there.
sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, so that I won't be able to figure out why I got into that one. Anyway, yeah, just a little bit of maybe of a programming fix. We'll see if this one can
They should
break
hire
37.4.
me. I'll fix it for them.
Yeah, there you go. Programmers, man. I heard they make good money, these people, and they like
They
work
do.
at it. So here's something that I heard about programmers and developers. This was really interesting. So, like some of them were actually, they had like 2 and 3 jobs, but they wouldn't tell the companies that they were with that they had
during
other
COVID?
jobs. No, currently. So here's what happened. So you have a to-do list as a developer. They give you, okay, here's your daily tasks that you have to complete.
Okay.
These guys were finishing it in an hour and 2, right? So they technically did their work. And then they have another company that would give them daily tasks, and they'd finish that. So these guys were clearing like 600-700 a year.
$400K, yeah.
Yeah, no, they were making big money. Guys, we're getting a big move here up on Upstart. I'm completely out of that position. That's another winner for me. I'm 3 for 4 today, feeling good about myself after taking a couple of slaps on the face this morning at my desk. We're back in the game though, boys.
Yeah, when I used to work for an IT company, I would literally get my job done or my daily duties done in like before lunch.
Yeah.
The rest of the day, I'm sitting there playing games and whatnot.
Yeah. Some people got mad though.
Yeah.
Like the companies, they got mad. They're like, no,
You could have
can't
devoted
do that.
more time,
No,
yeah.
like we're paying you for your time.
Yeah.
Just because
You're on
done.
call.
Yeah.
Basically on call.
I mean, you can't blame these guys for wanting to make more money.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'd
Pay me more and I will stay here,
Yeah.
right? Exactly. Pay me more and I'll stay here.
Yeah.
That's the exact idea that I had going into that job too. And thankfully I got fired and I don't have to deal with that job anymore. So if you're watching me, Lawrence, yeah, getting
talking
fired
to
was
you.
the best thing you could have
talking
done
to
to
you.
me. You messed up by firing your best employees. So have fun with your company going to the ground, buddy. But coming back to Meta at the moment, Meta having a nice rally to 134 near the 50 period EMA, near the 100 period EMA. Let's see if we can head back to VWAP. I think that consolidation high near 134.50. I would love to short this range highs of Meta platforms and bring it back to the south side. But I think I'm just going to be a little patient, wait for the market to go test VWAP. Once the market rejects VWAP, then I'm going to smash the shorts on Meta platforms over here. That Apple long was a monster long, guys. 143. Now we're looking at 145, and I am not even in it. So what can you do?
I thought you were in it.
No, I'm not in it. It was
man.
monster long for the viewers, though. So congratulations to the viewers who were able to capitalize on that trade. Sadly, I didn't get the whole $2 move. I got my a dollar move on it. I was happy with that dollar, but I'm even more happier for you guys smashing that long on Apple, timing it with the market. It's all about timing, right? When you're a day trader, you're timing the market. When you're an investor, you're basically time in the market.
Oh, well, look at this guy with the wisdom, with the stock folk wisdom, or whatever we're
Woo,
gonna
call me
it.
the stock father now, baby.
Yeah, that was a nice play. Shout out to the stock father if he's watching, Mark Roberts. He made me a lot of money last year, not gonna lie. Walmart, Costco, Albertsons. I will always remember those. I've never actually taken long-term positions from recommendations done by anybody, but he was one that I followed and I made money on it. So I'm very happy about that. Stockfather used to be a guy who used to come in on Wednesdays on the show, but I think, you know, he's doing his own thing now. Let's figure out what drug is doing. Yeah, that 138 level on drug seems to be like a real level. It's not breaking through there. Recall that we have an order to go long on drug at 143 if it makes its way up there. I do like the fact that, you know, even though it broke VWAP to the downside, it was quick to reclaim it. And that's always a sign of a stock that, you know, has legs to the upside. And just as I say, that 138 level was a real level. It breaks through 139. So now we're making newer highs, albeit, you know, inching our way up there. But this does have the potential to really go parabolic. I've seen it before like on previous occasions. And I'm seeing it now. But, you know, sadly, it was to the downside that it went parabolic. Anyway, there we go. Now we're printing I saw 141 come up on my level to their, 141. Let's see if this one can break 143. We've got a resting order at that 143 level. I'd really like to get long through this peak here. If we can continue up to the high of day at 148, I'll scalp some there, and then I'll take some out again, probably at 149, or I'll take some out at 150 actually, and then I'll hold a piece through that 150 break. Let me just have a look at what drugs chart's been like on the daily lately. Here we go. Okay. There we go, daily chart on drug. Yeah, so we haven't really had that great of movement on drug since about, early September. I mean, we've had September 16th was a decent day, September 2nd, but the real move on drug goes back to mid-August when we had monster parabolic days. Like, look at this. From $1, we went all the way up to $4.75. That's a huge move on drug. Some of the other days after that, we had similar moves from here, 232 all the way up to 415. So not too many levels to glean here, guys. I'm trying to find some interesting levels that we can possibly encounter resistance on drug. 157. Yeah, okay, there seems to be some a 157 level here going back to September 20th. We'll see if that's an important level. I think the better level here is on the September 16th day, the high of 175. That looks to me like the better level, especially because that day had much more volume done on it. So if there's any bag holders from that day from that level, then we may have trouble breaking through. But 175 to me looks like an interesting level on drug, Bradley.
Yeah, the market's going back to the south side before touching VWAP, so that's going to make me jump into meta platforms a little quicker than I want to, but let's see if we can work with this trade. We did jump into RCL. A viewer in the chat wanted me to trade CCL instead. Yeah. Look, I don't trade these low prices stocks, man. I'm sorry. $8 stock, yeah, I mean, you can take a lot of size on it, but what I usually do is I sympathy trade the stock on another position that's on a larger notional value. I'm going to get more of a move on this. That's because I don't have to take thousands of shares of CCL to make the same amount of money that I can make on RCL with way less size, right? At the end of the day, it all comes down to notional value. You could have taken the same notional value on CCL that I'm taking on RCL and make the same amount of money over there if that move does present itself. RCL now 11 cents in the money. We reloaded. Okay, I'm reloaded. We reloaded on Hasbro over here to see if we can get another move to the downside and keep on trading a stock that has been giving us profits all day. Why stop doing something when it's working for me? And the same thing applies to Meta Platforms. So Meta Platforms, once again, near 133.50, took a smaller position than I had throughout the day. I had some size over here. I had the most size on this short, but this short, I don't really believe it in that much because the market is still on a trajectory to VWAP and maybe a little bit above VWAP. So I don't want to get burnt on this trade. I don't want to turn Meta Platform, which is my best trade on the day, to a little bit of a sour side. So we're going to keep our sizing light. Once again, keep in mind that this market, or not market, the time period we're in, it is lunchtime. The volume is not really there in the market right now. The volume is not even in the market to begin with, man. CCL is your most highest traded stock on the day with 73 million shares. Jeez. AMD with 61 million shares. Usually you see at least back in the day, you saw at least 10 stocks doing 100 million shares. Oh, yeah. So today, there's barely any stocks doing 100 million. It's only your ETFs, the 3 times leverage ETFs, that are doing over 100 million. So volume is absolutely, the market's illiquid still, and I don't want to be fighting the market over here with the size that I want to take. I'm going to cut down my size. We can take more size going into 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock action when the volume does really come back into the market. Sharif, do you mind taking over? Because I want to pull something up for the chat.
No, what Prad was saying was so true, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of story from my trading journey. I decided to start trading August 2019, and I remember that the first course that I read was Tim Sykes' course to penny stocks. I'm like, I'm going to make it big buying penny stocks, these sub $1 stocks, this and that. So I read it and I took his course. You know, there were some good things about it. There are a lot of things that I didn't like, especially because they were less than $1. And then, you know, I kind of put it on the back burner for a while. I still had my practice, so I had to kind of wind that down. Now, come March 2020, so like a few months after I decided to get into trading, and then the entire market, not even March, it was like February or something when things really started hitting, you know what, like the fan. The amount of volume and the volatility that my first experience into the market like showed me was insane. So like I didn't know any different than what I was seeing. I mean, I didn't know that 100 million shares a day was abnormal or unlikely to happen in normal market conditions for most stocks. Like that's what I was exposed to immediately. So going from that and like the expectations you develop around that time to like, you know, a slower market like we're getting now. And I don't even want to say this is a slow market because we have a pretty volatile market, right? And volatility usually comes volume. But that was my initial, yeah, I know a lot of people saying in the chat that
Tim Yikes, you mean?
Tim Sykes.
Tim Yikes.
Oh, I thought you actually didn't know his name. Yeah, obviously you do. Yeah. He, you know, some people say whatever they want about him, whatever. I'm not here to debate that. I'm just giving you my story and my journey. So when like
You had his classes?
I downloaded it.
No, like you paid for it?
Whatever.
Oh, okay.
That's probably not really good to admit that on the air. Whatever. It's not an affirmative or a denial in any respects. It's a whatever. Anyway, that was my journey, guys. And then when I really sat down and I started like actually, like I opened up my IBKR account, I think March 2020, and like actually started like really day trading and like figuring out really what that was all about. It was a complete journey. Like I had no idea. Like, you know, you read the books and they talk about level 2s and this and that. And then like, I didn't actually have the tools to be able to understand what level 2 was till I got my program. You know, it's so abstract, like reading it on paper and not actually having access to see it live. So my trading journey was super interesting and I'm still going through it. Geez, I'm not talking like it's over or anything, but my initial journey was, I thought day trading was something completely different than what it ended up being in reality.
So this is the journal that I was talking about. I'm only going to show you my 2020 stats. I'm not going to show you my 21 or 2022 because those stats are too good, okay? Yeah, 3 months into my trading, I had my banger of a trade where I had my 22 grand month, and that was a big trade for me over there. But yeah, look at this is what you were asking about, right, Sharif? Where if you click on this and if you go to volume, it will tell you. It will tell you by really volume. Nice, it will tell you by time. It will tell you by day, right? So I have it set up where you can even see it by what setup makes you money or how much you made in a week. Notice how all these weeks are blank. What do you think that was?
I don't know.
COVID, where we couldn't come into the office and trade. So I had a big period where I could not come into the office and trade at all. Yeah, go for it.
Can you search by market cap? Can you filter by market cap?
No, that info is not put in over here. But what you can do is just add another column onto the sheet and then manually put in the market cap for those trades or whatever, right? So creating a journal like this will be very, very helpful for anyone who is actually interested in learning what time periods you make your most money, right? And I tell people all the time, I don't make money during 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That's why I keep my volume low. I make most of my money going into 4 o'clock, going into 9:30 and so on. That's where I push most of my volume at. And jotting down notes like this will help people. I'm not going to share that sheet with anybody unless it's for the floor over here because I put my blood, sweat, and tears working on that sheet, hours and hours and hours of coding formulas.
Is hard.
Coding formulas for hours, bro. I would be up till like 5 a.m. in the morning because I also have like this insane OCD level coming in. When I'm excelling,
you kill it.
I have to finish that task or I can't unfinish it, right? So that focus kicks in and I just zoom into it. But for anyone who does want to use a sheet like that, you could go for a website such as Trader SYNC. No affiliation with any websites, I'm telling you right now, okay? No affiliation with any of these websites. This is the website that I stole every single thing from. I tried the 7-day free account.
Okay, I've seen this one.
I tried the 7-day free account.
They steal your stuff from here, eh?
100%. 100%. Even if they say they don't, why else would you make a software like this? To help people? Get out of here. I'm not buying that. I'm helping
people. Subscription though?
You have to pay for it.
That's
so you are paying for it, and the user interface for this is amazing. It's a beautiful user interface. It will calculate all the website for you. Tradersync.com. You can even go to Trader View. You want to take a picture? Yeah, go for it. Or I'll just send you the link on our chats, bro. Here, Sharif. There you go. Tradersync.com.
I want to see what metrics they use so I can copy that in Excel.
That's
the
exactly
high idea.
exactly what I did.
Yeah. Okay,
right. So
perfect,
you can
yeah.
even go to traderview.com. This one's free, but it's only free for 30 trades a month. So if you're a trader who only makes 30 trades in a month, then you can use this for free, but you can pay 29 bucks a month. And a lot of firms, big firms, actually use TraderView.
Okay.
Big prop firms use TraderView.
Really?
So this could be something that you could depend on. They do say in their notes that we don't sell your data. I don't buy it at all. I don't buy it, man. I'm very doubtful about everything. And
everybody's looking for an edge in this market, and if they can get an edge, why wouldn't they use it? I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So you can use websites like these to help you log your trades.
Yes, gotcha. Futures starting to make a little bit of higher highs. You're still flirting with that level that we were talking about, that 37, 34 level. You know, it's not really breaking through it decisively, but it's still flirting with it. And we had to draw a trend line here. Let's draw this trend line. Look at this. All these higher lows. And in fact, higher highs if we were to draw a corresponding upper trend line here. So yeah, market looks like it may be shifting gears for the moment at least. I want to see how it does in this range between 37.40 and 37.34. And in fact now VWAP is basically corresponding with that upper trend line of 37.40 at the moment. So if we can break into that level, I want to see how the market reacts. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's 5 to 1. So the dry period of the day is slowly coming to an end, and we're going to have more liquidity coming into the market. So that usually means a bit more movement. We'll see what this one does. Upstart holding the 50 period like a glove, guys. I love to see this. It makes trading so much easier. Look at the amount of dips we've had. We've had 4 dips into the 50 period, none of which were breached. You could have dip trade on any of those levels for a scalp, and you could have gone with big size because of the fact that it is respecting that level. It gives you a bit more confidence to punch in that size. At least it does for me anyway, right? When I see that a stock is respecting certain levels. What's up, man? Arun's in the house, guys.
Uh-oh.
The big man is in the house. So careful there. He's going to be on in an hour. Oh, he's going to dry up all the firm's buying power, from what I've ever heard. I'm playing.
As long as he doesn't have a slipper, that's all I care about. You didn't come in with a slipper, did you, boss man? Come on, man. Don't be doing that. At least we didn't break any rules today, so no reason to throw any slippers at us. That's an absolute lie. I broke a rule. I got out of Apple way too quick, man. Way too quick. I didn't hold to my setup. He's actually looking to throw something at me. Look, at least I'm honest, okay? I'll be 100% honest 100% of the time. There's no reason for me to lie because the only person I'm hurting lying is myself, baby. But here we are with the meta shorts as the market's looking to pull back to the south side. The market did go to Arun's level that he mentioned in the morning, that 37.40 level, and let's see if we can nosedive all the way back to 3,700, or do we continue making this higher high, higher low pattern and go all the way to VWAP on the S&P 500 futures. Microsoft 16 cents in the money, RCL 20 cents in the money, Hasbro 12 cents in the money. Markets coming back to the south side and helping us on these shorts today. Looking at a couple other positions on, is this TeamViewer? No, that's not TeamViewer. It's Altasin Corporation with their name, their ticker is Team. So Team currently looking like it wants to go to the south side. The scanners are popping up. The Trade Ideas scanner, that is. If you want to sign up for these scanners, guys, do / Trade Ideas in the chat and use code TraderTV, and you can get help with those scanners over there. They also have a $11 test trial that they're doing at the moment. If you go check that one out too, you can get all the pro features for only $11 for 2 weeks coming in, so you can get a quick little test trial going on. Currently TEAM popping up on that scanner, recently won that race, meaning there's relative weakness in this position, but it hasn't won more races on the day. It looks like it only won its first race right now, down 1.5% on the day. Let's quickly go see what the relative volume is, 1.96, which is not bad for this time of the day. Let's see if we can get that break of 202 and go much lower than 202. I think this stock has room to go to 190, 180 for the coming week.
Another rejection off that 37.34 level, guys, on the futures. Look at this. I mean, you don't really need to be a damn genius to see this, but look at this. We're creating a bit of a double top, and we have a break of that bottom trend line. I wonder if that's going to make our way down back and test 3,700 again. I mean, did we break 30? Yeah, we broke 3,700 by like a few points, but nothing really to brag about. I don't know how to play this, to be honest with you. I can just kind of tell that there are levels there. Whether or not, you take the trades on some of these big caps to take advantage of these levels, or you're trading the futures yourselves, good on you. I'm not going to be doing that. Just as I was praising Upstart for holding the 50-period moving average, it goes ahead and makes a fool of me. I didn't take this long or short or anything, but it is now moving with the market. That's what I've come to the decision as. Look at this double top here, and then you had the first breach of 50-period because of the descent on the futures. So Upstart, if you're looking to trade this one, you may have to keep one eye on the market and then the other on Upstart. Christopher Munoz making a joke. Of course, I know who Nicolas Anelka is. He was an Arsenal striker, and then he turncoated and he went to Chelsea. We all know about Nicolas Anelka. One of the youngest scoring gunners around. But he's not in my good books. Like Ashley Cole, like Cesc Fabregas, like that clown Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
What is you saying?
Yeah. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, bro. Yeah, he left
That's
Arsenal.
his full name?
My man wanted to get time off so he could get a butt tattoo.
I rate it.
You don't do that in the Prem,
I rate
bro.
it.
No. You do that in the summer.
Was it a girl's name?
I don't care. You do that in the summer, but you don't do that while we're chasing for a title or what. Anyway, guys, I know who all those guys are. Shout me out in the chat if I missed anybody. Cesc Fabregas is one of the biggest guys on my you-know-what list because that guy, he lied about what Arsene said. So Cesc Fabregas, a story about him, and some people don't care, but I'm going to mention it anyways. He wanted to leave Arsenal. Arsenal had just built the Emirates. That cost Arsenal an arm and a leg. So they were in no position to buy players at that point. They actually had to sell players. Everybody knows about the sale of Van Persie, et cetera, et cetera. And then Cesc was like, well, we're not going to buy players. That means we're not going to be competing. I want out. Send me to Barcelona. So Arsene was like, okay, cool. We'll send you to Barca. Sent him to Barca. Then he wasn't playing at Barca because he wasn't getting any playing time because he wasn't good enough. I think I heard some issues with some of the players there too. So he wants to come back to the Premier League. Instead of coming back to Arsenal, that turncoat goes to Chelsea. So to me, he's like Olivier Giroud. That's who I missed. I missed Olivier Giroud. So anyway, that's my little rant for now. Upstart breaking down, the market breaking down. We're now at 37.22. Can we see 3,700, Bradley?
Yeah, buddy, market paying us one more time, 40 cents in the money on Meta, 30 cents in the money on RCL and Hasbro. So taking profits on both of them, all three of them actually. So here's the Hasbro cover, here's the RCL cover, RCL on New York, RCL New York. Here we go. Bang, 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 bang. Come on, pop up. So there, RCL cover and Meta platforms also covering as we are 40 cents in the money on all of these. I actually wanted to show Sharif something, but he ran away, so we'll wait for him to come back. I think I'm most likely going to forget what I wanted to talk about, so it doesn't even matter. We're going to come back to see what the market's doing. Look, the market rejected pretty well, and now we're heading back to the south side. So if you have a short on board, hold on to it. And if you have a long on board, maybe it might be time to get out of it if the opportunity does show up to you, unless it's a really strong stock on the day, such as LMT. Wow, LMT is now at $435. Oh my goodness, I could have been $13 in the money if I just stuck to my original game plan, which was go long 420. Instead, I went short 420, and Lockheed Martin now going to be up 10% on the day. Non-stop action to the upside today, just did not want to stop coming down at all. But look at this level around 430, 435. It's going to make me want to go short. Let's see if they give me the fill. They're not, obviously. Obviously, they're not going to give me the fill because why would they? The trade is too good. Lockheed Martin is too strong on the day, though. This should be a short. They already dropped it by $1. I want to see the stock pull back down now. I mean, look at the level that we hit. We hit pretty much the high from what day is this? September 21st high on Lockheed Martin. So monster moves coming in. Absolutely insane. For anyone who had the long on Lockheed, I'm absolutely happy for you. Congratulations on that side. Meta Platforms now 80 cents in the money. Let's go, baby. Take some more size out on that bad boy. RCL also pushing to the downside for us. And same with Hasbro, which are both 50 cents in the money. I'm going to take some more size out. I have 80% of my size still left on RCL. And I have 90% of my size on Hasbro. So let's take out some more size on both of these trades. Capitalize on the profits while the S&P 500 market is indeed pushing back to the south side. The question is, how low do we go, though? Do we go all the way to 3,700, or do we bounce off of 3,700 and go back to the north side like we did earlier? Did you know that the Burj Khalifa was built by Samsung? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And even the Petronas Towers in Singapore are also built by Samsung.
I didn't even know Samsung had a construction division.
They apparently do a lot of stuff. So
wow.
that was,
I knew that they were. I knew they did a lot of stuff because my buddy, he married a South Korean girl, so he went there for 2 months to kind of like meet the fam and everything. And he was telling me, he's like, LG and Samsung are like ubiquitous.
Monsters.
Yeah, they're monstrous there. So yeah, I had a feeling that they were doing, other things other than electronics. They're one of the biggest battery manufacturers too. They have a plant.
Like car battery or like
Tesla.
battery?
No, lithium.
Car batteries?
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
okay.
So Samsung has a division inside Tesla's. What's that one called in California?
Gigafactory?
Yeah, but what's the city? Remember, like, there's a city or
No,
something. Anyway, the
no.
California plant. Samsung has its own plant inside there, and when they manufacture the batteries, they put them on these autonomous, self-driving, like forklifts, sort of, and then they go from like the Samsung side of the plant, and it goes all the way to the Tesla side, and there's like no human input in that whatsoever. So I was watching a little bit of a documentary about that. Like, I'm a little bit invested in Tesla, so I just wanted to know what I was putting my money into. And yeah, it's a hell of an operation they're running over there. And apparently it's like only 20% of the size that it's going to be. Like the amount of land that they've got around there, there's going to be much more expansion, according to Mr. Musk. What is going on in small cap world, Bradley? I've got nothing to trade today. Looks like everything is currently below VWAP. I'm looking at Drug's not making that move that I wanted to through 143. Fremont, thank you for that. Does it chat? Yeah, everyone let me know. The Fremont plant. Yeah, so I've got nothing to trade at the moment. Bradley, what are you looking at, man? Are you looking at the market
in the
general,
money on
what?
Meta, like 74 cents. In the money on Hasbro, 50 cents. RCL, 40 cents. You know, just can't stop making money today and enjoying this day today, man.
Love it. Can't stop making money.
Just can't.
This guy's so humble.
I just can't
so
stop
good.
making money today, baby. But it's the opportunities. The opportunities are dime a dozen today. The market has been absolutely beautiful, and thankfully, I have scanners such as Trade Ideas. I have mentors such as Neil and even Arun back in the hot seat today to leech some levels off of him and what he's looking at and so on. That's the beauty about being on a trade floor such as ourselves. And it sucks to people who trade at home by themselves, but that's why we're here. That's why we do the show, so we can have that community, so we can help those traders who are trading alone. Trading could be a very lonely job, very, very lonely job. But if we can help with you guys and we can create a community with you and educate, inform, and what's the other one? Educate, inform, and entertain. There, I forgot about that one. Yes. Educate, inform, and entertain, and grow this this wonderful YouTube channel that you guys have helped us grow so far. We also have a Discord channel. If once the YouTube show does go to the end at 4 o'clock, we are no longer live, you can still go to Discord and share your trades, share your journals with each other. If you share your journals on the Discord channel that we actually have, journal entry, look at this. If you go to the Discord channel and type in trade recap, you can pull up some of my old trade recaps from way back when. Look at this. I used to have trade recaps every single day. Sadly, I don't post them in here anymore. But you could go check out other people's trade recaps. Like one of our viewers trades over here. Who's this? Jin. Jin's got a beautiful editing style. Right, for his trade review.
Man. I like how he zooms it in like that with the yellow borders.
I actually asked him how to do it. He said he uses Greenshot. I asked him how he does it, so trust me, it looks pretty interesting, doesn't it? So, guys, if you have your own trade reviews over there, post them in there. Like, look at this. Michael Noss posted his own trade review that he recorded. right? So post them in there. We will peer review each other. We want you to grow too along with us. And we have this amazing community over here. Blind Jedi, bunch of other people on chat. Look at Jin says, I'm on TV. Yeah, Jin, you're on TV. So join up the Discord channel, share your thoughts, share your trades, and let's grow together, baby.
No question about that. I just reconfigured my scanner to search by the most 5-minute volume, or the most volume done in the last 5 minutes, and CCL's popping up as number 1. I'm not surprised by that. It's done 79 now million shares on the day. I was looking for a possible retracement into that 8 because 8 also happened to be VWAP. I think it is also moving with the market just a little bit here. Once the market got a pop, CCL also got a pop. That kind of discourages me from trading it because then you are subject to the whims of the market, and I don't really want that. That's kind of why I trade these small cappers. Below that is Ape. Having a look at Ape here, Ape's doing like, just reclaim VWAP, and it's kind of barcoding a little bit. That's not for me. QNRX, we talked about that one. KPRX, KPRX now starting to make its way back to retrace VWAP. You recall we had an excellent trade on KPRX as we sat down. Let's just review that quickly. This was the long that I took, and the reason that I took a long here is because of this area of support right here, and then we scalped that out up to the high side. That was full size, by the way. Ever since then, though, it's been retracing, and this is something that I actually didn't notice, and I'm kicking myself for not noticing it at the moment. Look how this one respected the 200 period EMA. Like, I was looking more, okay, it disrespected VWAP, it broke to the sell side. This one's on my you-know-what list until it reclaims VWAP to the high side and holds. No, there was a trade to be had here, and I didn't really notice it because I had discarded it because it was below VWAP. Fact of the matter is, it bounced off the 200 period once, twice, 3 times. All were good areas where you could add and go to the north side. So we're close. We're close to reclaiming that the VWAP, which is currently trading at, I think, 922 or 923. We're at that 9. We're flirting in and out with that 9. I want to see what this one does. I'm going to wait, to be honest with you, until it reclaims VWAP. Maybe I'll take a dip trade off it again if it comes back down to the 200 period because, 4th time's the charm. I'm joking, of course. So I'll wait for this one, but I've got it back on my good list, so I'll move it up on my scanner here so that I'm able to see it a little bit more. KPRX, I hope, will make a move into the afternoon and help us add more onto those profits, Bradley.
Guys, why are we only at 2.3K likes?
Nonsense.
Smash more of those likes. I put on banger trades for you on Apple, Meta platforms, Hasbro, RCL. If you guys are not appreciative of those trades, then what can I put on there for you that will give you more likes for me, right? So let's bump up that like count. We still got 4,000 of you watching. Every day we try to get to 3K, but eventually we want to go more than 3K, right? 3K is a pretty small goal, but with the amount of viewers that we have, 3K looks like a pretty achievable goal. So 2.4K right now. We just went from 2.3 to 2.4. Let's get that number going up a little bit more. I see people saying we need to hit that like animation. We are actually working on a lot of new animations coming in. For example, we're actually going to have a Free Fall Friday animation coming in soon, which I'm excited for, and a lot of other animations. Justin's working with our contractor.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you need any animations, just message Justin and throw your ideas to him, and you can get custom animations for yourself on your stream deck over there. And we are going to have, look, all of this is just to help improve our production value, right? We're putting on banger trades, but we also want to have banger production value for all of you. So smash that like button. Show us how much you appreciate us. For everyone in the chat that has a green name, they're part of the Trader TV Live family, and you can also be part of that family by hitting that join button. When you do hit that join button, you will see a quick little pop-up window that entails what being a member is. Brenda will talk to you real quick in a quick 30-second video over there. And you will see exactly what that means. And for that 32% of you who are not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. We want to push this channel out to every single person out there who wants to learn how to trade and wants to not trade alone in their house. Have a fun community to grow with. We also have a merch store. We have pretty cool items on the merch store right now, but we're also working on revamping this merch store. So if you want to purchase some of this old, not old, but the the version 1 of merchandise, which will probably no longer be on the merch store.
What?
Yeah, because we're gonna revamp the store, right?
Okay.
So most likely we're gonna put new designs on there and so on. This is gonna be a very few limited chance for you to buy some of these hoodies that we all wear on the show.
These are going to be collector's items.
Collector items now, exactly. So if you want to sign up for that, go for that quick right now. And for those of you who have questions like what is VWAP, what is the moving average, and so on, there's a search box right on our homepage that you can type in VWAP, and you will see it right there. See Neil's beautiful face coming up over here. This was a year ago, and really no real difference. You still look exactly as young as you do in that picture.
As sharp as always.
As sharp as ever, baby. I'm trying to butter you up for some raise over there, Neil. You know, I'm going broke, man. These sports bets are taking my money. I'm going broke. So
he's like, keep it coming.
Keep it coming. Yeah. So click on the little search box. Type in VWAP or moving averages, and you will see fun little educational videos coming in from Sean, Brendo, and Neil, telling you exactly how they, the professional traders with over 30 years of experience between them, how they use these indicators to help them find trades.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree with that more, man. I want to start thinking of some of these animations. Bradley's got me salivating here at the ideas that I can come up with. I'm going to have to dig into the old whoa. And just as I say, sorry to digress real quick, but KPRX just made a really ugly dip there off that $9.10 level, went all the way down to $8.60, excuse me. Retracing back a little bit, the spread is opening up on this one, which is super weird because all of a sudden the liquidity is coming in, the spread opens up, kind of counterintuitive on that, but be careful with this one. Remember I said I'd take this one if it dipped back to the 20 period moving, 200 period moving average? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to be a man of my word. I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to add at 75. There I go. I'm long. If it breaks $8.60, I am gonzino. My average into this one is $8.75. Okay, it looks like I'm going to have to punch out here. It broke, so that's a loser for me. No big deal. I wanted to play that off the 200 period moving average, but this one has different ideas. It's continuing to trace back. I think we have an 832 low. As I say that, a new low comes in 820 now. So this one, really aggressive move. Thankfully, I only took a quarter position on this one, but a loss is still a loss. I never want to take these losses. They drive me crazy. But the idea here was sound, which was to play off the 200 period moving average. It had touched it 3 different times. I guess this one was a little different, though. Maybe I should have sniffed this one out because of the aggression with which it came down. All good. William James sends a $10 super chat saying, feeling the love, thank you. Yeah, we love you too, man. Honestly, let me tell you, like when I first started watching the show, I had to create a whole new setup. I bought like a flat screen TV and a different desk, and I put it to the side of my trading desk, and I'd have Neil and Sean every morning. Right at 8:30, I'd be there. I'd be on my desk from like 7:38 usually, right? So I'd have to wait a little bit until they came on the air. But once they came on the air, I was always trying to play off the trades that they had. And, obviously I come to love the show. I came to the firm. Now I'm on the show. So it goes without saying that I've learned a lot from this show, and I hope that I'm adding value to your day as well, even though the last trade that I had was a bit of an L. But, hey, you can't win them all in this game. I'm still 3 for 5, guys. 3 for 4. Upstart making a move back now, kind of trending with the market. I wonder what we're going to do again once we get back to that 37, 34 level on the market here. It's been a hell of a level going back to early in the morning. We rejected off here twice. We had a bit of a double top. If you took the break of this neckline here on the double top, what?
I forgot about super chats.
I've been doing super chats, but yeah, add them on. If you took this break here, you would have taken a nice 17-point winner from this neckline, from the break of this neckline here. So keep your eye out for opportunities once we trace back to 37, 34, Brad.
Well, don't cut to my screen just yet. Just put my face on because I don't want private messages between Bears and Bull and myself to be leaked over here. Just trying to protect my friend over there, Bears versus Bull.
For sure.
Hey, Brad, how you doing? Question from the chat. Ahmed, this platform, can I adjust order from the chart like IBKR? Can I adjust order from the chart? Well, that's what the level 2 is for, but I think what you can do is have a right there, or if you click on that box right there, if you right click on it, go to custom dialog and see how it says order edit box, hit enable, and I think that should, there you go, that should pop up your box over there too, and it should pop up the box over too. Go to custom dialog, order edit box in this corner under custom comment settings.
Does it give you?
It gives you the same order box that it does over here.
On the chart.
On the chart. So it's the same buy keys, but it's you can click it on the chart too. I don't know why you would want to do that, but if you want to, then you have the power to do that. What? Order is no longer. Oh, so it looks like it only works for one gateway. Only ARCA limit buy works off the chart. So that's why I don't use that. Look, we on Day Trade the World, if you are a Day Trade the World trader, you want to be able to use multiple gateways on your platform, right?
Absolutely.
So we have multiple gateways coded on my keyboard. If you actually go to full screen real quick. No. There we go. So notice how I have little sticky notes on my keyboard over there, and some of them don't have sticky notes because those are the most used keys. F1 to F4 are my most used keys, and these are my not that much used keys. That's why these stickies are still there from 2 years ago, and the ones that I do use, they kind of ripped off, and I know what keys they are. I have keys programmed all across my keyboard, and the hotkeys is what the advantage is for Day Trade the World, right? I'm not using a phone app to punch into my positions, and I'm not fumbling by clicking the wrong number and so on. So I would suggest you to just do that on the level 2, using it on the chart. I don't know if that'll be making you a better trader or not, but if it works for you, there is that possibility for you to do that. Let's go back to super chats over here, but this time, if you want to share the screen, you can. Here we are. You did read that. You did read that. You did read that. Wow, CCL Neil, that was a super chat from the morning. Yeah, CCL has been monster today without a doubt, but the shorts have also been good for CCL and RCL. RCL, the third best trade on the day. Hasbro, my second best trade on the day. Meta, my best trade of the day. Hayes Records with the $2 super chat. Took 30% on this stock, 20% on this stock, and a 2% L on this stock. So look, that looks good numbers to me. You lost 2%, you made 50%, so you basically made 48% on the day. You're smoking it right now, Hayes Records. So congratulations on that. That was a good little pun there without even trying to make it. Hayes smoking.
Yeah, I didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah,
Nice.
Dominic coming in with ZVO. Obviously, Dominic with ZVO. $5 super chat. Thank you, Dominic. And another $20 super chat to start off the day. ZVO is a huge mover and a beast. It's probably a Famularo classic. So let's quickly go to ZVO. Probably a stock that's halting all across the place. Let's go see if it is. It is not halting all across the place today. It is, though, however, a penny stock which popped up to 34 cents and sadly came back to the 100-period EMA, forming a nice little base in pre-market lows around this 23 cents area. Maybe we get another pump up to VWAP later on in the day, but the trend is pretty obvious. We're seeing rejection of VWAP. That means there's big money at VWAP stuffing the stock to the downside.
Yes, sir. Got nothing to report to you guys still. I was looking at CCL, recall that just because it was a volume leader and it was relatively strong, up almost 12% on the day. We were looking for that $8 retracement. We didn't quite get it. I think it came right back down to that 802 area, not quite where we wanted it to come back to, so we didn't get the long on there. And the reason I waited for that $8 area is because there was, number one, it's a whole dollar area. So that's first and foremost. Number two, it corresponded with VWAP. Number three is that you had these peaks here, which are going to act as areas of support for it. Those were all at that $8.01, $8 area. So I didn't quite get it. But, these things are never a fixed science. They don't come right back to the exact area. Anyway, we'll talk more about that after we send it back to Brendo at the big desk with Sector Watch.
Still a pretty good day shaping up here, guys. We are green on the day as far as the S&P 500 is concerned, but a little more red creeping back in once again as we head into the afternoon. Still 1.02 to the upside. It is industrials that remain in charge. You guys have been discussing Lockheed Martin. What a move. LMT up more than 10% at one point. Bit of a pullback right now. 9.25, but this entire sector right now in positive territory. Not a single stock to the downside. In the consumer discretionary group down here, it's all about travel names. CCL having a monster day, NCLH, RCL as well, back to the upside. Hotels and casinos nicely higher on the session. That's Hasbro, and then KMX, the other one down there, in negative territory. Next on the list is the tech group. We are seeing a little bit of red still in semiconductors, along with a few of the software names back to the downside. But overall, pretty good day still for tech shares. Banks are higher, even with a few in negative territory as well, off Goldman's report this morning. This is the materials group. Mosaic leads 4.8%. Real estate, communication services, and utilities all nicely higher on the day. Just breaking back down, guys, through that 1% level, 0.98 for the S&P currently.
Yeah, viewers saying, how can we start a course in your workshop? I live in Brampton. Well, I mean, if we have any open seats on the floor, you could try applying for a job on the trade floor. But besides that, I don't really know the answer to that question, man. I don't think we even have any open seats on the floor. Neil, you have any answer to that question? Basically, apply to be a trader?
Yeah, just send your information.
Marketing at Trader TV Live?
They just brought in a few guys.
Yeah, they did.
We just got a new class like last week, so unless sadly someone quits or gets fired, you're gonna have to wait quite a bit. And this class right now that we have, it's a pretty good class, man. A lot of kids are doing good. They're actually doing pretty damn good compared to what my class was. I think I was the only one who graduated out of my class.
No way.
And well, maybe 2 other people graduated, but they're not with us anymore because their strategy fizzled out. And they didn't adapt, and sadly they died, right? So that's the nature of the markets. Adapt or die. You got to learn with the markets, with the environments. And it took me quite a beating in the market myself to adapt. I just wasn't ready to accept that my strategy's dead. I had to keep on taking losses after losses and be like, okay, Pride, what you're doing is stupid. You got to go back to basics. Go back to learning the game all over again. So I cut my size down. I cut my own risk down. My manager was like, no, Prad, I'm not going to cut your risk down. I was like, no, cut my risk down. I need to relearn the game. And I relearned it to my best of my ability. And I want to continue relearning the game, right? Sometimes you have to do that. And that even applies for yourself. You have to, cut yourself on your risk parameters. You have to cut yourself on your size parameters, relearn the whole game, and come back and put that damage on the markets that you're looking to do. I mean, you guys in the chat probably see me from a year ago on the show till now, completely different trading, completely different discipline and methodology and so on. And once this strategy fizzles out, I now know how to deal with that because previously I didn't. Now I know how to deal with it. So the same thing applies to all of you. For the person who wants to join the floor, you can go apply to the email at marketing@tradertv.live. If you apply to marketing@tradertv.live, when an opening does show up, they might contact you, like either Brankel's Brendan, which is another Brendan on the floor, the assistant manager or assistant to the assistant manager, actually. The Dwight Schrute of the floor might contact you, or even what's his face, Greg, the assistant manager, and Neil might contact you, and you might just get lucky to get a job on the floor.
Guys, just took a long here on the SPY. Yeah, you know me, I love trading futures. That's a joke, of course. The reason I took that is because I didn't want to trade the futures. That's first and foremost. And second of all, here's what I saw. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Here's what I saw that helped me decide to get into this. I like this higher low on here, and I like the test back of 37.34. It looks like I got out of it too early as we continue to move up, but very profitable trade on me for me there. Look at that. Now we're testing through 37.34. Can we get continuation into that 37.40 area, or at least VWAP? VWAP's not quite at 37.40. I think it's at 37.39. This 37.34 level has been gangbusters for a lot of people. You could be playing this to the long side, taking bounces from the downside up to 37.34. Or you could be taking right now like what I'm thinking about doing, which is taking this south now that we've touched 37.34. I want to see how this one acts because we're getting to that more liquid time in the market where things may start moving back up. Look at this, guys. I got out of this one way too early. This was a profitable trade for me, very profitable. I took it long through here with full size. I took it at 74, and I got out in the 90s, in the mid-90s. So not too bad of a trade. I could have held this one into the 13s. So this one was really good idea. Not executed well, though. The idea was good. The execution needed work. But hey, I'm always learning, always trying to improve. But yeah, the reason I did this is because it's really kind of slow time here on these small cappers. Nothing really moving, nothing doing anything of note, guys. Quantrain says got quite the art piece there on that chart. Oh, the art piece. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. It's a little bit packed in with information, with lines and charts and trend lines and everything. Yeah, but you like learn over time how to like ignore the things that you don't need at the moment, and you just focus on what you need to. That's just at least with me, to be honest. Looking here to my side charts, I'm looking for something that's moving. Guys, there is nothing that's moving. What are you doing over there, Bradley?
Look at this. Look at this.
Stop giving me your toughest battles. You literally have to stop drawing imaginary lines on stock charts all day long. Jesus ain't having it, bro. Jesus, he's
Here,
tired.
I'll zoom it in. Oh, I can't zoom it in for Neil.
That is pretty
basically a
funny.
person says, you see it? Yeah. Just because the person said you
Jesus
have a
ain't
heart over
having it,
there,
bro.
he's not having it.
Yeah.
Stop drawing imaginary lines on the chart, bud. But no, Spotify, Brando put in our work chat over here. Spotify hires TikTok's head of content partnership. So Spotify trying to lead some of that TikTok knowledge that they have and put it into their own platform over here, currently at around $87. Let's see if we get a pump up on Spotify to the north side off of that catalyst. Maybe not, we'll see. Pretty insane how TikTok took over the world. There's actually a TV series on Netflix
like
right now.
TikTok?
Spotify?
Do you like TikTok?
I don't have TikTok.
You don't have
No,
TikTok?
I don't install that garbage on my phone.
I'm very surprised.
I don't install that garbage on my phone.
Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about
Yeah.
this because not much to trade at the moment. What's your beef with TikTok? The fact that they're Chinese and that
No.
they're like stealing your information?
Yeah, stealing my data. I don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
nothing to the fact that they're Chinese. They're
No,
stealing
not
my
the fact.
data.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
you're racist, obviously,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there's like a whole thing between like China having
Yeah.
their data.
I'm
and,
okay
like,
with
yeah.
Google taking my data.
You're okay with Google taking your data?
I blindly hit accept on every single application Google sends me without reading a single paper.
Really?
But I'm not okay with TikTok taking my data.
Okay.
Simply not. And if you read TikTok's like paper,
Yeah.
it literally says if you even open TikTok on your phone, they now have access to every single thing you open on the websites. They have access to
But
every
Apple blocked that. You know that
I don't
Apple
know
blocked
about
that.
that.
That was a whole beef between
don't know about
Facebook and
that.
Apple. You know that. Come on, man. Like Apple has that whole new privacy policy now. Oh, but look, can I tell you something? No algorithm has really understood what I like watching as well as TikTok's
That's
algorithm.
my problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see everything wrong
Yeah.
with TikTok at that point. Like
Yeah.
all the nonsense stuff. Because I know myself. Because I know myself.
Yeah, so I filtered all
I'm gonna
that.
stay
Yeah,
away
yeah.
from it. There's a big reason
Okay.
why Brad quit social media a long
Yeah?
time ago.
Okay.
And the only social media I do right now is Instagram for the show.
Right.
And Trader TV Twitter for the show.
Right.
Right. I don't really like to hang out on social media as much as I used to.
Okay.
Because I saw how it changed me. How I was like negative minded because of somebody else was winning in life. I'm like, why am I not happy
Yeah,
for that
you gotta
person
filter that
instead
out,
of
yeah.
me? So I was like, I'm just gonna zone out my own personal Instagram. I deleted all the pictures, I unfollowed
Really?
every single one, and I completely closed that account. Right? So I just don't do social media anymore unless it's for work type of thing where I look for memes to post on the
Yeah.
channel or my thing, and that's all about it. So when I see TikTok coming out,
Yeah.
I want to stay away from
You
it
don't wanna
as
get away
far as
from
I
it.
can.
I get you, man. I mean, to be honest with you, I like it because I find it quite informative. It is very shallow and superficial in the information that they are able to convey. They have like a 1 minute time limit. But the idea there is to find out that like superficial piece of information and then go ahead and do more deeper research about it. I see here someone in the chat saying oil's going, so I just popped up Oxy's chart. Can we look at my chart flat? Look at this, guys. Look at this move up here off that 65.90 bottom. Yeah, now we're up to 68. So that's a decent almost $2 move. Yeah, more than a $2 move there. Big boy move there on Oxy, but it's a matter of how do you get in here. So I'm looking back at the pullbacks. They have all been in between that 20 period and that 50 period. The deep one here was in between the 20 period and 50 period. These two held the 20 period quite well. We're currently at the 20 period at the moment. I'm going to take a baby long here. Let's go ahead and take a baby long. I'm going to get printed. There we go. So we're long there. I'm going to be looking to add. If I need to add, I'm going to be adding at that 67.80 area. My out will be the break of the 50 period because we had no breaks of the 50 period here so far. So that will be an indication that I'm wrong. I'm long 67.95. I'm already in the money. I feel like 68 may be a bit of a test here. Let's see if we can break through that. We broke through 68 already. We topped out here at 68.09 or so. But you know, that whole dollar level is always a bit tricky. Let's continue to watch.
Cut you off right there. Twitter launching. Looks like,
Twitter.
Hey, buyout traders, Twitter's popping right now. Get ready for some fun action on Twitter over here. Look, look at that size on 52, baby. Can I get a 52 breakout? 52.01, 52.11. I want to take 500 shares. Let's see if this breakout's going to be nutty. I want to take it, baby. Look, we know that the deal has to go through. We know that the deal has to go through. Chat, check the chat. Twitter locks employee stock accounts in anticipation of the deal. See? So the deal might go through over here soon. And we know that the deal has to go through before the lawsuit on October 24th, I believe, or Elon is going to be in a lot of trouble. So we're getting ready over here for this deal to close. Twitter is going to be a lot of fun near the $52.40 area. No, sorry, 54.20 is the buyout price. I got it confused. So if this 52 level breaks, we're going to be in a banger of a winner to the long side. My market's flying, and Meta is now 40 cents out of the money. Thankfully, I don't have any more size on that. We're going to jump out of that trade right now. And the RCL also pushing the high a day. We're going to jump out of that trade. This market's really pushing up, guys and girls. S&P 500 at VWAP at 37.41. NASDAQ slightly below VWAP, but it's at 11,235. Come on, Twitter. Give me that 52 break. You know what? Since we're still here, no, that's going to be chasing the trade. You don't have to chase the trade, Brad. Just wait for your level. Your level is 52. If 52 breaks, you're going to be in a killer of a long. If 52 doesn't break, the trade's not there for you. Stay away from it.
I agree with that. I'm out of Oxy. Nice winner there on Oxy. Thank you for the chat, for alerting us to the fact that oil is moving. But guess what else is moving, guys? The market broke that 37.34 level decisively. In fact, it broke that 37.40 that Arun was talking about in the morning, and it also reclaimed VWAP. So let's see if there's a current shift here, change in the market trend. I see higher lows consistently on this one and higher highs. So a bit of a micro trend forming. Let's see if we can break through these levels or not. I had a nice little trade there on the SPY. I'm out of that one. Kind of makes me feel a little silly. I should have kept a piece for the dream. Maybe I'll feel the same way about Oxy.
Tesla should sell off, no?
What's that?
Shouldn't Tesla sell off on this news?
I don't think there's correspondence. It's not like Elon's
He
having
still
to
needs
sell.
money.
Right? Or we don't know. Maybe
He still
he
needs
sold.
to sell $3 billion worth of Tesla.
Hold on. Remember I did the calculations for you guys? Okay.
Yeah.
So here, I'll do it for you again. So this is the calculation that I gave you guys a couple of weeks ago. Where is it? Here. Okay. So the math suggests that 27 of the 33 billion that Elon needs. Okay, so by the way, he needs 33 billion in his own money, and the rest is going to be a loan from like regular banks and regular institutions. So he needs $33 billion in his own money. 27 of that, the math suggests that 27 of the 33 billion he needs. Oh, sorry, it suggests that, sorry, it's been a minute since I've written this, that he has 27 of the 33 billion that he needs. So he's already sold 15.5 billion of the Tesla stock this year. This is old information. He may have sold more, okay? It's already sold 15.5 billion of the Tesla stock. Venture capital is going to count for 7 billion, and he already owns a $4 billion stake in Twitter. So he's going to need another 6 billion once we do the math. UBS is suggesting that he'll need to sell around 10 billion more of Tesla stock because there are tax implications. So he'd need to sell 10 to raise the 6 and then pay, I guess, 4 for tax. And then Wedbush took a different opinion. They didn't agree with UBS. They said, no, he'll only need to send 3 billion. Point is, he was going to sell, and that's why I think Tesla has been relatively weak a little bit lately. I mean, did we test 200? We tested
No.
200. We didn't test 200?
Yeah.
We did test
We
200.
broke under it? No, we did not.
I don't
we were
think
at
we broke
203 was the
200.
low, I think.
Yeah, so that's the math on that. That math was accurate, I believe, up to maybe a week and a half ago or something. But
204.16 is the Tesla low.
There you go. So that's not, yeah, that's an aggressive. Look at that chart. I mean, not this dumb chart, but look at this. Yeah, that's decent. He's probably selling in and around that area here.
I mean, we would have seen like the SEC filings of him selling if he did sell, unless he's selling on
What's
like
the
really
delay?
small amounts.
What's the delay on those?
1 day.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
wow,
sure they
okay.
posted the next day over there, right, Neil?
I don't know. I know Pelosi's like every 2 weeks.
Okay. Not sure if it's 1 day then, but
He sold more since the last time.
yeah.
Would have seen it.
We would have known, yeah. Tesla over here, I did punch short. I'm 21 cents in the money. Part of that short is because the S&P 500 is rejecting the VWAP section over there, or VWAP indicator. So just a quick little short, already 24 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get a flush coming in on Tesla as Twitter is getting ready to maybe retest that $52 level. 52 is an absolute level. You guys saw how much size was on there. Let me show you one more time.
Wow.
There's 2,000 lots. Let me pull up the calculator. 2110 plus 203 plus 94
Plus add
plus
two zeros.
240700 240700 times 52. That's $12 million on the ask for Twitter.
Wow.
$12.5 million on the ask for Twitter that's looking to sell off or rip through it. Someone is either taking profits at 52 or they're trying to short 52. Either way, that level is going to be very important for us.
Yes, sir. Still having a look at Oxy here. Oxy stagnating a bit. I'm really happy with that dip trade off the 20-period moving average for a win through 68, but now it looks like it's got more legs. High of day on Oxy, I'll tell you in 1 second. I'm going to switch this so that I can tell you. High of day on Oxy is that 68.26 level, and I guess that's going back a ways, eh? Yeah, that's going back to right when the market opened, 68.26. We're not that far away from it, especially with the way Oxy moves in general and the way that it's been moving ever since that 11:40 time slot. It's been aggressively moving up, holding that 20 period and the 50 period quite well. What are you clapping about?
Oh, I'm just
I thought you did
making a
good
beat
trade
in
or
my head. I'm
something.
sorry.
Oh, no, it's all good. Yeah, so Oxy 68.26. Keep that in mind to the north side if you're long Oxy. It's now up 1% on the day. It was quite down. I mean, I looked at energy earlier to see if there were any interesting trades, and this one was not standing out. So the move is quite recent. Yeah, now look at this. The market now hugging that 37.40 level that Arun talked about in the morning. It's holding VWAP from the top side. That's what you want to see if you're a long-minded trader. You want to see it hold VWAP possibly into an afternoon bounce. We're still up 52.5 points on the day, 1.43%. That's saying something. Since we were going to turn red on the day through that 3,700 break. So lots of momentum, guys. Lots of volatility, whether to the upside or the downside today. But sadly, not that volatility is not transferring over into the small cap world. I don't see anything moving at the moment. I've been filtering by volume, filtering by change percentage, nothing really standing out at me. If the chat has anything, definitely at me on it, especially small cappers, and I'll be more than willing to look at them.
Someone in the chat said that the Form 4 papers need to be filed within 2 business days of actually making that trade. So I'm trying to find out if that is true or not. Just quickly trying to glance through these papers. So this is what they look like, guys, if you're wondering. Perfect examples. Look, Investopedia, example for Form 4 is basically Elon's Form 4. So that's a pretty amazing experience for us to take a look at. So this is what a Form 4 looks like. You see the amount of shares that they sold for, amount of money that they made on that position, and so on. And if you're wondering where can you find this form, just type in Form 4. Not the mental health one over here, but if you type in SEC Form 4, you will find right here insider trading reports. You can click on this and quickly find out where the reports are coming, who's selling, who's buying, and so on. But I don't know if that 2-day rule is 100% or not. I'm just gonna believe you on it, but obviously I'm gonna believe it with a grain of salt. That's how the forms looks like. So we haven't seen that form for a while now for Tesla. So we don't really know if Elon has been selling their positions or not. But as you guys know, the brand new Twitter news is that Twitter locks employee stock accounts in the anticipation of the deal actually going through. Form 4 must be filled within 2 business days following the transaction day. Transaction what's that? That's on the SEC website. So thank you, Sharif, for actually pulling that up. Sharif did the research for us, and it looks like the person in the chat is 100% accurate. This is directly from the SEC.gov website. The Form 4 must be filled within 2 business days following the transaction date.
Yes, sir. Okay, so Giga Chad wanted me to look at drug. Let me have a look here. Drug, I've got a resting order on that one to go long if it breaks. If it breaks, I believe 143, and I gave it to actually 146. Let's go here. Hurry up. Yeah, it's not quite there yet, Giga. Even though we had this big wick, and look where we stopped. We stopped at 142 again. Let me zoom out a little bit here. I'm definitely looking for this break. This is the area where I'm looking for the break, right here. 142 ain't going to cut it. Last time we made our way up to 143. There was an epic battle between longs and shorts there. We weren't able to break through it. That's why I've pegged that level as a level that I want to go long. If it doesn't make it there by 2 o'clock, I'll have to cancel that order, and I'll reconsider getting into that order maybe at my desk, depending. G-Trader, is he selling perfumes? LOL. I don't know what that means, G-Trader. I don't think he will sell more to... Oh, that's right, the perfume. What was that perfume called?
Burnt hair.
Burnt hair, don't care.
He sold like, what, 3 million, 4 million worth of it already?
I forgot about that. He did that. Elon is an OG. I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but
man.
he needs like, dude, he needs like $10 billion more.
Why?
For the deal to close.
Oh, I don't think he just wants to make money, man. Don't you think so?
I think that was just a power move. He just wanted to show people how much he can move around.
Oh, I think the real power move is whether or not he'll be able to make this like what does he call it? An X app?
X app, yeah.
X app,
the all-encompassing app.
I saw a little bit of a tidbit off a podcast he was invited onto, and he was talking about how much he loved WeChat and all the different features that WeChat has. You can pay people, chat with people, do like everything you need to, call an Uber or whatever the Uber equivalent is in China. And he's like, there's really no equivalent of that WeChat app outside of China. Like, it's not just an American deficiency. No, it's like a global deficiency. But then I gotta really ask the question, I mean, in a free market system like we have here, where the government really frowns upon any consolidation of different industries because of possible monopolies, is that app gonna fly? Do you think that he'll get, like, you know, the regulators won't really give him trouble? I mean, if you start consolidating this, that, and the other all in one app and controlling everyone's life, like, I know in China they want to do that because they can keep tabs on people, right? But that's not really the case in North America, unless that's going to be the case in North America. Who knows, right?
You should be careful, man. If you go to China, they're gonna kidnap you. We're not gonna see you anymore, man. You should be careful,
sometimes I feel like
the government's gonna come nab you like they did Jack Ma, buddy. Be careful.
Egypt's not different, bro. Like, Egypt's not different. You talk bad about the president there, man, you can find yourself on
Be
the wrong
careful, you're
end.
flying there in 2 days.
I know, that's why I'm
Take it
saying good
easy.
things about them. That's why I'm
Take it
saying good
easy.
things about them. Anyway.
There was I don't know if you've seen this clip of Snoop Dogg and Kevin Hart. They were commentating the Olympic Games back in the day.
Okay.
And they were sitting on a desk and they were like, oh, look at that team, look at that team, look at that country. The Saudi Arabian country starts walking in with their flag and they're like, oh, we're not talking about them. I don't want to get in trouble with those guys. I don't want to get in trouble. Right? That's the same kind of mentality over there. Anyways, coming back to the market, guys, people are saying check out COMS. So let's go to COMS. It's a penny stock. I don't really trade penny stocks, and it's popping up though. What is going on with COMS? Looks like Neil already asked that in chat, so I'm just gonna wait for that update to come in. If there is anything that we could talk about on COMS, I don't really see anything happening for myself on this trade though. It's a penny stock. I'm not gonna bother with the trade honestly, but good luck on that position for yourself. Currently, Tesla is 55 cents in the money. Market's pulling back after tickling you up, and Tesla is following suit with it. So 50 cents in the money on Tesla. Let's see if we can get that dollar and a multi-dollar mover on TSLA. People also talking about CCL because RCL not too long ago took out the high a day. CCL is not really taking out the high a day like RCL did. So we're going to jump back into the short over here on RCL, see if we can put some damage in. I also want to jump back into the 500 shares. Take it easy, Brad. I want to jump into a Meta platform short over here. I almost punched into 500 shares of Meta. That would have been scary. But we'll see if we can can trade this stock to the downside once again for us.
Yes, sir. Calm is continuing to make that move. Give me that FOMO, even though I don't want to break my rule of trading a sub $1 stock, but this one is moving up 215% now on the day. This one's got legs for days, but I do see big size at 14, and it just got eaten up, and I really mean that. This is what I don't like about the sub $1 stocks. They move like every 1/10 of a penny, right? And like that makes for so many more levels that you got to have on the way up. So I feel like, I don't know if notionally it makes any difference with respect to the amount of money having to be put up to move the stock up. But to me, it just creates all these different levels that I need to worry about. I'll stay clear of comms there. We'll have a look at Oxy because it retraced back into that 50-period moving average off that 67.80. I'm thinking this might be an interesting area, but I want to look and see what oil is doing. Is oil doing anything to justify this move? Let's go ahead and have a look at TradingView. By the way, I've told you guys this. You can go to TradingView and you can type in U.S. oil, and that will bring up West Texas Intermediate. That will not bring up Brent. So it's a WTI only. I don't know what the Brent is on TradingView, by the way. So yes, look at that move. We'll bring in. Let's compare this chart right here with the Oxy move. So it started here at 12:45, and no, sorry, this is not the correct time. Let's fix that. Oh, it is correct time. So hold on. This is a 12:30 move, and this was an 11:40 move. Yeah, so a bit of a difference between these, to be honest with you. It looks like Oxy got the ball rolling, and then I guess maybe oil started trending with it. But oil now pulling back more aggressively than what Oxy is pulling back. Oxy pulling back into that 50 period, but oil now off the highs here. 84.33 was a high. Now we're at 83.59. So I don't see there is that much confluence between these two stocks. So,
You know if you can trade stocks on Cash App?
Cash App?
Yeah.
Cash App's PayPal, right? Yes.
Rocket Mortgages.
I don't know, man. We don't have Cash App here.
I don't know if you can trade stocks on Cash App, but people saying yes in chat. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Well, there was a viewer who said, where is it? The viewer said, how do I short on Cash App? Well, I'm pretty sure you need a margin account to short stocks, no matter what platform you go on to. I don't think you can short stocks with the cash account. Am I right on that?
Yeah. You can't short with a cash account.
Yeah, so you need a margin account. So if you have a cash account, you need to be able to you need a margin account to short stocks. And in regards to Cash App, then you might need to call up your broker on that. Cash App is from Square. Really? I didn't even know that. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's right.
Pretty sure Rocket Mortgages is also part of Cash App. At least I thought it was because of 100 Thieves, the esports organization. For those you know what I'm talking about. Venmo is PayPal.
Guys, I lost my damn mind here and I entered into comms, but it is flying, guys. There we go. So I'm out of that one. Nice little trade there on comms, and I got out right before the flush. Lucky for me. I'm gonna spin the money for that because I'm a damn psycho for entering into this chat, and I took a lot of size too, by the way, guys. Makes me super nervous. There we go. So there's the long there, and I have 3 pieces out, and the last piece is for a tiny little loser right before that flush, all the way back down to the 7 EMA. This one was terrifying. Dominic Fumilaro say comms, though a penny stock worth a look, high volumes today. Yes, I took it for you. Not for you, obviously, but looking over there, I wish I had taken it earlier. This definitely broke my rule. Punched in, big size on this one. Thankfully, I was not part of the flush down on this one, Bradley.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how you do it. I'm going to stay away from that position completely. I'm going to leave it up to you now that you're actually dabbling with those penny stocks. Good luck on that side. I will dabble with stocks that I know how to put the damage on.
Good, man.
And that's going to be Meta. That's going to be Tesla. That's going to be all the other trades that are not a penny stock. Right, so Tesla over here pushing back to the south side, 27 cents in the money. Nothing too big to beat my chest about, but the market's trying to push the downside, and market's not really trying to push the downside. We're hanging out by VWAP for the S&P 500. We have 9 minutes left on the show over here between Sharif and myself, and then on the closing show, you guys have the monster himself, Arun, coming back into play today. Arun's getting ready to talk about some positions and so on. So if you have any questions about futures, or anything, feel free to get ready to ask Arun all the questions that you have in mind. Guys, we're still only at 2.6 likes. The last time I asked for likes, we went from 2.3 to 2.6.
Yeah, that's not enough,
and we
man.
didn't really go up from 2.6 after that.
Guys, we need
So
3,000, man. How many people are watching, Bradley?
We still got 4.3K watching.
Yeah, we need to get it up to 3K, guys. It really doesn't cost you anything or take much of your time. Give comms a break. Stop staring at it. Up 215%, and go hit that smash that like button, man. And if you're not subscribed, what's the percentage of people not subscribed?
32%.
32% of you are not subscribed. Let me tell you, we don't spam your feed either. Like every once in a while, you'll have one of those awesome videos by Neil Sean or Brendan. They'll give you like really important information about moving averages, VWAP, indicators in general, or trading terms that you may not be familiar with. And it's always good to open up your YouTube app and to see that information there. Mike Crehan says $2. He sends a $2 super chat and he says, Islam or Oliveira?
Oh, baby. Come on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
What is that, Bradley?
UFC.
Oh,
so
okay.
Islam Makhachev, or as I call him, Islam Makhapoop, Islam Makhapoop, or Charles Dubronx Oliveira. Listen, there's only one lightweight champion of the world, and his name is Charles Dubronx Oliveira, okay? Islam Makhachev is going to be absolutely whooped. He's going to get tossed around the ring. He thinks he's good because his coach is Khabib Nurmagomedov, right? But guess what? Yo, look at this guy. You're a Khabib fanboy, aren't you? It's Charles Oliveira is going to put my boy, is not my boy, I hate Islam. He's going to put Islam in an absolute chokehold and kill him. He's going to kill him. He's going to kill him.
Guys, if you're wondering what's going on right now,
buddy, you don't even bet on sports betting anymore. You're telling me $5,000 bet? Keep your mouth quiet over there. Charles Oliveira is going to put your boy in a sleeper hold. He's going to climb on his bank like a monkey and
okay, just for everyone who's wondering what's going on, Fahad is in our ear, basically telling Brad he doesn't know what he's talking about, and that Islam's going to whoop him. So you can guess who's cheering for who here. Bradley, make the case.
Charles Dubronx Oliveira. There's only one lightweight heavyweight of the world, lightweight champion of the world. His name is Charles Oliveira.
All right. Well, is he Brazilian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good Brazilian pedigree there. I know a lot of good Brazilian fighters.
There is my saying, though, that you always bet on Brazil unless Brazil is against Dagestan. And sadly, they are against Dagestan here.
Oof, okay. Yeah. Big thing. Guys, comms making a move back off that flush. Looks like that 13-ish. I hate these penny stocks. This 13-ish level was a temporary bottom. Nice move back up above 15. Dominic Formularo letting me know about that. My eyes on it. I can see it here. I don't really want to test my luck. I broke my rules. I shouldn't have done that. I got lucky the way that I see it. I got completely lucky on the stock, and I don't want to give up my winnings on this one. So my hands are going to be tied. I'm not entering comms again. That's the end of the day for me, but definitely it's showing up on a lot of people's radars because the volume is increasing on this one, not decreasing. Let's have a look at the earlier volume. If you were to draw a trend line on the volume charts, we are definitely higher on the day. So more participants in this one. Usually more participants means more people looking south as well. The market also making a nice move now, breaking above that 37.45 area. Look at this. Okay, so it looks like we broke through that area. Remember this 37.34 we talked about? It consolidated at that area so many different times. Then we finally had that break of 37.40 that Arun was talking about. Then we went back down. But guess where we stopped? We stopped at 37.34. I'm telling you, this level is important. And then I move back up now. It looks like we're going to hold VWAP from this level, and we can make newer highs on the day, Pratt.
You got to stop drawing him. I'm joking.
Hey, man,
that meme
come
is so
on.
classic,
I know,
though.
but this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I was just joking.
You know
I don't
that's
mean it that
legit.
way. I don't
and
mean
I
it
can
that
go
way.
back more to the side.
I don't mean it. I was just referencing the meme. You know
I
me.
got you.
Hasbro popping up, though, exactly to where my previous two entries were, making me itch for another entry. So guess what? I am going to do it. Punch another entry over here. My positions are out of the the money slightly, but I'm not too worried about them because I still believe the market's going to reject this 37.45, 37.50 areas that we're at. And if it doesn't, I'll take my stop, I'll move on. I'll still end profitable on the day. So giving back some money is okay with me. I know I said I don't like having an LFT, but if I do LFT a bit, I'm not going to revenge trade my way into a bigger
basketball
LFT.
after?
I think it's just Greg and me
Greg
today.
has like been dribbling the
Yeah, I think
basketball
it's
for
just
like
me
half
and
an
Greg
hour.
today.
You could tell he's ready to go.
But
bro.
tomorrow, 4 o'clock, we got a whole squad. We're rolling deep. You're coming? Why?
My wife's in the office.
So more of a reason to come. Oh, you have a kid. I forgot. Yeah.
kid,
I was like,
yeah.
more of a reason to come if your wife's in the office. But no, so he has to take care of his kid. Neil can't come play ball. But we got the Cap Master 9000 himself, Fahad, coming in. Fahad coming in. We got. I don't know if you're coming. We got a bunch of boys from the back
I'm
too
gonna be,
who are
I'm
going
not
to
here
be
tomorrow.
balling out tomorrow, 4 o'clock. We're rolling deep to the YMCA courts tomorrow.
That's pumped. No, tomorrow, guys, I'm going to be getting ready for my trip. Going to be packing and getting my hair did and my beard done.
Nails done, hair done,
Yeah,
everything
right?
did.
Hey, Prad's not the only one going home to get married. No, I'm joking, of course. I'm playing, of course not. Yeah, so I'm getting ready for my trip Thursday. I got to go to Pearson early, so tomorrow I will not be here.
Cap Master 9000, guys, not Calf Master.
Thank you, Bears
Although
versus
his
Bulls.
caps are actually, a little bit deezed over there, but I call him Cap Master. Cap in the young age kid terms is meaning he's just boosting. He's lying. Cap
No, but
Master.
that one-on-one game with
You see, he's doing good.
yeah.
That one-on-one
Well,
game.
I
He did
played
good.
with Fahad. Remember me,
He's
you,
not
Greg
bad.
versus
He's not
Fahad.
bad.
I can shoot, man.
There's the one sport where he's actually not lying about, where
He's
he's
good.
actually good.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
other
yeah.
sports, we've seen him. We've seen the truth.
I only heard about that. What's it called? That bowling debacle. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
see the video. Guys, comms didn't make. Fahad still talking smack in our ears here. This is hilarious. Guys, comms I think made a new high. Let me just double check real quick to see if that was a high of the day because it just shot back down. Usually when it shoots back down, no, it did not. So it almost made a new high. The high of the day is on this candle here, which was 17 cents. The high of the next candle after that was 16.88. So this one was 16.88, and then you had a flush down. So every time we come close to that 17-cent area, we're seeing aggressive flushing down. If you've got shorts for this one, you may want to entertain the possibility of shorting on a high of day break. But hey, it's a risky trade always, to be honest with you.
Are you actually getting married?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Well, guys, it's going to be a wrap-up for the show over here.
Oh,
I
yeah,
for
we're
sure had a
done.
great time on today with the banger trades on. I hope you guys killed it with us over here at Trader TV Live. Make sure on the closing show, did we hit 3K likes? Wow, no way. Let's go, baby.
Did we?
We're pretty close to it, 2.8K likes.
Okay.
Thank you for getting us close enough to 3K. Make sure you're hitting the like on the closing show, too, because it's a brand new button. Sharif, I'll miss you.
Yes, sir.
Have a great vacation,
Thank you,
and
sir.
we'll see you. We'll gladly have you back whenever you're
pumped.
November what?
November 4th.
November 4th, your boy
Yeah.
Sharif is back. And until then, you already know who's going to be joining me tomorrow. Go have fun on the closing show. Peace.
Take care, guys. See you soon.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a busy afternoon as the bounce continues. We were worried what was going to happen there on the way down a little bit, but nice recovery here. Back to the upside we go. Here's a look at how things stand right now. About 1.5% for the S&P. Back to the upside, 1.3% for the Dow, 1.2% for the